This is Audible.
This is Tech Mage. The Mage Tech Chronicles Book 1. Written by Chris Fox. Narrated by Ryan Kennard Burke. For Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, you inspired so many of us. Prologue. Voria hopped from the ramp before the transport had completed its landing. She clung tightly to her jacket as the sudden wind buffeted her. Voria didn't let it deter her, leaning into the gale as she crossed the landing pad. Like everything in the Tender's palace, the landing pad was cut from Shia wood, taken from the corpse of the goddess herself. The wood shone in the sun, whirls of brown and red drinking in the sunlight. Voria had never been this close to the palace, and had never seen so much Shia wood. It had been designed to awe, and it succeeded. The view only reinforced that awe. The palace floated in the sky over the world of Shia, and afforded a magnificent view of the goddess herself. Her body stabbed into the sky, the immense redwood branches scraping the upper atmosphere. A multitude of tiny starships flitted back and forth between them like flocks of tiny birds. Were a single limb to break, it would doom the cities clustered at the base of the mighty tree. That was the dilemma of Shia. The goddess's lingering energies created a breathable atmosphere around her body, but if you left that radius, the rest of the moon was barren and inhospitable. They needed her body to survive, but that body could also destroy them. Voria wove a path through the wind, snaking her way to a pair of wide palace doors. They were flanked by a pair of war mages, each encased in golden Mark 8 spell armor. They cradled menacing black spell rifles, the barrels lined with spell amplification sigils. Voria could make out nothing of their faces behind the mirrored faceplates. To her surprise, both war mages snapped to attention when she approached.
"Major!"
boomed a male voice from the mage on the right.
"The Tender is expecting you. She's made the unusual request that you be allowed to carry your weapons, and that you not be searched."
"What is it you think I'd be hiding exactly? All I'm carrying is a spell pistol. If the Tender wants to wipe me from existence, no spell I'm going to cast will make any difference." Voria countered. She waved at the doors. "Let's get this over with. I have a war to fight, and I don't have time for politics." The guards stepped aside, snapping back to attention. Voria eyed them suspiciously as she passed, trying to understand the reason for their respectful behavior. The Confederate military was a joke to Cheyenne nobility. War mages did not salute officers, rank notwithstanding. Even her training as a true mage wouldn't warrant that kind of respect. She entered a spacious greeting room lined with hover couches. A blue one floated in her direction, nudging her hip in invitation. Voria shoved it away, and continued toward the room's only occupant. The Tender stood next to a golden railing, Shia wood vines snaking around it. Shia's branches were visible behind her, though the woman herself commanded attention. Her hair shone in the sun, capturing all the colors of autumn. Reds and yellows and golds all danced through her hair, changing as the light shifted. It poured down her back in a molten river, contrasting beautifully with the Tender's golden ceremonial armor. Voria had often been called pretty, but she knew she was a frumpy matron next to the Tender. Though, in Voria's defense, she didn't have the blood of a goddess to magically enhance her beauty. "Welcome, daughter," the Tender said, beaming a smile as she strode gracefully from the railing. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "Just because you slept with my father doesn't make you my mother," Voria countered flatly. She schooled her features, attempting to hide the pleasure she took from needling this woman. The Tender raised a delicate eyebrow, stopping a meter away. She frowned disapprovingly, and even that was done beautifully. "I meant figuratively, daughter." "Why did you call me here?" Voria demanded. She'd fluster this woman if it killed her. Because all of this, will be wiped away unless you prevent it. The tender stretched an arm to indicate Shia and the cities below her. She smiled warmly, as if she'd related a bit of political gossip. Would you like some life wine, or an infused apple? The tender crooked a finger, and a crystal ewer floated over to Voria. Golden liquid swirled within, and Voria could feel the power pulsing from it. It was, for her people at least, literal life, but drinking it would cause her eyes to glow, revealing her true nature for hours. No, thank you. Voria stepped away from the ewer and frowned at the tender. Certainly your time must be valuable. You've dropped a melodramatic statement about Shia being destroyed. Please tell me that's just hyperbole. I am being quite literal, I'm afraid. If you do not fulfill your role in the struggle against Crocs, then all of this will be wiped away. The tender explained. She sighed, prettily. Please come with me. Fine. Voria crossed her arms, eyeing the tender as the woman led her from the railing. The chamber curved around the outside of the palace for nearly 100 meters, finally ending at a pair of tall double doors. Unlike most of the palace, these were not Shia wood. They were covered in a multicolored mural depicting Shia herself. Voria leaned closer, realizing that the door was covered in thousands of tiny scales, dragon scales, each of incalculable worth. They glowed with their own inner fire, and their combined magic brought the mural to life. Branches swayed as an invisible wind rippled over the doors. The tender placed a palm on each door, then pushed gently inward. The doors opened of their own accord, sliding away to reveal a dark chamber. Voria followed the tender inside and waited impatiently for her eyes to adjust. The doors slammed shut behind them, and a bonfire sprang into existence in the center of the room. The flames were pure blue, edged in white. Their sudden light illuminated sigils emblazoned on the floor in a circle around the flame. A ritual circle, possibly the most powerful that Voria had ever witnessed. What am I seeing? Voria asked, abandoning all attempts to fluster the tender. She'd fought the Confederate Marines for 4 decades, and had never seen magic on this scale before. The immensity of the power humbled her. This is the mirror of Shia. It is the Elder Magus for finding and interpreting auguries. You are familiar with auguries? The tender asked, walking gracefully to stand just outside the magical circle. The flame brightened at her approach, like a pet preening for an owner. Conceptually, they're visions of a possible future, determined by a dead god. Voria ventured. Divination wasn't one of her strong suits, though she was proficient enough with the basics. Some auguries are. The tender corrected gently. Some were created by living gods before the moment of their death. These auguries are of immense power, designed to shape the future for hundreds or even thousands of millennia. I've spent the last several years studying just such an augury. And you feel that has something to do with me? Voria raised an eyebrow. I'll allow you to judge for yourself. The tender smiled mischievously, then turned to the ritual circle. She sketched the scarlet sigil for fire and a pinkish one for dream. The mirror flared, and immense magical strength gathered within the light. It resolved into an image, so lifelike that Voria recoiled. A vast force hovered in the void, its body comprised of stars, its eyes supernovas. The creature was a living galaxy, a god that made every god or goddess Voria had encountered seem a tiny speck. What is that thing? She whispered, unable to drag her gaze from the vision. That is Crocs, the tender answered. She rested a hand on Voria's arm. and warmth pulsed into her. It eased the fear the image had evoked, though not the horror that something so alien could exist.
The forces you fight, what you call the Crocs, are his children, and they are united in a singular purpose, the resurrection of their dark father. This augury is a desperate cry from the past. It's meant to give us the tools necessary to stop his return. If we fail in this, the cost is incalculable.
Voria studied the flames, silently digesting what the tender had just said. After several moments, another image flickered into view. An enormous skull floated in orbit over a barren world. Long, dark horns spiraled from the temples, and purplish flames danced in the eye sockets and mouth.
"That's the skull of Zal,"
Voria ventured, recognizing the catalyst. The face of a young man superimposed itself over the flames, covering the image of the skull. The hard eyes and strong jaw made him look older than he probably was. He held a sword loosely in one hand, and dark lightning crackled from his hand into the blade.
"What am I seeing?"
Voria ventured. She recognized the spell, basic void lightning, but she had no idea why she was seeing it.
"This man will be instrumental in helping you triumph in your impending struggle,"
the tender offered. The light of the flames reflected off her eyes as she studied the images still appearing.
"He can be found at the skull of Zal, along with something else vital to the coming battle."
"You mentioned a coming battle twice. That makes me think you've got the wrong person." Voria eyed the double doors, but didn't attempt to leave. "The Worm Hunter is low on munitions. We're down to a handful of tech mages, and no other true mage besides myself. We have no potions, and the Marines sent from Turnus have no battle experience. The worst part, we're down to 6 support crew, 6 people to keep an entire battleship flying. Trust me, whatever this augury thinks I'm part of, it's got the wrong person. Hunter should be in space dock, not leading a charge."
"I understand your reluctance, but I assure you that you are the person this augury is meant for."
The tender's rebuke was gentle, but still a rebuke. Voria licked her lips, forcing herself to be silent as she watched the augury. It now showed a familiar man, one of her tech mages.
"That's Specialist Board."
The tender said nothing, watching intently as the images continued. The view zoomed out to show Board's surroundings. He stood next to a golden urn the size of a tank. The surface was covered in sigils, and a sickly gray glow came from the top.
"I do not know how, but this Board will be instrumental as well, in a different way. You will need both the men displayed in order to stop her."
The tender's voice whispered.
"Her?"
Voria asked, blinking. The augury shifted again. This time the flames showed a gargantuan dragon, floating in orbit over a blue-white world. Its leathery wings stretched out to either side, and its head reared back. The dragon breathed a cone of white mist that billowed around a Turnus space station.
"Nebiat!"
Voria snarled. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the ancient dragon. A full void worm. The dark scales and spiked tail were unmistakable. She ground her teeth, acid rising in her stomach. She'd do anything to kill that worm. Anything.
"I thought you'd recognize her. Whoever created this augury believes you are the one person strong enough to stop her."
The tender stretched out a hand and rested it on Voria's jacket. Pleasant warmth flowed into her. Voria wished she'd stop doing that.
"I know that you lack the resources you need, but I also know that you are needed. If you will not do this, then the Crocs will burn another world. You can stop that, Voria, though the personal cost will be high."
"Isn't it always?" Voria straightened her jacket, already turning to the door. I'll find a way to stop Nebiat, but that will be a whole lot easier with Inaran weaponry. They're hunting for Kazon. If I can find him before anyone else, the Consortium will provide me with enough material to pursue your augury. Help me find him, and I'll help you fulfill it.
I already have.
The tender turned back to the flames as the augury began to repeat.
Study the augury carefully, Major. There are many layers to be delved, including Kazon's whereabouts. Pursuing the augury will lead you to him.
Chapter 1. Tech Demons. Aaron lurched awake as the transport entered freefall. Gravity pulled him upward, jerking him to the limits allowed by his restraints. The ship shook violently, the thin lights flickering for several moments before returning to a steady illumination. "Wake up!" a female voice bellowed. The speaker moved to stand in front of Aaron, and he realized groggily that he was surrounded by other men and women in restraints. The chrome harnesses pinned their wrists between their legs, preventing them from standing or defending themselves. Glowing blue manacles attached his wrists to the harness, and he could feel their heat even through the armored gauntlets. He wore some sort of environmental armor, the metal scarred and pitted from long use. "Good! The sleep spell is wearing off." The speaker wore a suit of form-fitting body armor, much higher quality than Aaron's. Her helmet was tucked under one arm, and the other hand rested on a pistol belted at her side. A river of dark hair spilled down both shoulders. "You're probably feeling some grogginess. That's the after effects of the mind wipe. Each of you have been imprinted with a name. That will be the only thing you can remember. We've given it to you because otherwise slaves tend to have psychotic breaks." Aaron probed mentally, reaching for anything. He couldn't remember how he'd gotten here, or what he'd had for breakfast, or where he'd been born. There was a haze over the part of his mind where those things should be. His name was, quite literally, the only thing he could remember. A beefy man on Aaron's right struggled violently against his bonds.
"Listen, little girl, you'd better let me out of this chair or I'll
The woman withdrew her pistol and aimed it at the beefy man. White sigils flared to life up and down the barrel, and dark energy built inside the weapon. The weapon hummed, discharging a bolt of white-hot flame toward his chest. It cored him through the heart, filling the chamber with the scent of cooked meat. His body twitched once, and then he died silently.
"Nara, you began the demonstration without me,"
called an amused male voice. It came from out of Aaron's field of view, but the booted footsteps approached until Aaron got a glimpse of the speaker.
"You know how much I hate missing it. This is my favorite part."
A tall, slender man walked over to the woman who'd executed the beefy man. He wore jet-black environmental armor, and had a stylized dragon helm clutched under his arm. One of his eyes had been replaced with a glittering ruby, and his bald skull was oiled to a mirrored sheen. His right gauntlet was larger than his left, and studded with glowing rubies and sapphires. Aaron could sense something coming from the gauntlet, a familiar resonance that danced elusively out of reach. A cluster of armored figures entered the room behind the one-eyed man. They fanned out, taking up relaxed positions along the far wall. Each guard carried a rifle similar to the pistol the woman had fired. Blue-white sigils lined the barrels, though they appeared inactive at the moment.
"I'm sorry, Master Yorak,"
the woman he'd called Nara finally replied. She gave a deep bow, which she held for several seconds. Finally, she straightened.
"The prisoner volunteered, and I know that we are pressed for time. I thought it prudent to educate this batch quickly." "Efficient as always. I'll handle the rest of the orientation."
Yorak patted her cheek patronizingly, then turned toward the slaves. Nara shot him a hateful glare, but he seemed oblivious.
"Good morning, slaves. My name is Master Yorak, true mage and pilot of this vessel. I'm going to make this very simple. In a moment, we'll be landing. When we do, your restraints will be removed. There is a rack of rifles near the door. Take one and step outside. Nara and her squad will lead you beyond that. Obey her orders without question, or meet the same fate as our late friend here."
Yorak moved to the corpse, prodding it with a finger.
"Are there any questions?" he asked, rounding on them.
"Where are we?"
Aaron rasped. His throat burned, and he blinked sweat from his eyes.
"The skull of Zal, one of the more remote and most powerful catalysts in this sector,"
Yorak proclaimed, thrusting his arms dramatically into the air.
"You're about to be granted a wonderful opportunity. If you survive, you will become a tech mage. Those of you who apply yourselves might even rise to the rank of true mage one day. That will increase your relative value, and I treat my mages very well. Now, I'll leave you in Nara's capable hands. I'll pick up any survivors in the second ocular cavity. You have 2 hours. Oh, and one more thing. If Nara isn't with you when you exit the catalyst, I'll disintegrate the lot of you."
Yorak strode past Aaron, eyeing the slaves gleefully as he exited. What a sadistic bastard. Aaron caught a brief glimpse of the hallway before the door hissed shut behind him, but saw nothing that helped his current situation. The transport, if it was a transport, shuddered violently for several moments, then finally stabilized.
"If you listen to me, you have a very high chance of survival,"
Nara said, drawing their collective attention. She stepped into the light, affording his first real look at her. She had liquid brown eyes, and a light dusting of freckles across her entire face. She was pretty enough that Aaron understood why she'd been picked to lead them. The whole girl-next-door thing made them that much more likely to trust her.
"In a moment I'm going to release your restraints. You'll arm yourself from the rack and then move outside. Some of you might be tempted to attack us. Before you do, consider your options. It's in both our best interests for you to survive. If you die, Yorak has less slaves. You don't want to die, and we don't want you dead."
Her argument made sense, though Aaron detested the idea of working with his captors. He didn't know anything about them, or about himself, really. Was he a hardened criminal? Or just some idiot in the wrong place at the wrong time? It was just gone. All of it. Only his name remained, and even that might not be real. The restraints whirred, and the harness released him. The manacles were still around his wrists, but the chain linking them together had disappeared. Aaron rose to his feet, and the other prisoners did the same, each looking warily at the others. It seemed an effective tactic on the part of their captors. Since none of them knew each other, they weren't likely to cooperate. That made mutiny a much lower risk. Aaron moved to the rack along the side of the wall, picking up the first rifle. It had a heavy stock and a long, ugly barrel. The metal was scored and scratched, though the action worked smoothly. He scanned the base of the rack, bending to scoop up 2 more magazines. He had no idea what he'd need the weapon for, but more rounds was rarely a bad thing. Other slaves moved to take weapons, the closest a tall man with a thick black beard. He eyed Aaron warily, moving to the wall 2 meters away. Nara walked to the rear of the room and slapped a large red button. A klaxon sounded, and a ramp slowly lowered. A chill wind howled up the ramp, dropping the temperature instantly.
"Outside, all of you, now!"
Nara's words stirred the slaves into action, and they began filing down the ramp. Aaron moved in the middle of the pack, and found himself next to the bearded man. "Watch my back?" he asked, eyeing the bearded man sidelong. His arms were corded with muscle, and his eyes glittered with intelligence. "Do the same for me," the man answered, eyeing Aaron in a similar way. "Done." Aaron pivoted slightly as he walked down the ramp, angling his firing arc to slightly overlap with the bearded man. The man echoed the motion. "What name did they give you?" "Case. How about you?" "Aaron." The ramp deposited them onto a bleached white hill. A hellish purple glow came from somewhere beyond the ridge ahead of them, as bright as any sun. Aaron's teeth began to chatter, and his breath misted heavily in the air.
"The cold isn't life-threatening if you keep moving," Nara called.
Her guards fanned out around her, covering the slaves with their strange rifles. Something about the weapons ticked at the back of his mind, but the haze muddied the sense of familiarity.
"Form 2 groups, one on either side of the ramp."
The guards broke into groups, pushing slaves into 2 lines. Aaron moved quickly to the one on the right, and the bearded man followed.
"Do you have any idea where we are?"
Kaz asked. Aaron followed his gaze, taking in their surroundings. A high ridge prevented him from seeing beyond the closest hills. The rock reminded him uncomfortably of bone, its porous surface just the right shade of pale white. The purplish glow flared suddenly, and Aaron raised a hand to shield his eyes. Harsh, guttural voices boomed in the distance, and he heard the rhythmic pounding of metal on stone.
"Those,"
Nara began to yell,
"are tech demons. This is their territory, and they will defend it with their lives. Your job is to kill them without dying yourself. Follow my orders, and we'll all get out of this safely."
A brutish creature leapt into view at the top of the ridge. Twin horns spiraled out from a thick forehead, and it clenched and unclenched wickedly curved claws. It stared down at them with flaming eyes, the same hue as the glow behind it. The creature wore dark armor, not unlike the armor Nara and her guards had.
"Fire!"
Nara roared. Chapter 2. Used. Aaron reacted to Nara's command, snapping the rifle to his shoulder and sighting down the barrel. He'd guessed the demon to be about 75 meters away, but it was hard to judge distance without knowing how large the thing was. The rifle kicked into his shoulder, firing a 3-round burst that echoed off the rocks around him. The rounds peppered the demon's left side, but only pinged off armor. Kay snapped up his rifle as well, but the shots went wide. Other slaves fired, the chattering of weapons fire lighting up the area around them as they added to the thick stench of gunpowder. All their collective fury accomplished nothing. The rounds, even those that hit the demon directly, simply ricocheted off. The demon's face split into a wide grin, revealing a sea of narrow fangs. It leapt from its perch, bat-like wings flaring behind it as it sailed in their direction. Only then did Aaron realize the creature carried a rifle too. The weapon was heavier than their own rifles, and the fat barrel was ringed with red sigils, like the rifles their captors used.
"That thing is packing a spell cannon! Tech mages! End him!"
Nara barked, stabbing a finger at the descending demon. Too late. The creature raised the cannon, and the sigils along the barrel flared to brilliant life. The cannon kicked back and fired a blob of darkness. The blob expanded outwards, bursting into thousands of fragments. The fragments rained down on the other group of slaves, and their armor began to smoke and hiss. They frantically tore at the armor, but within moments the hungry magic had eaten through, first metal and then flesh. One by one they slumped to the bleached stone, groaning out their last. The guards around Nara, the ones she'd called tech mages, opened up with their spell rifles. Blue and white sigils flared, and bolts of superheated flame peppered the demon. The bolts superheated the armor wherever they hit, painting it an angry red. The firebolt met with some success against the demon itself, and it shrieked as a large chunk of its neck burned away.
"This way!"
Aaron roared, sprinting low to the left, into the demon's blind spot. He dropped to one knee behind a fold of rock and sighted down the barrel at the demon. He kept his finger off the trigger, though. Kay slid down next to him.
"You have a plan?" "Yeah, let those bastards deal with it. They're using us as fodder. There's no way we can hurt that thing with the crap rifles they gave us."
Aaron plastered himself against the rock, its craggy surface bitterly cold even through his armor. Nara strode from her ranks, raising 2 fingers. She began sketching in the air, and wherever her finger passed, a residue of multicolored light was left behind. The light formed sigils, which swam in and out of Aaron's vision. The more he focused on any particular one, the more blurry it became. The sigils began to swirl in interlocking patterns of pale gray and a dark ocean blue. They were drawn together with a sudden thunderclap, then exploded outward in a wide fan. Fist-sized balls of swirling energy shot towards several of the surviving slaves, each ball slamming into their backs. The energy passed through the armor, disappearing. Each person hit by a ball began to grow, their armor growing with them. Over the next few heartbeats, they doubled in size, and now stood shoulder to shoulder with the demon. It did not seem impressed. The demon leapt forward and wrapped its tail around one of the giant slaves. It tugged her from her feet, dragging her across the rough stone. The demon yanked the slave into the air, just in time to use her as a shield against another volley of firebolts from Nara's tech mages. They slammed into the poor woman, who screeched in shock and pain until the final firebolt ended her cries. "Those things they're firing! Spells, I guess," Aaron yelled over his shoulder at Kaze. "They're the only thing that's hurt that demon so far." He cradled his rifle, trying to decide what to do. "Then unless you've got a way to cast a spell, we have to sit this out and hope," Kaze shot back. "We can't do anything to that thing." One of the tech mages slung his rifle over his shoulder and drew a slender sword. He sprinted wide around the demon, clearly hunting for an opening. White flame boiled out from his palm and quickly coated the entire blade. The tech mage darted forward and lunged upward at the much larger demon. The blade slid between two armored plates, biting deep into the small of the demon's back. The flame swept up the blade and into the wound, which drew a roar from the demon. The creature rounded on the tech mage and backhanded him with an enormous fist. The blow knocked the tech mage into the air, and his blade spun away across the stone. Before the tech mage could recover, the demon fired his spell cannon and a bolt of darkness took the mage in the chest. There was no scream, no final death throes. The body fell limply to the ground and did not rise. "I'm going to try for the blade," Aaron called to Kaze. The bearded man shot him an incredulous look. "Hey, after it kills them, it's going to kill us." Aaron sprinted fast and low across the stone, the sudden movement removing the edge of the numbing chill. He bent low and scooped up the sword the tech mage had dropped, and then dove behind another outcrop. The hilt was warm to the touch, and it fit his hand perfectly. The blade shone an unremarkable silver, and the weapon was heavier than he was used to. Used to? He couldn't summon a specific memory, but felt certain he'd held a weapon like this, and recently. The weapon called to something inside Aaron, the same thing that had resonated with Yorak's gauntlet back on the ship. Magic, he realized. He didn't understand how, but there was a power inside him, calling out to be channeled through the spell blade. That's what the weapon was. "Are you mad?" Kaze roared, skidding into cover next to him. "Maybe." Aaron poked his head out of cover and assessed the situation. The remaining tech mages had scattered, and were harrying the demon from different angles. One narrowly dodged another black bolt, but was too slow to dodge the next. His right leg ceased to exist, all the way up to the thigh. The surviving slaves had all sought cover, except for the giant ones who had nowhere to hide. Only 3 remained, and they made a concentrated push at the demon. It spun at the last second, balling its clawed hand into a fist and slamming it into the closest slave. The slave's jaw exploded, and he toppled to the stone with a muffled cry. The next slave got his arms around the demon, briefly pinning it. The last giant slave slammed his rifle into the demon's mouth and pulled the trigger. The demon twitched violently, its head jerking back and forth as the slave emptied the magazine. Aaron lurched into a run, his gaze fixed on the demon. The energy in his chest surged outward, down his arm and into his hand. Electricity poured into the weapon, snapping and crackling around the blade as he made his approach. The demon broke free from the slave's grasp and plunged 2 claws through the man's eye socket. It hurled the dying slave into its companion, knocking the last giant slave to the stone. Aaron circled behind the rampaging demon, keeping within its blind spot. He waited for it to pass his position, then sprinted the last few meters, ramming his sword into the wound the tech mage had already created. The armor was cored and blackened, offering little protection. The spell blade easily pierced the demon's flesh and plunged deep into the wound. Electricity discharged, and the demon went rigid for several seconds.
A trio of firebolts into the demon's head, the scent of burned flesh billowing outward as life left the demon's smoldering gaze. Finally, the body toppled. "Well done!" Nara called as she rose from cover. She gestured at her 3 surviving tech mages. "Get the surviving slaves moving. That thing was a scout, and its death will alert the others. We need to reach the catalyst before they mobilize." Chapter 3. Allies. "You there! Aaron! Come here!" Nara's voice held a definite edge of command, and Aaron knew there was no way out of answering. He trotted over, the spellblade still clutched in his left hand. He raised the other in a tight salute. Now where the depths had that come from? He had no memory of saluting anyone, much less this woman. "You did excellent work with that spellblade. Clearly you are already a tech mage. Can you handle a spell rifle?" She studied him with those intense brown eyes, and he very much believed that his fate depended on the answer. He briefly considered lying and accepting a rifle, but figured that having her find out he'd lied would be even worse than admitting the truth. "I don't know, sir. The thing I did with the spellblade was, well, instinctual, I guess." "I want you to take charge of the rest of the slaves," she commanded, pointing at the rest of the slaves with her spell pistol. "Move ahead of us, up that ridge. If we get attacked, get your people into cover. Try to distract them while my people deal with them." "Sir, we just lost 2 tech mages and half a dozen slaves to a single one of those things," Aaron pointed out. "If we get attacked by a group—" "Don't mistake your position here, slave." Nara's eyes went cold. "Is this going to be dangerous? Absolutely. But keep your wits about you, and some of these people at least will survive. How many really depends on how smart you are about deploying them. You want to save some lives? Step up." Aaron stifled the urge to take a swing at her with the spell blade. He was fast, but there was no way he could close the gap before she got a spell off. Besides, she was right. He could hate her as much as he liked, but if he wanted to live, if he wanted any of these people to live, then they needed to get through here as quickly as possible. "Yes, sir." Aaron turned on his heel and trotted back over to the other slaves. "Kays, you're on point. Double time it up to that ridge and let us know what you see at the top." The bearded man nodded, then sprinted up the ridge. The other slaves followed, and Aaron brought up the rear. He glanced over his shoulder, unsurprised to see Nara and her surviving tech mages hanging a good 50 meters back. No sense being too close to the cannon fodder. He trotted up to the ridgeline, surprised by how easy it was. The place had lighter gravity than he was used to, a small blessing at least. Aaron paused at the top of the ridge, looking back at the ship they'd emerged from. He was far enough away now to get a good look at her. The starship was about 100 meters long, a boomerang-shaped cruiser. Blue spell sigils lined the hull, but many were cracked, and more than a few had sputtered out entirely. The ship itself seemed to be in good repair, though off-color metal patches dotted different parts of the hull. The ship lifted off and zoomed slowly out of sight, leaving an unbroken starfield in its wake. Wherever he was, it appeared they were directly exposed to space. So how was he breathing? Yorak had said, other ocular cavity. Was this the eye socket of some sort of moon-sized skull? That would mean this wasn't bleached stone. It was bone. "Keep moving!" One of the tech mages boomed as he trotted up the ridge toward Aaron. Aaron did as ordered, turning back toward the rest of the slaves. Kays was still in the lead, picking a path across the bone field, painted violet by the smoldering orb in the distance. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the painful brilliance. It was like staring directly into a sun, but somehow made worse because of the violent cold. "Order your men to take up defensive positions along those outcrops," Nara ordered,
pointing out a series of bone spurs that jutted out of the field. Aaron trotted forward, dropping into cover behind the closest outcrop. It only came to his shoulder. "You heard the lady. Get into position behind this terrible cover with weapons that won't do shit to an enemy that we can barely see." Nara stalked several meters closer. "I could execute you right now, if you prefer." Her tone suggested it wasn't a bluff, and he found confirmation when he turned in her direction. Her spell pistol was aimed directly at him, her face hidden behind a helmet. I'm good. Bad cover is better than no cover." Aaron raised his hands and offered an apologetic smile. Nara turned coldly away and began leading her tech mages along a ridge that sloped up into the darkness. Their path took them toward the light, but in a more winding route. It also took them away from the defensive position she'd asked him to establish. Aaron shaded his eyes, but couldn't make out much as their forms became nothing more than silhouettes.
"What are they after, do you think?"
Kays asked from the next outcrop.
"I don't know, but whatever it is, I'm betting it's a whole lot safer than sticking around here."
Aaron rolled to his feet, but stayed low. The rhythmic pounding was getting closer, and he could make out shapes now against the blinding purple sun. Their silhouettes were monstrous, approaching with alarming speed. He judged their approach, coming to the only possible conclusion. They're going to overrun our position almost instantly. If we stay, we die.
"What are you proposing?"
Kays asked as he rose slowly to his feet.
"Run!"
Aaron turned and ran full tilt after Nara and her tech mages. He felt a moment's pity for the rest of the slaves, but staying here and dying wouldn't save them. Kays panted a few meters behind him, keeping pace as Aaron picked a path through the bony ridges. In the distance, he caught the flash of a firebolt, but by the time they made it around the corner, there was no sign of whoever had fired it. Before them lay an unbroken wall of purple flame, the blinding sun that they'd glimpsed from the first ridge. Intense cold radiated from the flames, but there was more to it than that. There was a power there, a sense of infinite age and timeless wisdom. He had no idea what he was looking at, but whatever it was greater than any human mind. Something scrabbled across the bone behind him, and Aaron spun to see a demon charging. Instead of a spell cannon, this demon carried a truly massive hammer, clutched effortlessly in one clawed hand. The creature roared and charged Kays. The bearded man roared back, charging to meet his much larger foe. The demon brought the hammer down, but Kays dodged out of the way at the very last moment. The hammer impacted and shards of bone shot out in all directions, pinging off their armor. Aaron glanced at the blinding purple light where Nara and her friends had disappeared, realizing he could make it in before the demon could deal with him. For a moment, he was frozen. Was he the kind of person that would abandon the closest thing he had to a friend? Screw that. He circled around the demon, waiting for an opening. "I'm going to paralyze it, like I did the last one. See if you can get that hammer away from it." Aaron reached tentatively for the power he'd felt before. The magic rose easily at his call, as if it wanted to be used. There was a separateness to it. The magic was inside him, but it was not him. It responded to his command, though, and right now that mattered a lot more than figuring out where it came from. The lightning leapt down his arm and into the blade, reaching the tip as Aaron began his charge. He sprinted fast and low, leaning into the blow as he planted his blade into the back of the demon's knee. The enchanted steel failed to pierce the demon's armor, but that had never been the intent. Electricity crackled through the metal, and the demon twitched silently, struggling to regain control of its body. Kays stepped forward and yanked the hammer from the creature's grasp. He took a deep breath, then brought the weapon down in a tremendous blow. It crushed the creature's skull, splattering them with black ichor. Behind them, the final screams faded to silence. Aaron turned to see a half-dozen demons moving past the corpses of the slaves, in their direction.
"Looks like we've got no choice but to brave the light."
Kays offered a hand. Aaron shook it.
"Good luck, brother."
"Good luck, brother." Aaron turned, took a deep breath, then leapt into the light.
Chapter 4. Enlightenment. Aaron had no words to describe what came next. A vast, unknowable consciousness lay before him, an ocean of power and memory compared to his single drop. He fell into the ocean, became that consciousness. The universe stretched out before him, vast yet somehow perceivable, with thousands of senses all at once. He understood how the worlds had been created, how the stars were given form. He watched the making of all things, from the perspective of a god who'd not only witnessed, but participated. Zal was not the oldest of gods, but he was among them. Understanding stretched beyond the comprehension of time. Aaron saw the strands of the universe, how they were woven into existence using magic. He understood the 8 aspects, and the greater paths that could be accessed by combining them. The complexities of true magic, as Nara had used, became simple. This power suffused him, endless, like space itself. If he wished, he could create a new species, or snuff out one with equal ease. Dimly, he was aware he had a body, aware of his petty, temporal problems. They were inconsequential when compared with the vast infinity of Zal. Yet in his sudden understanding, he also saw Zal's undoing, a ghostly memory of many younger gods, all united in their purpose. They flooded the system, using their magic to prevent Zal from escaping into the umbral depths. The memory seized Aaron. He was there. He was Zal.
"You have come to destroy me,"
Zal said, turning sadly to face the assembled host.
"Your children are evil,"
called a goddess, surrounded by armor of primal ice.
"They have laid waste to many worlds, and Crocs has warned us they will come for us next. We will not allow it. You might be stronger than any of us individually, but together we will destroy you." "And who spun you this tale? Crocs?"
Zal shook his mighty head sadly.
"Do you know nothing of his ways? Crocs, the first manipulator? He is using you to attack me, so you will weaken yourselves. If we battle today, many of us will fall. The survivors will be weaker for it, and easier for Crocs to pick off one by one. After today, there will be none strong enough to oppose him."
Zal examined all possibilities, trillions upon trillions. There was no possibility of his own survival, but the war between him and Crocs would not end with their deaths. It would outlive them, unfolding until the last sun went cold. And there was something he could do to ensure he won that war. The smaller gods surrounded Zal, who made no move to defend himself. Instead, he allowed his foes to tear him apart, knowing that one day those same gods would dismember Crocs. If he killed any of them, that possibility diminished greatly. Aaron watched Zal die. No, die was not the right word. A god could not be killed, not truly. They could only be shattered, with the pieces of their bodies forever seeking to reunite. Aaron understood why the head of Zal had been severed. The younger gods scattered the other pieces across the galaxy, ensuring it would be nearly impossible for Zal to resurrect. This filled Aaron with rage, and loss, and pain. Zal's emotions still echoing through Aaron's dreaming mind. Aaron focused on the secrets of the universe, struggling to hold onto them. Briefly he understood the illusion of time. He lingered with the knower of secrets, listening to his endless whispers. He peered into the umbral depths and saw the things that dwelt there. He noticed the great and the small. Something tiny drew his attention, a speck of light he'd only just noticed. It lay in his hand, so small he'd missed it in the blinding brightness of Zal's majesty. Dimly, Aaron realized it was the spell blade he'd picked up. That spell blade was a living thing, waiting to be shaped. So
He shaped it. It came instinctively, power and knowledge borrowed somehow from the god's mind. He poured Zal's power into the blade, altering its shape to be more pleasing. Aaron infused it with void, and the blade darkened even as it grew lighter in his hand. The intelligence within the blade grew more aware, more capable of complex thought. Aaron forged a bond between them, connecting him to the new intelligence as a child is connected to a parent. The weapon couldn't yet think, but there was a dim awareness there, watching. The need to create did not diminish, and he burned to use the understanding Zal shared with him. He realized that the spell that had wiped his mind could be removed, and his identity restored. Such a thing was possible, though not trivial. Yet Aaron couldn't quite grasp the spell. To do that, he needed more of Zal. He plunged deeper into the god's mind, seeking the power that would allow him to become whole. It must be here, somewhere. An urgent buzzing began in the distance, but he ignored it, swimming toward the wonderful power. The pain grew blinding, yet it brought with it knowledge. The pain was worth the price, if it would restore his mind. The buzzing grew more intense, and a sharp prick shot through his palm. Aaron looked down and realized he was holding the spell blade. It was the source of the buzzing, and as he studied it, Aaron understood.
"You're warning me."
Pain built behind Aaron's temples as he stared deeper into Zal's mind. The sword vibrated in his hand, breaking the siren call. Icy fear brought clarity. Zal's vastness was tempting, but Aaron needed to flee it before it reduced his mind to cosmic dust. Thrashing frantically, struggling away from the power, Aaron forced himself to look away from the universe. Snapping his eyes shut and tried to focus, relief pulsed from the spellblade. Then, as suddenly as the experience had begun, it was over. Aaron tumbled away from the majesty and power, secrets slipping from his mind like oxygen from a hull breach. He shivered, cold and barren in the wake of all that power. Only a tiny ember remained, smoldering coldly in his chest. That peace was woven into him, a part of him, even as he was now a part of Zal. Aaron caught himself against a bony ridge, trembling and weak, and rose back to his feet. He glanced back the way he'd come, at the purple sun, still as brilliant as ever, but he no longer squinted. He no longer felt the chill. This place was home now. It was part of him, as he was part of it. The blade clutched in his right hand had changed. Instead of the slender short sword, Aaron now held an officer's saber, sleek and deadly. The weapon fit his hand as if molded to it, like an extension of his body. It waited, ready to be used.
"I told you,"
Nara's voice said, sounding muffled and far away.
"He made it through, and he made it through first."
Aaron turned toward her, blinking. She stood with a cluster of people, the 3 tech mages, and 4 more people in conventional body armor. All had weapons, either spell pistols or spell blades. Their posture wasn't threatening, but neither was it friendly. Behind them sat the boomerang-shaped ship, its ramp already extending. He glanced at Nara and her companions, then at the ship. Even if he could reach it, what then? There was no obvious means of escape. That didn't mean he was giving up, though. Sooner or later, these people were going to let their guard down, and when they did, he'd be ready. Chapter 5. Betrayal. Rage flashed through Aaron but burned out quickly, denied the oxygen it needed to burn. Anger left him vulnerable, even easier to manipulate than he already had been. He composed himself, straightening. If he were going to die, he'd do it on his feet, fighting. Nara and her compatriots were laughing and joking. "You used us as bait, didn't you?" he demanded, as emotionlessly as he could manage. Scorn leaked into his tone anyway.
"Of course we did. You didn't think we'd risk our own lives against tech demons, did you?"
Nara mocked, rolling her eyes. The girl next door mask vanished, replaced by a cold mercenary manner. Don't take it so personally. Maybe think of it as an initiation. Becoming a tech mage is dangerous business. The demons here are both powerful and territorial. If we'd tried to do this on our own, none of us would have survived. So you came here for magic, and spent our lives to get it. And you're pissed off about it, I get that. Nara slowly folded her arms. Aaron tensed, but didn't react. If he attacked her, her companions would cut him down, and she clearly knew it. Don't be so dour. You're alive, and you're more powerful now than when we picked you up. Much more powerful. This isn't just any catalyst. This is a void catalyst. That means you have access to void magic, and through it, gravity magic. Wow, that's really great. But I don't give a shit. Where did you pick me up? And who was I? Aaron demanded, studying Nara. Hot shame gurgled through his gut. He couldn't believe how gullible he'd been. How many similar groups of mind-wiped slaves had these people led to their deaths? And more importantly, what happened to survivors like him? We have bigger problems right now. We've got a decision to make. Nara nodded at the ship. Behind her, Aaron could see a group approaching, walking slowly in their direction. 4 more guards escorted Yorak, coming to inspect his new cargo, no doubt. I know you blame me for this. Nara pursed her lips. Are you sure that's fair? I'm not in charge. Yorak is. He's the one who kidnapped you and the others, just like he kidnapped me. He tossed you into a catalyst, not me. Trust me when I say you've never met a more terrible person. Whatever you think of me, I promise you he's infinitely worse. She had a point. Aaron knew she was merely deflecting blame, but he glared at Yorak anyway. Ultimately, the true mage was the greater of 2 evils. Overcoming Nara would accomplish nothing if he couldn't also deal with Yorak. Aaron whirled instinctively as something clattered to the stone behind him. The bearded man plunged out of the purple sun, landing in a crouch. Kaze's broad shoulders tensed as he rose to his feet. He held the hammer he'd taken from the demon, but, like Aaron's sword, it had been reshaped to fit the wielder. Now the head was ringed with half-meter-long spikes. The bearded man's chest heaved, and his lip curled upward as he glared around him. Which of you bastards is responsible for enslaving us? He is, Nara said, pointing at Yorak's approaching figure. Kaze tensed, ready to charge the true mage. Aaron raised a hand to stop him. Not yet, he hissed, taking a step closer. The bearded man's eyes were wild, but after a long moment of indecision he finally nodded. His voice boomed around them, easily loud enough for Yorak and his approaching goons to hear. I'll wait for now, but make no mistake, I'm going to kill that mage. Aaron sighed. So much for that plan. Yes, I'm utterly terrified, Yorak called back, striding arrogantly up. One of the guards was holding Yorak's helmet, but the other 3 held their rifles at the ready. 2 survivors, more than I expected. He turned to Nara. You've done well. Ready my bed, and have a glass of mulled wine waiting. He waved dismissively at Nara, missing her murderous gaze. Her hand slid to her spell pistol. Now, Aaron whispered to the bearded man, realizing they had a sliver of opportunity. The bearded man roared, sprinting toward Yorak. The mage blinked in surprise, waving at his guards. Aaron took a step in their direction, but Nara's spell pistol was in her hand before he could attack. A cloud of white, dotted with soft pink motes, settled over all 4 guards, and they slumped to the ground, dead or asleep. It didn't matter. They were out of the fight, just like that. Aaron circled wide, moving into Yorak's blind spot. Kaze charged again, but at the last second, he popped out of existence, reappearing a moment later directly behind Yorak. Aaron recognized the spell as void magic, remembering it dimly from his time in Zal's mind. The bearded man slammed his hammer into Yorak, driving a spike through Yorak's armor. It punched through his shoulder in a spray of blood.
Yorak staggered back with a cry and struggled desperately to maintain his balance. Eren maneuvered behind him, looking for an opening. He was vaguely aware of Nara and her companions, who were quickly and efficiently slitting the sleeping guards' throats. Yorak stabbed a finger at the bearded man, hastily sketching a trio of sigils. A wave of dark blue light washed over the bearded man, clinging to every part of his body. Eren watched in horror as the slave began to shrink. His bushy beard spread across his entire body, and within seconds the man was gone. In place squirmed a tiny and quite harmless hedgehog? For several moments Eren rocked back and forth, trying to decide what to do. Every instinct screamed that he needed to flee before Yorak did the same to him, but fleeing would only guarantee he lost. Eren tightened his grip on his spell blade, gliding toward Yorak. He reached for the lightning he'd used on the demons, and the magic responded. This time, though, the power felt different, more layered. Purple lightning crackled from his palm, surging down the blade. Eren eyed in wonder, realizing it must be a mingling of the power he'd already possessed and this new void magic that he'd acquired. He rammed the blade into Yorak's back, right above the fourth vertebra. The sword bit eagerly into the mage, its recent catalyzation making it hungry to be used. The blade wanted to kill. The violet energy rippled through the mage's body, and he twitched and thrashed. Smoke rose from his eye sockets and mouth as the void lightning completed its work. The charred stench of human flesh billowed out from his armor. Eren blinked, struggling to grasp the power of what he'd done.
That was truly impressive, Nara said with a low whistle. He looked up to find her aiming her spell pistol in his direction. There's no way our mutiny would have succeeded without you. You're going to make a wonderful apprentice, assuming you're smart enough to drop that sword and come with us. Behind her, all four of her companions were pilfering armor and weaponry from the dead guards. There was no way Eren was going to overcome them all. He didn't trust Nara, but he didn't have a better choice. He dropped his sword. Nara waved her spell pistol at her closest supporter. Go pick that up and grab the spell hammer the other slave dropped. We'll give the sword back to Eren when we're sure he's not going to do anything stupid. Let's go. They started back for the ship, two of them dragging Yorak's still smoking body. Eren wasn't surprised. The mage's armor, the ruby in his eye socket, and his gauntlet were all of nearly incalculable worth, certainly more than he was. He sighed, bending to scoop up the hedgehog. It peered up at him suspiciously, growling. Hey, man, don't blame me. He tucked the wriggling hedgehog into his pouch and started for the ramp leading back into the starship. Chapter 6. Ship. Move! One of the tech mages growled, shoving Eren from behind. Eren stumbled forward, catching himself against the rusting railing. All the rage, all the impotent frustration, the inability to control his circumstances. Eren channeled it all. His elbow shot back, smashing the man's nose. He scythed out a leg, shattering his captor's knee. His armor might stop a round, but the joints offered little protection. The thug cried out, seizing his broken leg in both hands as he tumbled to the catwalk. Eren glanced over the side of the railing, judging a leap back into the cargo hold they deployed from. He was about to jump when he caught a bright flash out of the corner of his eye and turned to see Nara discharging her spell pistol. The pale gray bolt took him in the chest, and ripples of energy crackled over his entire body. Wherever the energy passed, he went numb. That's better, Nara said pleasantly. She approached, stopping in front of him. The paralysis will last several minutes, assuming we let you live that long. Eren thrashed inside the confines of his own mind, struggling desperately to force his body to move. It refused. He couldn't so much as twitch his fingers, putting him completely at Nara's mercy. It was somehow even more horrid than the lack of an identity. Not only could he not remember who he was, he couldn't even control his own body. He let out a low, keening wail, all his traitorous body would allow. In that moment, he'd gladly trade his life for Nara's, if only he could move. Oh, we're definitely not letting him live,
snapped the man whose leg Aaron had broken.
"We're going to jettison him as soon as we leave this infernal place."
"Don't be hasty, Vash," Nara said. "He could be worth a lot of coin, maybe enough to overhaul the ship." The other 3 captors seemed undecided. Nara turned from Aaron, addressing her crew. "We have the ship, but we don't have the funds to run it."
"Yorak was rich,"
a short, severe woman protested.
"If we can find his stash, we might have enough credits to retire."
"I kept the man's bed, remember?" Nara snapped, her eyes blazing. "Yorak was not rich. Trust me. He liked his toys far too much to stash much in the way of currency. There's money, but likely no more than a handful of dragon scales. No, right now Aaron here is our prime currency. We can sell him and the weapons we took from Yorak." The hedgehog growled, wriggling inside Aaron's makeshift belt pouch. Nara glanced down at it suspiciously, then back up at Aaron. She smiled. "You saved the poor fool Yorak morphed. You may as well put him out of his misery. Finding a true mage powerful enough to dispel it will be expensive. And as you've heard, we're not exactly flush with resources." She waved her hand, and the numbness dissolved. Aaron blinked at her.
"You're releasing me?"
"You're releasing him?"
Vash asked, still cradling his leg.
"After what he did to me?"
"You started the fight, you fool," Nara snapped, scowling down at him. "If you poke a worm, expect it to eat your vessel."
"What about my leg?"
Vash growled, staring hatefully at Aaron. "Yorak kept a stash of life ointment," Nara offered. "I know where. We can use that to get you walking. And maybe the limp will remind you to be smarter." 2 of the other crew laughed at that. Vash was on the verge of saying something, but Nara stared him down. "Lega, Ferk, carry him to the infirmary."
"What about him?"
The severe woman nodded pointedly in Aaron's direction.
"It will be just the 2 of us on the bridge. Are you sure keeping him loose is a good idea?"
Aaron decided to call her Scowly. "Oh, we'll be fine," Nara said, directing a predatory grin at Aaron. "The spell I used earlier is still active. If he misbehaves, I'll simply paralyze him again. I can jerk him about like a puppet." "All right," Scowly said, warily. She started up the catwalk, then disappeared through the small hatch. Nara gestured at Aaron to do the same, so he followed. She walked several paces behind him, her hand within easy reach of her sidearm. Aaron didn't recognize the sigils on the barrel, but he'd already seen her dish out some serious spells. He didn't need any further encouragement. He threaded up the catwalk, ducking through the hatch into a room that strummed a chord in his subconscious. This was a battle bridge. He knew that instinctively, though he'd never been in this room before, at least so far as he knew. A wide scry screen hung on the far wall, opposite where the pilots were supposed to stand. At the moment it showed an empty starfield. He looked back at Nara to find her staring quizzically at him. "You recognize this place?" Nara asked. She raised an eyebrow. "A mind wipe often leaves traces, but it's hard predicting which bits will remain." "That's a matrix. You use that to control the ship," Aaron said, nodding toward the 3 concentric rings spinning slowly around each other. They were large enough for a person to stand inside them, and each ring was covered with dozens of faintly glowing sigils. The smallest ring was gold, the next silver, and the largest appeared to be bronze. Each had the same repeating sigils, but they were so much gibberish. He could feel the power emanating from them, though. A simple steel stabilizing ring stood at about waist height, with a break in the side to allow a pilot to enter. "Our matrix also allows me to control our weapons. Normally I would have a defensive matrix as well, but the sigils that control it burned out." "Won't that mean we're defenseless if we have to fight?" Aaron moved to inspect the matrix, stretching out a hand. A subsonic hum came from the device, and the sigil nearest his hand brightened. "We just have to get in the first shot," Nara said, shrugging. She stepped into the rings, which somehow avoided striking her as she entered. They flared around her, creating a nimbus of multicolored light. "I doubt we'll run into any trouble.
We're way outside the Confederacy. Only slavers bother to make the trip out here." Aaron nodded, turning his attention back to the scry screen on the far wall. They were moving toward a planet in a wide orbit. The ship shuddered, and they picked up speed. "You're making for the umbral shadow." Aaron cocked his head. He wasn't sure exactly what that meant, only that it was significant. "That's right," Nara prodded, smiling savagely through the rings. "I waited and waited. I've had the power to kill Yorak for some time, but there was always a piece missing. I've always needed him to power the Matrix." "Gravity magic," Aaron said, remembering what she'd said outside the ship. "You needed it to pilot the ship?" The sound of the universe tearing knocked Aaron to one knee. He clutched at his head and stared wildly at the scry screen as something terrible lit the blackness outside the ship. A sudden break split the space outside the ship, brittle cracks snaking around it, a sinkhole in reality. Within those terrible depths lay a hellish glow, somehow worse than the fires of Zal. Something in those depths called to him, to the part of Aaron that was Zal, something kindred. He shuddered, but the emotion was short-lived. "Damn it!" Nara snapped. "A vessel is coming through the fissure!" She touched a red sigil, then a pink. The scry screen shimmered, the point of view zooming toward the tiny ship. As the vessel grew, Nara began to mutter under her breath. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," she whispered, her eyes going wide. "That's a Confederate warship." The blocky gray battleship's hull sloped forward like a bird of prey in flight. It was matte black and almost disappeared against the void. A truly terrifying spell cannon jutted from the prow, aimed in their direction. Size was difficult to judge, but he guessed the battleship to be perhaps 400 meters from bow to stern. Scowley stalked up to Nara. "What the depths are they doing out here?" she demanded. "You've got to get us out of here! They'll mind-wipe us and drop us into their damned marines! We've got to run!" "Don't you think I know that?" Nara snapped. She turned back to piloting. Aaron smiled. He had no idea who this Confederacy was, but he doubted they'd look too kindly on illegal slavers. The enemy of his enemy and all that. Besides, how much worse could things really get? Chapter 7. Voria. Voria released the breath she'd been holding, relaxing slightly as a crack split the space in front of her vessel. Purple fires lurked along the edges of the fissure, veining across the sky as the cracks widened and expanded. Wormhunter sailed silently through the fissure and returned to normal space. The fissure snapped shut in its wake, leaving unbroken space around them. Tension eased across the bridge, with everyone relieved to be outside the claustrophobic darkness of the umbral depths. They'd entered a system with a single world orbiting a massive orange sun. The world was of no interest, but the catalyst orbiting it was another matter. "Why have we come here, Major?" Captain Thalus growled like a dog baring its teeth. The sour-faced Cheyenne bore the otherworldly beauty that was the hallmark of their people, but that did little to soften the sting of the man's overwhelming arrogance. Thalus stood several meters away from her, inside the ship's defensive matrix, a trio of slowly rotating rings identical to the command matrix she stood in. Each ring was emblazoned with sigils linked to the 8 aspects of magic. The sigils were dim now, giving off only a faint glow, but that would change if Wormhunter engaged in battle. "We've come," Voria said, "because I received an augury telling me to be here today. This is where we'll find Kazon." She studied the floating skull. Demonic horns curled into the darkness, and the cold flames in the eyes gave the dead god the appearance of life. It hovered over a barren blue world. "We don't know if that place has a guardian, but the primals will be nasty enough. Demons, I'd wager. Just as well we aren't docking. Sergeant Cruz, can you give us a better view of the vessel?" The scry screen rippled, the scene shifting from a view of the entire system to a tiny swatch of space. That swatch was dominated by a small cruiser, many of the sigils on its battered hull dark or dying. "Ugh, she's unregistered, sir," Cruz rumbled. The sergeant was a dark-skinned bear of a man stuffed into marine body armor. Under normal circumstances, Cruz would never be on the bridge, but he was the only surviving member of her battalion who could channel fire magic. That ability gave him access to divination, which meant her ship wasn't flying blind, so she used him where needed. Cruz spoke again.
Looks like they're firing, sir. Offensive spell. Void-based.
That makes sense, Voria said calmly. Given the catalyst they're leaving, I'll handle it. The cruiser wasn't a real threat, even if it was backed by a talented mage, not against a full battleship like Wormhunter. Voria cleared her mind and watched the vessel through the scry screen. Power gathered within her breast, and she cocked her head, listening to something past the edge of hearing. She rested her right hand briefly on the spinning silver ring, grounding herself to the sigil for void. Then she added its opposite, the sigil for life. She repeated the process on the golden ring, then the bronze. A bolt of crackling negative energy shot from the smaller vessel, whipping toward the hunter. Voria studied the spell for a long moment, then touched a final sigil. She pulled deeply from the core of power in her chest, feeding it into the sigil she'd ignited. Those energies were amplified, flowing through the base of the matrix and into the hull. The matrix carried it to the spell cannon, which launched a burst of gray light into space. The counterspell caught the enemy void bolt, and both spells dissipated. Counterspells were an effective way to gauge an enemy, because a counterspell could generally unravel a stronger spell. That meant it would cost the enemy caster more energy to assault than it cost her to defend. If this became a game of attrition, it was one she could confidently win. Every spell her opponent cast taught her a little more about them. Voria sucked in a deep breath, wiping sweat from her cheek. She watched as the cruiser grew larger. How would the enemy mage react? What tricks did they know? The enemy ship shimmered from sight, fading into the black. Illusionist, then. She's cast an invisibility spell. Cruz, deploy clinging flames, she ordered, guiding the hunter in a wide arc as she circled the planet's umbral shadow. That would be her enemy's target. If they escaped into the umbral depths, there'd be no catching them.
Firing, sir!
Cruz growled through gritted teeth. He touched a fire sigil, then a dream sigil. A sheen of sweat broke out on his dark skin as a nimbus of fiery energy grew around the matrix. It flowed from Cruz into the metal around him, then down into the ship itself. The spell shot from the spell cannon, exploding into a wide cone of scarlet flame that blanketed the area of space where their enemy had disappeared. Most of the fire quickly burned out, but some of the flames clung to an object, exposing the fiery outline of an enemy cruiser. Space shimmered, then the enemy vessel flickered back into view. "Nice work, Sergeant!" Voria moved her hands to earth and spirit, channeling a binding spell. The matrix ripped a large chunk of power from her chest, sucking it into the ship. She sagged a bit from the effort, lightheaded as the torrent of power poured into the matrix. A glittering net of pale white energy hurled toward the enemy ship, which desperately attempted to evade. Had the vessel been fully repaired and outfitted, it might have dodged the attack. Instead, the net crawled over the ship like a living thing, bonding to the sigils on the hull. Those sigils flared brightly wherever the net touched, then faded to a muted white, barely giving off any illumination at all. The ship's engines sputtered, then died. She was drifting.
"Vessel successfully neutralized, sir,"
Cruz boomed, snapping to attention when she glanced in his direction. "At ease, Sergeant," she commanded, resting against the support ring. The battle had been short, but taxing. "Captain, now that they are mobilized, I want you to lead a team over there to secure the vessel. Non-lethal force only. If you find Kazon, send word immediately."
"And if we don't find the target, Major?"
Thalas demanded. It wasn't quite a direct challenge, but it was as close as a Cheyenne noble was willing to risk when speaking to his superior officer. "Then this entire trip will have been wasted. We find Kazon and bring him back to the Anurians." Voria kept her tone firm, stowing her doubts. There was every likelihood Kazon was already dead, and if that were the case, they'd come all this way for nothing. Chapter 8. Worse. Aaron winced as something slammed against the hull of the ship. The lights on the bridge dimmed, and the spell drive died with a groan. Nara tumbled into the side of the command matrix, barely catching herself. Arcs of golden energy shot around her, after effects from whatever spell the Confederate battleship had fired. The energy dissipated, leaving wisps of smoke in its wake. Nara's eyes drooped, and she stumbled out of the matrix. She wove drunkenly in his direction.
Listen, I know you don't trust me, but right now we need each other.
She shook her head, some of the color coming back to her face. Really? Aaron asked, grinning. He folded his arms, enjoying the moment. From where I'm standing, you're about to be boarded by the local Navy. Me? I've been kidnapped. You? You're a slaver. I like my chances.
Do you?
Nara barked out a short laugh.
You don't know the Confederates, not like I do. They won't pat you on the head and put you back where we found you. They'll trump up a charge, a reason to arrest you. Then they'll mind-wipe the lot of us and drop us into the Confederate Marines.
Aaron studied her, trying to determine if she was lying. He knew she was capable of deception, but her fear didn't seem feigned. Either she were even better at this than he'd assumed, or these Confederates were as bad as she was. Let's say I believe you. What is it you think I could do to help? Aaron asked. I'm unarmed, remember?
Point taken. Give him his weapon back.
She nodded to Scowley, who grudgingly offered Aaron his spell blade. Aaron hefted the weapon, which thrummed with eagerness. I still don't know what you expect me to do. That ship is large enough to have a full company of Marines, assuming they don't just disintegrate us. If they want to take us down, they will.
I realize our odds aren't good, Nara said, but we still have a chance. I expect you to stand with us. I expect you to—
A deep boom came from the cargo bay. There was a quick whoosh of escaping atmosphere, then relative silence. They've sealed their docking tube. The words came from Aaron's mouth, but had come of their own accord. He'd never seen a docking tube, and certainly didn't recognize one from sound. It alarmed him that parts of his mind were functional still, but that he couldn't access them in a meaningful way. Aaron gave his spellblade an experimental twirl, pleased by the weight. The weapon was lighter now, and speed often mattered more than force when delivering a spell. If they're following standard procedure, they'll send a company of tech mages. They'll be wearing spell armor, so conventional arms will be useless.
How do you know that?
Scowley demanded, shaking her head. She turned to Nara.
I don't like this, not one bit. No one resists a mind wipe, not to that degree. How does he still know stuff?
I don't know, Aaron snapped. What I do know is these Confederates are approaching right now. There's only one choke point between them and us. We hold that point, or we lose. It's that simple.
He's right, Nara said, a quaver of wariness in her voice. Heffa, take up a position behind the console.
Nara hurried to the matrix, stepping behind the rotating rings. Smart play. The invading Marines weren't likely to risk firing a spell at the matrix, and a conventional round would be deflected by the rings. Aaron surveyed the room, finally deciding on a position right inside the doorway. He stood to the right, ready to assault the first person through. Then he hesitated. What if Nara was playing him again? What if the Marines were the good guys, and simply would free him while imprisoning her? Scowley, Heffa, seemed to share Nara's fear, but then she was also a slaver. Even if they were the good guys, would that save him? How could he prove his story? Would they believe he was merely a slave, or assume he was just another slaver protesting his innocence? Heavy footsteps pounded on the catwalk outside, approaching quickly. Aaron tensed and reached for the well of energy inside him. As he'd done with Yorak, Aaron summoned crackling purple lightning. The spell flowed from his hand and up the blade. A bulky, armored figure flashed into view, and Aaron struck. He rammed the spellblade toward his opponent's chest. The figure met the sword with a shimmering blue-white spell shield. The purple lightning flowed harmlessly around it, dissipating into wisps. The armor brushed a memory somewhere deep in Aaron's subconscious. He recognized the sleek gray curves and the shoulder-mounted grav thrusters. The rifle's short, thick stock was familiar. Spell amplification sigils orbited the end of the barrel, feeding magical energy into the weapon. His opponent raised the rifle, and Aaron reacted instinctively, shooting out a hand and tapping the well of energy again. That well had diminished, and it receded further as he summoned the spell. The power fueling it was different than Zal, less destructive and more elemental. A blue-white glow built within the barrel as the weapon prepared to discharge a spell. A lightning bolt, Aaron guessed. His heart thudded as the enemy's rifle came level with his face. Tendrils of wind shot from Aaron's palm. They wrapped around the rifle, jerking the barrel up. A bolt of jagged blue lightning crackled harmlessly over Aaron's shoulder and flowed into the pitted steel bulkhead above. Aaron yanked his arm back, and the tendrils ripped the rifle from the armored hand and into his own. He snapped the rifle to his shoulder and stroked the trigger. The weapon reached forcibly into Aaron's well, tearing out a chunk of raw power. It didn't seem to distinguish, drinking equally from Zal and from the part of Aaron that had summoned the lightning against the demons. A dark purple bolt shot from the barrel, slamming into the armored figure. The enemy lurched back and crashed into the wall behind him. Aaron tried to follow up, but another armored figure plunged into the room. This one was taller and broader, its armored shoulders sending up sprays of sparks as they scraped the ceiling. "Drop it, Zero!" A voice boomed from the armor. A spell cannon with a barrel wider than Aaron's face swung into position. "Okay." Aaron dropped the rifle, then became very still. 2 more suits of spell armor sprinted into the room, the first distinguished by an enormous metal hammer that looked like it could splatter him all over the deck. The other armor was smaller and carried a pair of spell gauntlets, similar to what Yorak had used. "I think he's going to wet himself," a female voice piped up from the armor carrying the hammer. Aaron didn't recognize the lilting accent. "In fact, I think he might have already done it." "Oh, thank Shia! It's the Confederate Marines!" Nara called, stepping out from behind the matrix. She'd somehow found time to remove her spell armor, stripping down to a plain black jumpsuit. There was no sign of her spell pistol, and her hair was rumpled. She'd even added a tear down the middle of her suit, exposing a hint of cleavage. "Please don't let them hurt me anymore. I just want to go home." A single tear slid down her cheek. It was masterfully done. "Well, you are even better than I thought," Aaron muttered, both impressed and irked at having been played. "Well played." "You traitorous bitch!" Heffa roared, rising from cover and aiming her spell pistol at Nara. She made it 2 steps before the spell cannon covering Aaron moved to track her. A subsonic whine made him wince. Then the cannon fired a large glob of magma. Heffa's brief scream was cut off as her smoking corpse tumbled to the rusting deck. The stench of burnt meat billowed, and Aaron looked away, right into the face of the armored foe he'd stripped the rifle from. He couldn't see the man's or woman's face under the mirrored helmet, but imagined they were pretty pissed about losing their weapon. That person also seemed to be the one in charge, based on the body language of the others. "Sergeant Cruz," in-charge guy said, his voice crisply accented, different from the lilting accent. "Escort these 2 pirates to the brig. Then inform the Major we have prisoners. Have Corporal Kezia and Specialist Board keep searching the vessel. It's possible they've got a bolt hole somewhere. If Kazon is here, I want him found." "Sir, if the target were here, they'd have kept him on the bridge," boomed the man who'd roasted Scowley. Sergeant Cruz, Aaron assumed. His armor was larger than the rest, and he was the only one carrying a spell cannon. "I may not agree with the Major's use of Confederate resources," the crisply accented man groused, "but that does not mean we disobey orders. We search this vessel, top to bottom. Find Kazon. If you can't, I want you to be able to say with certainty that he isn't aboard." Aaron had the feeling he'd picked the wrong guy to disarm. "Move! Now!" In-charge guy shoved Aaron hard, and Aaron staggered to the doorway, then recovered, walking quickly back toward the cargo hold. Nara trailed after, still pleading her innocence. And here he'd thought things couldn't get any worse. Chapter 9. Complications. Voria swept into the brig, resting her spell stave against the wall near the entrance. There were 6 cells, each ringed with the glowing black bars, whose void energy was silent and somehow menacing. Only 2 adjacent cells were occupied, one containing a disheveled woman, and the other a calm, hard-eyed man. Unfortunately, the man wasn't Kazon. She'd been so certain it would be. The tender herself had promised she'd find him here. It was possible to fake magics, even an augury, but why go to the enormous trouble or expense? It seemed far more likely she simply hadn't found him yet, or so she hoped.
There were only 2 survivors?
She demanded, stopping next to Sergeant Cruz. He still wore his spell armor, but had removed the helmet, exposing his dark face.
Only 2 confirmed, sir,
Cruz rumbled. He looked uncomfortable.
I killed a 3rd, as she was threatening another prisoner.
I'm sure the response was warranted, Voria allowed. Where is Thalos?
The captain is scouring the ship for additional survivors. He's already encountered 3 others. They fought back and were neutralized. None matched Kazon's description.
Cruz nodded at the disheveled woman.
She claims she was a prisoner of the pirates and seems cooperative.
What about the man?
Voria asked, turning her attention back to him. The hard-eyed man studied her, his gaze calculating. He was tall, just shy of 2 meters. His broad shoulders spoke of physical training, and she noted calluses on both hands. He was arguably handsome, a strong chin, dark hair framing a pair of gray eyes, but not in the delicate way of her own people. She knew his face intimately. After all, she'd seen it often enough while watching the augury. Voria had no idea who he was, only that he was critical in the confrontation with the Crocs.
He hasn't said anything yet,
Cruz said, then shrugged his armored shoulders.
To be fair, I didn't ask him anything. He was carrying a spell blade and conventional armor. We added both to the lockup.
I'm standing right here, the man said, rising and moving to stand near the bars. If you have a question, I'm happy to answer it. He folded impressively muscled arms, staring at her with complete confidence, as if he were in charge of the situation. Voria didn't focus on him, choosing instead to study the woman out of the corner of her eye. She appeared innocent enough, and might be what she claimed. In Voria's experience, though, that was unlikely. Even if it were accurate, it didn't change what Voria needed to do. I'm looking for a tall man with a thick, black beard, Voria said, approaching the first cell. She stopped right outside the bars, looking evenly at the man inside. Do you know what happened to him?
Yes.
Voria stifled her hope. Perhaps the tender had been right after all. And? Is he alive? The man nodded at Cruz. He called you Major, he said. I'm guessing that means you're in charge here, right? My name's Aaron. I'm happy to cooperate as soon as you free me. I'm afraid that's not how things are going to work, Voria explained. You'll be tried, and if found guilty, you'll be sentenced. She cocked her head, watching Aaron closely. If you cooperate, it may improve your situation.
All right,
Aaron said.
I have nothing to hide.
He shot a glance at the disheveled woman, and his eyes narrowed. She, on the other hand, is hiding a great deal. I woke up a few hours ago to find I'd been mind-wiped. This Kazon you're after? He called himself Kaz, but he was the same man. He and I were forced to make a run at the catalyst out there, the skull of Zal. That woman, Nara, and some others used us as a distraction to sneak their way to the catalyst, while demons slaughtered us. When we emerged, she mutinied against the slaver who owned the ship, a true mage named Yorak. I don't know who I am, much less where I was, when she found me. What I do know is I've done nothing wrong, and you have no reason to imprison me. Did Kazon survive the catalyst? Voria demanded, then moderated her tone. If she showed no empathy, this man would have no reason to work with her. We'll deal with your situation in a moment. For now, I need to know what happened to Kazon. He survived, Aaron said, in a manner of speaking. He reached for a pouch on his belt, and Voria tensed, preparing to sketch a sigil if he removed anything threatening. Cruz should have taken that pouch. She'd have to chastise him privately. Aaron withdrew a wriggling black form from inside the pouch. The creature snapped at his finger, growling. "Is that a hedgehog?" Voria asked, raising an eyebrow. "The slaver I mentioned? He morphed your friend right before I finished him," Aaron explained. "If you've got some way to restore him, then Kazon can corroborate my story. He saw all the same things I did." "Interesting," Voria said. She sketched a sigil in the air, then added a second. The hedgehog glowed, a soft, velvety green. "It appears you may be telling the truth. You're absolutely certain the man matches Kazon's description? He had a beard and was very tall?" "Positive," Aaron nodded. "It's him." She extended a hand through the bars, and Aaron set the hedgehog on her palm. She sketched a quick sigil, and the hedgehog yawned, then curled up, snoring softly. "If this is indeed Kazon, then I owe you a debt, one I'm unfortunately unable to repay right now." Voria heaved a regretful sigh. "Unable to repay? What in the depths does that mean?" The man snarled, his gaze growing dangerous. He stalked the length of the bars like a caged cat, glaring at Voria. For a moment, she almost took a step back. "As commanding officer of this vessel," Voria intoned, using her judge's voice, "I hereby convene your trial. Aaron, tech mage of Zal, you have come illegally to a dangerous catalyst and exposed yourself to its energies. I find you guilty of the crime of theft of magic. Normally the sentence is death, but I will commute that sentence in exchange for a term of enlistment in the Confederate Marine Corps." "What?" Aaron roared. Voria could feel the power stirring in him, singing its strength. The man had been to several catalysts, perhaps more. "I just told you I was innocent. I had no choice. It was either brave the catalyst or die." "All true," Voria allowed, nodding, "but the fact remains that you committed a crime. The correct thing, from a legal perspective, would have been to die fighting your captors. I realize it isn't fair, Aaron. I apologize. I didn't write the law, but I'm sworn to uphold it." "A law which exists to give you more soldiers," the disheveled woman snarled, finally joining the conversation. She rose suddenly and approached the bars of her cell. Her beauty remained, but she dropped the innocence in favor of dignified grace. "You'll take any excuse to erase our identities and toss us into the meat grinder you call a military." "You're not wrong." Voria's lips firmed into a tight line. "This isn't fair to either of you, and I understand that, but it is legal. You're both mages now. That makes you powerful weapons, and the Confederacy needs every bit of your power." "Why?" Aaron asked suspiciously. "What's so terrifying that you justify enslaving people and sending them to die?" "The Crocs," Voria answered soberly. "They devour worlds. Last year we lost Vakura. 2 years before that we lost Starn. Over a half-dozen smaller colonies have been overrun in the last month. If their advance is not stopped, then Turnus will be the next to fall. And after that, finally, Shire itself. The Crocs are coming, and if they are not stopped, none of us will survive." "And he's going to stop them somehow?" Aaron asked, nodding at the sleeping hedgehog in her palm. "No," Voria explained, eyeing him frostily. "The Confederacy can't afford the men and material needed to fight this war. We're understaffed and underfunded. This hedgehog is going to purchase the weapons we'll use to fight." She turned away from the cell and strode out of the brig. Crews executed a crisp salute, and she returned it as she passed. She needed to find a way to dispel the morph. This far out, a true mage of sufficient strength would be difficult to locate. There was an option, if she were willing to take it, though Thalos would never let her hear the end of it. It was time to pay a visit to the Drifters. They charge her dearly, but if anyone could solve her dilemma, it would be them. Chapter 10. Told You So. Aaron slowly sat on the metal bench. The bench was the only thing in the cell, other than the rusted toilet that looked like a wonderful way to acquire tetanus. The other cells, including Nara's, were identical.
I told you, Nara growled through the bars, glaring at him. I told you they're just going to mind-wipe us and press us into service.
So what? I lose the last 24 hours and start over? Aaron asked dryly. I don't see how my situation is any worse, and I'm still not sure why I should care about yours. You used me, remember? Twice. And you were going to sell me into slavery to fund your crappy little starship. Let's not forget that part.
No, I wasn't,
she snapped, pacing back and forth while she furiously combed the fingers of one hand through her hair.
I needed those fools to believe it, but you were the most competent in that entire lot. You and I could have run the ship and lived like kings. The others? A means to an end.
You seriously expect me to believe that? Aaron barked out a laugh. I watched you sell out Yorak. Then a few minutes later you sold out Heffa. But somehow I'm the special one you weren't going to screw over? How many times have you used that line? She stopped pacing, and her face softened.
Dozens, maybe hundreds. I've only done what I needed to in order to stay alive. You have no idea what I went through. No idea what he made me do. Yorak terrorized me for years.
Aaron considered her words, but he just couldn't bring himself to believe her. She was too good an actress, and he knew she'd screw him again the first chance she had, for even a momentary advantage. I'm sure it was terrible. It still doesn't excuse what you did or what you were going to do. He countered. You want me to trust you even a little bit? How about giving me something to work with? Where did you really pick me up? Who was I? The truth this time.
What does it matter? They're going to mind-wipe us both. They're probably already coming for us.
Nara shot a desultory look toward the entrance to the brig, where Sergeant Cruz stood at attention. He watched them quietly, seeming to ignore the conversation. Then you have no reason not to tell me, Aaron pointed out. I want to know, even if I'll just forget it again.
Fine, Nara said, shrugging. Why not?
Yorak had some sort of contract to ambush your vessel. I don't know why, but I think he was paid to kill someone you were transporting. He often took jobs like that. Yorak always needed money, and he'd make extra by enslaving the crews of the vessels we took. Aaron shook his head. That's not a lot to go on. Do you know what my name was?
No, Nara admitted. Her regret seemed genuine.
I imprinted you with Aaron. I thought it was an amusing little joke. Your name backwards? Aaron realized.
Yeah.
She smiled wistfully. My name is an imprint, too. Do you think there's any chance of getting out of this? Aaron asked. Not that he thought there was, but Nara was a true mage after all. A spell, maybe? The bars will nullify anything I could cast, and that woman is far, far stronger than I am. You saw how beautiful she was, right? Nara shook her head enviously.
She's Cheyenne.
They're stiff-necked and look down on every other race because they don't age the same way. They consider humans, us, beneath them. There's no way we're talking our way out of this, and I don't see a way to escape. Footsteps sounded outside, and Aaron turned to see Major Voria striding back into the room. In her right hand, she held a spell stave with 3 glowing golden teardrops orbiting slowly around the tip. Power radiated from the weapon, like heat from a bonfire, but it wasn't what drew his attention. The woman herself had that. Like Nara, the Major was beautiful, but unlike Nara, there was something ethereal about Voria, something that separated her from regular humans. Almost superhumanly so. Her face was a perfect oval, her skin a perfectly smooth cream. Her chestnut hair had been wound into a loose bun, and even that was artfully done.
It's time, Voria said. Sergeant Cruz, please step out of the room, or the spell will affect you too.
She waited for Cruz to exit the room, then turned back to Aaron. I truly am sorry for this. I promise if the opportunity to repay you arrives, I'll find a way to do it. I'll hold you to that, Aaron said, as jovially as he could. Like it or not, the Major had all the power here, and antagonizing her wasn't going to make his new life any easier. It would only call more attention to him, which was the last thing he wanted. Easier to go along with her than escape when the opportunity arose. I'm sure you would, if you remembered it. The Major raised a delicate finger and began sketching sigils in the air, lines of pale gray and dark brown forming a complex cluster of symbols. The light built as she added a sixth, and finally a seventh sigil. Light exploded from the staff, washing over the room. Aaron raised his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance, flinching as the unfamiliar energy washed out of the Major. He relaxed when he realized he wasn't the target of the spell. A beam of multicolored brilliance shot into Nara, and she collapsed to her knees. He opened his mouth to ask Voria what was going on, but his jaw clicked almost immediately shut. Telling Cruz to leave the room wasn't meant to spare him from the spell. It was meant to prevent him from seeing that Voria wasn't wiping his memory. Voria's gaze flicked in his direction, but she didn't look directly at him. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you. Thank you, Aaron whispered. Losing a few hours' time might mean nothing to most people, but when it was all you had, it was everything. Where am I? Nara asked, a note of panic creeping into her voice. It's all right, Voria reassured her. I know you're confused. You've been pressed into the Confederate Marine Corps. The two of you will be escorted to your new unit, where you will begin training. Are we criminals? Nara whispered, eyes widening. She clutched her hand to her chest, clearly horrified as she stared at the rip in her uniform. Did someone attack me? You were criminals, yes. Voria waved a hand, and the bars to the cells disappeared. Your crimes are forgiven in exchange for your service. They've been expunged, and so far as I am concerned, they never existed at all. This is your chance for a new life. I suggest you take it. Sergeant Cruz! Aaron stepped from the cell as the sergeant re-entered the room. Cruz eyed Aaron and Nara balefully, but didn't say anything. Sergeant, escort these two to Captain Thalos and have him put them to work, Voria said. She moved to the security desk and picked up Aaron's spellblade, then eyed him searchingly for a long moment. Before you were mind-wiped, your name was Aaron, and this belonged to you. Voria handed Aaron the blade, and he accepted it gratefully. There wasn't much to hold on to right now, and the blade was solid. He could feel the intelligence within, and knew it was somehow happy to be near him again. Thank you, Aaron said. But don't think this makes us even. Sergeant, get your privates moving. Voria turned coldly away, striding from the brig. Come on, Wipes! Move! Cruz barked, thrusting an armored finger at the doorway. Chapter 11. Nebiot. Nebiot plucked a glass of sparkling wine from the platter, winking mischievously at the servant as she passed her. The woman blinked back with large eyes as Nebiot glided up the crowded path snaking through the mezzanine. The shops, their fronts decorated with garish reds and yellows, had all been closed for the night to celebrate some local festival. She didn't care. These people would all be dead soon anyway, their corpses used as fodder against the inevitable Confederate response. That would be the real threat. Turnus itself possessed almost no magic, and while their technological toys were numerous, they weren't terribly effective against her people. She smiled at a man in his 40s, and the man perked up instantly, straightening his jacket and sucking in his ample gut. Nebiot winked at the man's wife, a vinegar-faced simpleton. The woman glared, but did nothing as Nebiot slid past her husband. The view above drew Nebiot's eye, and she smiled. A transparent glass steel dome vaulted over the mezzanine, showing a bright blue-green world nestled in the void. Somewhere on that world lay the prize she'd sought for centuries, ever since Drakon had hid it away so long ago. Yet even with the prize so close, Nebiot did not let herself become flustered. This must be handled with patient deliberation, or she risked a mistake, which could not be allowed to happen. The coming days must be handled adroitly, or even she would have reason to fear. Her father would see to that. Nebiot sauntered up to a pair of lift doors at the base of the largest building in the mezzanine. A pair of guards, one male and one female, flanked those doors. They watched her with relaxed wariness, aware, but convinced she was no threat. "I'm going up to meet with the governor," Nebiot said, smiling. She touched the male guard's chest. "Then I'm going to bind his will and force him to betray his people. You and your friend there and everyone else aboard this station will die horribly." The man's eyes widened, and he reached for a heavy slug-throwing pistol. Nebiot's finger twitched, dancing in quick curves. She sketched a simple binding and tossed it at the woman, who gasped as the black sigil sank into her forehead and disappeared. The woman's eyes pulsed black for a moment. Then she seized the male guard. Nebiot took advantage of their struggle to repeat the spell, seizing the male guard's will as well. "Guard these doors. Let no one through." Nebiot pressed the button to summon the lift, humming to herself as she waited for it to arrive. The doors slid open, and she stepped inside, turning to give a little wave to the guards. They waved back, smiling. The doors closed, and the lift carried her to the top floor. The doors slid open to reveal a spacious chamber. Every part of it had clearly been built to impress, from the dark wooden bookshelves lining each wall to the view of the dome above the man sitting at the desk. He had watery green eyes and hair that had begun the final transition to white. The weathered lines across his face marred what had likely once been quite striking. In its wake, time had left dignity, at least. "How did you get up here?" the man asked, eyes narrowing as he rose from the desk. He reached for an intercom. "Security, report!" "Yes, sir," said the male guard from below. "I ordered you to allow no visitors. Why am I staring at a visitor?" "It's important you speak with her, sir," the man replied, quite firmly. The governor's eyebrows knit together in confusion, but the confusion evaporated when he looked up at Nebiot. "You're a mage." "I'm pleased to see the rumors of your competence aren't exaggerated," Nebiot said, stepping from the lift and moving to the bookshelves. She ran a finger along the spines, taking in the titles. "Quite an eclectic collection, Governor. Books on philosophy, psychology, law, even ancient Terran history. You're a very curious man, it seems. You like to know how things work." "What do you want?" the governor asked, reaching under his desk. He removed a sidearm, a smaller version of the slug-throwing pistol the guard had used. "Ultimately?" Nebiot asked, cocking her head. "That's a very difficult question to answer. I want to see the universe reshaped into my grandfather's image, certainly. But after that, well, I don't really know." She expected a stern warning, or a rebuke, or some other dithering. There was none of that. The governor added a second hand to the pistol, cupping the grip. Then he shot her, repeatedly. The pistol bucked over and over, filling the office with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Nebiot could have shielded herself. She could have simply teleported out of the path of the bullets. Either might have intimidated this man, but neither would be as effective as letting the rounds hit. So she stood there, letting bullets ricochet off her into the bookshelf. She waited calmly for the man to finish, then smoothed her dress. There were several holes in the bodice, a tight cluster, right over the heart. "You're an excellent shot, Governor. It seems you live up to every part of your reputation, so I will treat you with the respect you deserve. No more games." Nebiot raised a hand, and began to delicately sketch a dizzying array of multicolored sigils. They formed a complex binding, the kind of binding most mortal mages would labor a lifetime to master and still fail. She flung the spell at the governor, much as she'd done with the guards below. He flinched, trying to move as the spell shot directly into his heart. The energy pulsed outward to every chakra. To dominate a person as fully as she needed to dominate this man, the mind alone wasn't enough. She needed his heart, his spirit. "There, that's much better," Nebiot smiled. "I've left much of your will intact, for now at least. You'll be free to act as you see fit, which could enable you to save the lives of many of your people. Hold on to that, Governor. It's the only way you can fight right now."
"What do you want?"
the governor whispered, his expression melting to horror. His whole body trembled. She turned her gaze back to the bookshelf. A few of the books had been damaged by the bullets, but most were intact. She touched a very old one, simply titled Terra. Nebiot sketched a fire sigil and the book burst into flame. "I want you to address your people on the planet below," Nebiot instructed. "Tell them you have reason to believe the Crocs are coming to this world."
"But if I do that, there will be panic,"
the governor protested, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek.
"People will flee in droves. There will be chaos."
"That's the point." Nebiot raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and do make sure you send word to Turnus, requesting immediate aid." Nebiot smiled at the governor's obvious confusion, and she admired the restraint he showed in not asking why she was alerting her enemies to her assault before it even began. Chapter 12. Kez and Board. Cruz led Aaron and Nara into the largest room Aaron had ever seen aboard a starship. It had to be at least 100 meters across and half again as wide. The deck was divided into squares, each allocated to a different unit. Most of those units were conventional Marines in forest green fatigues. They drilled in platoons of 25 men, some running drills while others sparred in a boxing ring. A firing range ran the length of the far wall. But although Aaron could see muzzle flares, there was no sound. Magical silence? "Looks like we got us some fresh meat," came a yell as a platoon trotted by. "2 new techies." Cruz turned his baleful eye toward the platoon, and they quickened their pace. "What do they mean by techies?" Nara asked, looking around in her wide-eyed horror.
"Tech mages,"
Cruz grunted. "What's that?" Nara prodded, hurrying to walk next to the sergeant.
"Man, you wipes don't know anything. Like, literally anything. You're a goddamned mage, but you ain't had any training."
He patted his rifle.
"See this? You can use one of these and the armor I'm wearing. Those zeros, they got 0 magical ability. They have to stick to conventional weapons, and conventional weapons suck."
"What's the difference between a tech mage and a true mage?" Aaron asked, trotting just behind the sergeant's armored form.
"Training, wipe. That's the difference. True mages cast real spells. We can kinda do the same shit, but we need a spell rifle or spell armor. Now keep up, rookie," Cruz barked, glaring over his shoulder at Aaron. "Not sure why the major let you keep that blade, but don't think it makes you special. You're already on my bad side, and you do not want to be on my bad side."
"Do you even have a good side?" Aaron muttered. His shoulders slumped when he caught Cruz glaring at him. "You've really got impressive hearing."
"You've really got impressive hearing, sir,"
Cruz barked, his scowl growing 2 shades darker. He started clanking forward again, moving with purpose. Cruz kept a brisk pace, and Aaron struggled to keep pace. Cruz wore his armor like a second skin, easily stepping over a low barricade into another section that led toward a largely empty corner of the hangar. No platoons drilled here, though a small squad lounged around a portable table playing cards. A tiny platinum-blonde woman sat on the far side of the table, grinning up at a short, olive-skinned man with a rat's nest of dark hair. She was too short and a bit too slender to be human, but Aaron wasn't sure what race she was. She was pretty, but not like the Major had been. "Face it, you're just outclassed. Enjoy your maintenance shifts for the next week." Aaron recognized the lilting accent from when they'd been captured. This must be the woman who'd been carrying the hammer. The olive-skinned man had a mop of curly hair and, though short for human, was still taller than the blonde. "It's all part of my plan. I'm lulling you into a false sense of security," he shot back. "So when the stakes are higher, I can clean you out." His eyes twinkled. "Want to play again? This time, if I win, you make me dinner and breakfast the next morning." The words had obviously been practiced, and just as obviously used before. The blonde merely rolled her eyes, then rose to greet the newcomers. "Hey there, Sergeant. Looks like you came back with some strays." She approached Nara first, offering a hand. Nara took it timidly. The blonde only came up to Nara's chest, and Nara wasn't tall. "Ah, that's the state of things," she said, giving Nara a friendly smile. "They've just been wiped, Sarge."
"Yeah," Cruz confirmed. "And now they're your responsibility, Kez. Take care of our special flower here." He nodded disapprovingly to Aaron. "See if you can teach him to use that sword, and find out what they can both do with a spell rifle. Hopefully one of them can actually hit a target. Oh, and see if you can keep Board from harassing the woman."
"I'll keep him in line." Kez turned to Aaron and patted the chair next to her. "Have a seat." Aaron moved to join her, and Nara sat across from the man Cruz had identified as Board. Nara still looked scared, but some of the fear had been replaced with curiosity. "Okay, let's make this official. I'm Corporal Kezia, but mostly I get called Kez. Since it's clear you ain't seen any of my kind before, I'll give you the state of things. I'm a drifter. We're a race of short fuckers with a terrible reputation. We're cousins to the Cheyennes, but they don't like admitting it because we're more primal than they are." Kez cocked her head and gave another dimpled smile. "So, do either of you have a name, or are we giving you new ones?" "I'm Aaron," he offered. It disturbed him how quickly the name came, especially now knowing that Nara had just randomly made it up. "And what about you, gorgeous?" Board asked, leering at Nara. "You got a name? I want to make sure I scream the right." Kez's tiny fist rocketed out, catching Board in the gut. He doubled over, coughing. "Lords, Kez, you're so violent." "Don't pay Board any mind," Kez said, winking at Nara. "He'd rut with an asteroid if it smiled back. He got a point, though. You got a name there, lovely?" Nara looked helplessly around, like Aaron had when he'd woken up in the cargo hold. He still didn't trust her, but it was difficult not empathizing with someone so clearly in pain. And he remembered what Nara had said about slaves without imprinted names having psychotic breaks. No one deserved that. "Her name is Nara," Aaron supplied, feeling a small swell of pity. "You knew me before?" Nara asked, cocking her head in confusion. "That's why I was in the cell next to you." "Briefly, yes." "You still remember her," Kez said, pursing her lips. "Not sure how the Major is going to feel about that. Sounds like the wipe didn't take." "The Major already knows about it." Aaron glared defiantly down at the little blonde, who blinked up at him in confusion. "Well, you seem a mite pissed." She picked up a tin cup and offered it to him. "Here, have a mouthful of this. It'll take the edge off." "And you said my name is Nara?" Nara interrupted impatiently. "That's right." Her eyes narrowed. "And your name is Aaron?" "Yes." "How stupid do you think I am? Your name spelled backward? Is that a prank?" Nara glared at Aaron. He found himself unsure how to respond. Kez's expression darkened, and Board openly frowned at him. "Answer her question," Board demanded, his bushy eyebrows knit together in what Aaron guessed was meant to be an intimidating way. "You messing with my future wife? Her name really is Nara," he protested. Aaron rubbed his temples, wishing he were anywhere else. "We were aboard the ship you just commandeered. I'd been wiped, she hadn't. She or one of her friends imprinted me with the name Aaron,
And you guys aren't even listening." Bord and Kez had turned to Nara, both comforting her as if she were a lost kitten they needed to get back to its mother.
"It's okay," Nara said, though she still sounded a bit hurt. "Nara is a fine name."
"Nara it is," Bord grinned, putting a hand on her shoulder. "I'm bored, as in boring. Well, I'm not boring, but that's how my name is pronounced."
"He is boring," Kez said, clapping Nara on the back. Neither offered a hand to Aaron. Somehow he'd come out the bad guy in all this. Not an amazing start to his time as a Marine. Well, maybe things can't get any... What am I thinking? Yes, they can. Chapter 13. Going Dark. "Do not do this, Major, please." Captain Thalos refused to look at her directly as usual. It was a subtle and constant disrespect. "Dealing with drifters is highly irregular, possibly even illegal, depending on what crimes these little pikeys are guilty of." "One of your own officers is a drifter, Captain," Voria said matter-of-factly, "so if I hear that word pass your lips again, I will remove your ability to make words." There was no malice to it, but neither was it a bluff. She'd long since grown tired of the antics of bored Cheyenne noblemen. Their mission in life seemed to be finding a constant state of equilibrium, one where they were always dissatisfied. Thalos embodied the very worst of that law, but added a layer of disdain for every other race. "Major," he argued, "respectfully, you cannot speak to me this way. My father—" "Any time you need to reinforce your authority by invoking a parent, you accomplish the opposite." Voria met Thalos's gaze, forcing him to look at her. "I don't care about your father. Having you here hasn't meant him providing additional funding or any aid whatsoever. He knows we're undermanned. He knows how close to the edge we're running. He even knows I stick to the fringes of Confederate space hunting crocs, a pastime he knows will almost certainly be fatal, yet your father has never once intervened or sought to protect you. So what is it, exactly, you feel his name will get you?" Thalos paled, and his eyes narrowed dangerously. "You are right, of course, Major. I apologize for resorting to such base tactics. Please let me state my argument more cogently. I realize you think me a simpleton, but I assure you I am not. I know you received a missive, and I strongly suspect it ordered you to report to Mayrid. I, too, received a missive, Major. The Crocs have begun their invasion, and even now the battle rages, and you are meeting with drifters to buy beer. Tell me, do you really believe that's the best use of our time? We are needed elsewhere, sir." "It shouldn't surprise me that you're aware of the attack," Voria said. "Since you're so well informed, you must be aware of our lack of medical supplies and munitions." She touched a void sigil, then reinforced it with another. Power thrummed deep in the ship, and a feedback loop formed between Voria and the primary matrix. She fed energy into the spell drive, fighting a wave of vertigo as it rumbled to life. "We're here to rectify that," she said, "because going into battle without those supplies all but guarantees massive casualties. Even with the supplies, we are likely to lose most of the battalion. Now, I am aware of your prejudice against the drifters, but like it or not, they are every bit as Cheyenne as you are, and they possess her magic. Even you have to admit that." Thalos said nothing. Voria touched a final sigil, triggering the fissure. A tremendous crack split the black, opening in the exact spot where they'd exited the umbral depths. She hated returning to the depths so soon, bracing herself as she guided the vessel into the fissure. Even Thalos grew quiet, paling as he stared up at the scry screen. "Send runners through the ship," Voria ordered. "Tell them we're going dark." She guided the ship through the fissure and into utter blackness. Only the edges of the fissure glowed, lighting their path briefly. Then it closed and extinguished the only light anywhere. "Yes, Major," Thalos snapped, the words clipped. He wore his anger like armor, but she could see the fear underneath. He brushed a lock of blonde hair from his shoulder, eyeing her haughtily as he departed the battle bridge. Voria turned her attention back to the scry screen. Before them lay total blackness, a sea of infinite silence. The sea was not empty, and she had no wish to meet whatever dwelled there. Voria tapped air, then fire. Finally she added void, setting their course. The hunter responded, accelerating into the black. She tapped a flurry of sigils, touching systems throughout the ship. All around her, lights dimmed as the ship powered down all non-essential systems. Only life support was exempted, and that required the barest amount of life magic. Their void shielding would, in theory, prevent the creatures of the depths from detecting them. Assuming she'd set the correct course, and she was positive she had, they'd arrive at their destination in 2 days' time. 2 days in the black, drifting silently through the umbral depths, praying to avoid the notice of whatever dwelt there. Chapter 14. Mark 5. Nara had been running in darkness for a long time, panting as she stared over her shoulder. Something chased her, but she had yet to catch a glimpse of it. Occasionally laughter echoed through the darkness, high and cruel, a scornful, mocking laugh. Her laugh. "Get your worthless crockfodder asses out of the bunks, and onto your feet!" The voice boomed from somewhere outside the dream, shattering it. Nara blinked awake, stumbling to her feet as quickly as she could. She battled exhaustion, positive it couldn't have been more than 2 hours since she'd collapsed into her bunk. Borde had tried to go easy on her, but spell rifles were not her strong suit. She wasn't the only one scrambling. Aaron had settled into the bunk next to hers, and made it to his feet only a hair's breadth after her. Sergeant Cruz loomed over them, still wearing the implacable silver armor. He aimed his spell cannon in their direction. "Yesterday was playtime. Today we find out what you're made of. Beginning today, you two are, so far as I'm concerned, best friends. You eat together, you sleep together, you pick each other up when the other falls down." A wild look crept into his eyes, and he stalked closer, his armored feet booming against the deck. He leaned over them, frowning in disapproval. "Now I know your wipes. I know you ain't got shit for skills. But you ain't zeros. You're tech mages. We just gotta teach you how to act like it. That starts with firing a spell rifle, which I'm told both of you did yesterday. Flower Boy here ranked pretty good, but you?" Cruz's shadow fell over Nara. "You did abysmally." Inexplicable fury surged through her, so powerful her mouth moved before she could stop it. "Perhaps if you gave me a real teacher who actually instructed instead of staring down my shirt, I'd have—" "Private!" Cruz boomed, overwhelming her pitiful words. "Are you telling me the fault lies with the instructor?" Nara considered that for a second, glancing at Borde a few bunks over. Borde had done his best, and it hadn't really been his fault she wasn't good with a rifle. The olive-faced man shot her a timid smile, still wiping sleep from his eyes. He'd instinctively picked up a rifle when he leapt from the bunk. She was shocked to find her spell pistol in her hand as well. "No," she said, shaking her head. "It isn't Borde's fault. I'm just not good at it. I don't know why." "I do," Aaron muttered under his breath. There was an edge to the comment, and Nara knew it pointed at their mutual history. "Then speak up," she snapped, glaring up at him. "I'm already tired of the snide comments and the eye rolls. I don't know what went down between us. I know you see her, whoever she was, when you look at me. I'm not her. I don't remember anything. If you know something, then tell me instead of lording it—" Cruz shot out both armored hands, faster than Nara would have believed possible. The gauntlet seized her throat, yanking her into the air. Aaron struggled beside her, beating at Cruz's other arm in an attempt to free himself. Cruz dragged them both up to his face, his crazy eyes shifting back and forth between them. "Were you under the impression anyone cares what either of you think? I'm sorry, genuinely sorry. That's my fault. Let me make this clear, like I should have originally. You're going to be dead soon, and you'll probably die bad, real bad." Cruz relaxed the pressure on her throat, but didn't set her down. "Your lives, all our lives, are bought and paid for. It's my job to make sure the Confederacy gets their money's worth."
He set them down. "Whatever squabble you have, it's dead now. Debris in the void. Like I said, your best friends. Is that clear?" The last word was deafening.
"Yes,"
Aaron muttered, rather sullenly in Nara's estimation.
"Yes,"
she muttered, with much more dignity. "Good! Yesterday you did a test firing. Easy shit. Today you're going to do something much more difficult." A maniacal grin joined Cruz's wild eyes. "Today you're going to get checked out in spell armor. You're void mages, and that means gravity magic. You're going to learn to fly."
"To what now?" Nara asked, blinking. "I can barely make the rifle work. What makes you think I'm qualified to make armor fly through space? You're going to lose me, and an expensive suit of—"
"Move!" Cruz roared, pointing at the barracks door. He dropped them both. "Now, you want me to treat her like a best friend?"
"Okay," Aaron interrupted, rubbing his throat. He moved to stand protectively in front of Nara, and while she didn't need protection, it did raise her opinion of the man. Slightly.
"I know you're desperate for mages, but you people aren't stupid. Put her somewhere she'll excel and live. Nara is a true mage. I've seen her cast spells.
She isn't just some tech mage. She's had training, a lot of it."
"I don't care if she's Shire's bloody guardian,"
Cruz growled, eyes narrowing. His ire was all focused on Aaron now.
"Listen, I get it, Wape. You're angry. You're thinking life's unfair, and oh boy, are you not wrong about that. You're in the Confederate Marines, and it don't get any less fair than that. Get used to it. If you protest again, I'll throw your ass in the brig. After I beat you so bloody you won't be able to make it there under your own power. Am I clear?"
"Aaron, let's go," Nara offered, touching his arm. He gave a start, fear flitting across his features before being quickly swallowed by his ever-present mask. She withdrew her hand as if it burned. What had she done to him to provoke that kind of reaction?
"Move!"
Cruz boomed. Nara ran. Aaron fell into step next to her, and they sprinted out of the barracks. Cruz led them to the suits of spell armor on the far side of the hangar, where they'd first met Kez and Board. The rest of the squad followed, shooting amused glances as she and Aaron ran.
"Help them get suited up,"
Cruz ordered, waving his cannon at Board. Board moved to his slender silver suit, beckoning to Nara. "Come take a look. I'll explain the basic features. It isn't as complicated as it looks. This is the Mark V. It's old, but reliable." Nara slowed, feeling slightly winded by the time she reached the armor. She paused next to it, and walked in a single revolution around the armor. It stood 2 meters tall, an androgynous suit of silver armor with no obvious weaponry. The armor rotated about 1/2 meter above the ground, bobbing slowly in some sort of unseen field. She could sense the power within, and the power that generated the field keeping it aloft. The armor called out to that part of her that was Zal, its latent magic resonating with the void magic within her. She touched the metal, surprised to find it warm to the touch.
"What is it made of?"
"Mostly feather steel," Board explained, moving to the rear of the armor. "They're produced by the Innerans, but we usually refer to them as the Consortium. The Mark V armor is designed for speed and stealth. In a perfect world, you'd be scouts." "And in an imperfect world?" she asked, positive she didn't want to know the answer. She peered curiously at the trio of clear canisters mounted on the small of the back. "What are these?" "One question at a time," Board laughed. It came easily and relaxed Nara. A hair, at least. He reminded her of someone, though of course Nara could no longer remember who. A brother, perhaps? "In an imperfect world, you'll be fighting on the line, alongside heavies like Kez and the Sergeant." "I don't know. I kind of like the sound of having Cruz near us. I bet his face is enough to make whoever these crocs are run." Nara avoided looking at the wall of a man currently staring balefully at Aaron. As she watched, Aaron raised a hand and delicately sketched a sigil on the chest of the armor. The suit rippled, going translucent. "What did he do?" Aaron stepped into the armor, and his body disappeared. The armor solidified. Board gave a low whistle. "Looks like your buddy there is already a pilot. He's just your buddy, right? Or a brother, maybe?
I don't know what we were, Nara said absently. Thinking about Aaron only raised more irritating questions. She straightened, then turned back to Board.
You were going to tell me what those canisters are. Ah, yeah. Those are potion loaders, Board explained. They administer potions directly to the pilot. Your suit comes with 3, though the Sarge here has a custom job with a full 5 slots. His nervousness faded as he talked, and he lit up as he examined the armor. If we had any supplies, you'd be loaded with at least 1 healing potion. The other 2 would be situational. If we were invading a lava world, we might have a potion of flame skin to protect you from the heat.
We don't have any supplies? Nara asked tentatively.
Well, we don't have much of anything, Board explained. Potions are rare, and most times we have to fight without 'em. He shrugged. It means I have to work a little harder.
Why you? Nara asked, moving to stand before the armor. There was no obvious place to trace a sigil, but Aaron had done it over the suit's chest.
I've got life magic. Picked it up from Shia herself when I was a fresh-faced Marine, like 6 months ago.
Board moved to stand next to Nara and gently rested his very sweaty palm on her arm. His hand became luminescent, glowing a soft golden white.
I can heal most minor wounds and treat severe ones, so it's kind of my job to put my hands on you.
Board gave her a lopsided grin that aimed for roguish but landed right on top of dork. Nara shook her head sadly. You're really bad at this whole picking up women thing.
But I'm frighteningly persistent,
Board said. The glow was fading, and he grinned at her.
We better get you suited up before the Sarge gives us grief. What you need to do is...
Nara sketched the sigil for Void before the chest. She didn't know how she knew the sigil, but it came easily, and power flowed into the air with an audible hum. The armor vibrated, then went translucent as Aaron's had.
I just step inside?
She asked, looking over her shoulder as she backed toward the armor.
Wow, you are a fast learner,
Board said, giving another low whistle. The armor tingled as she entered it, lifting her into place, then solidifying around her. It fit her like a second skin, conforming to her entire body. The faceplate flared to life, displaying a paper doll representation of the armor in the lower right corner. Next to it sat 3 red cylinders that she guessed corresponded to the potion loaders Board had shown her. The armor's interior smelled of sweat, and the material made her skin itch. She didn't enjoy the feeling, but being in the armor was still exciting. She liked the idea of flying. Even while she was terrified, she'd be bad at it.
Now what?
She asked, grinning. Excitement tingled through her.
Now, Cruz boomed, clomping over to her, you whelps and I are gonna go for a little spacewalk. Stick close and don't do anything stupid.
Wait, Aaron called, turning his armor to face Cruz. Aren't we in the umbral depths?
So?
Cruz asked, staring Aaron down as he clamped a helmet over his face. The stylized skull was somehow less intimidating than the man's stark scowls.
What does he mean? What are the umbral depths?
Nara demanded. The words filled her with clawing terror, though there was nothing tangible she could latch onto. She didn't know what the depths were, but she knew she was right to be afraid. Chapter 15. The Umbral Depths. Aaron tensed, his entire body reacting to the words umbral depths. Even with no specific memory, they evoked dread, so he focused on what he could control. Like the Spellblade, his spell armor was maddeningly familiar. He knew how it worked, knew how to guide it through a tight turn, and how to avoid enemy fire. He also knew, somehow, that doing any of that in the umbral depths would be like lighting a massive flare for anything that lived here. That terrified him. Not just the knowledge, but the lack of context. How did he know these things, and what else did he know? Did he have the skills to deal with whatever they encountered out there? Could he trust Nara, or even Cruz? Once again, he had nothing but questions. It was getting old. Fast.
Let's move. Board, Kez, wait here. I'll hop on the comm if we need anything.
Cruz rumbled, walking his armor toward a blue-green membrane that was all that separated them from space. Aaron gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to punch Cruz in the back of his armored head. He willed the armor to follow, and it drifted gracefully in Cruz's wake. His breath was loud in his ears, accompanied by the soft hiss of the environmental regulator. Nara fell into place next to him, matching his pace. She'd had no trouble donning her armor and guided it with precision, certainly more than she'd known with a rifle. They stopped right inside the membrane, inky blackness lurking beyond. "Why are they staying here?" Nara asked, crowding closely behind the sergeant. Her suit turned to face Board and Kez, though Aaron couldn't see her face through the faceplate.
"Because they can't fly. That requires void magic or fire magic. Air magic will work if we're in an atmosphere,"
Cruz said. He stepped through the membrane and into the blackness beyond.
"If they fall off the ship, they'll tumble endlessly through the depths. Since you two wipes have gravity magic, you've at least got a chance to make it back. Besides, they've already got experience. You two are greener than the slop they feed us. Now, let's get moving."
Cruz leapt through the membrane, his warped form moving to stand outside the ship. After a moment, his voice crackled from a pair of speakers near Aaron's ears.
"We'll use the comm to communicate, but keep the chatter to a minimum."
"You'll be fine out there. There's nothing to be afraid of,"
Boyd said, smiling encouragingly. Then he seemed to doubt his own words, and his face fell. He turned to Kez.
"Wait, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? I mean, I've never seen the Sarge take a spacewalk, not in the umbral depths."
"They'll be just fine," Kez said, waving at them with an utter lack of concern. "There are wards in place that obscure the ship's magical signature from the things that live out here." "Why is he taking us out there?" Aaron asked, the more paranoid part of him wondering if Cruz might want to arrange some sort of accident.
"I don't know, but I'd follow him," Board cautioned, "and quickly. Sarge isn't patient."
"Yeah, I gathered that," Aaron said. He guided the armor through the membrane and out of the ship. Nara followed a moment later, and the pair stood facing the ship's long, sloped deck. It stretched into the black, disappearing into the darkness. There were no stars, no nebulas, nothing but impenetrable black all around them. Cruz's voice came from the speakers.
"Follow me. Keep your eyes sharp, and don't leave the deck. If you get higher than 3 meters, you'll be outside the Hunter's protective wards."
Aaron felt something hot and violent, an unfamiliar magical energy stir in Cruz. The thruster on the back of Cruz's armor fired, and he drifted slowly along the deck, cutting a path into the darkness. Aaron willed his armor to follow, and it obeyed. It took almost no power, barely touching his reserves as he trailed in Cruz's wake.
"Sergeant,"
Nara's hesitant voice came from the speakers.
"Why did you bring us out here?"
"Because," Cruz rumbled back, "we've got too many jobs and not enough hands to do them. You wipes need to learn to use that armor, and I ain't got time for funsy drills. We're going to the aft spell cannon. There's a blockage lodged in the barrel, a blockage that showed up after we entered the depths. You two are going to help me remove that blockage."
"How?" Aaron hopped over the angled joint where two of the ship's armored plates met. He forced his spell armor to remain close to the hull, glancing up uneasily. He couldn't see anything, but there were things lurking in that darkness. He was certain of it.
"With the God's damned spell rifles you've been training on," Cruz snapped. "Aaron, I'm going to ask you this right now. It's only me, you, and your best friend, Nara. This is a safe place, so you can be honest. Are you slow? Head injury, maybe? Because that was the most obvious damned question I've ever heard."
"Really? That's the most obvious question? You realize that we aren't carrying rifles, right? How do we fire a weapon we don't have?" Aaron snapped, following Cruz toward a truly massive cannon. The dark metal barrel ran along the bottom of the ship, then disappeared into the body of the vessel. The sergeant didn't reply. It was a good thing Aaron didn't have a rifle, because he knew exactly who he'd use it on right now. Long moments passed as they followed the sergeant across the hull. Aaron tried to ignore the smothering blackness above. His breath was loud in his ears, and he couldn't shake the sense that something could creep up behind him and he'd never hear it. Nara finally broke the silence. "Sir, are you sure it's safe out here? I don't think we're alone."
"Of course it ain't safe. You're not a union worker. You are a depths-damned tech mage. No part of your job is safe," Cruz scolded. "Besides, we don't have much choice. Something is blocking the barrel, and if we can't fire the cannon, we're defenseless."
"We couldn't wait to fix this until we exited the depths?" Aaron asked, unable to resist staring up at the blackness.
"If we had the manpower, maybe,"
Cruz said. He crawled over the lip of the barrel, disappearing inside.
"We've only got a handful of tech mages, and all of us are pulling triple duty. By the time we get to where we're going, I need to have you two wipes ready for combat. We won't have time for recess, like we're doing now."
Aaron kept his thoughts about recess to himself, climbing over the lip and into the barrel. It stretched before him, the other side so high above it disappeared into darkness. "How do we clear this without weapons?" Nara asked, echoing Aaron's earlier question. "You've got that cannon, but we only have our hands."
"I can't get my brain around how little you wipes know. You've never heard of a void pocket?"
Cruz asked, as if it were the single most basic question that had ever been asked of anyone. This despite the fact that he knew they'd been recently wiped and had no chance of knowing what the hells he was talking about.
"The weapons are stored in a sort of pocket dimension," Cruz continued. "You should be able to feel it. Above your face and to the right."
Aaron stretched out an armored hand, probing. Much to his surprise, he found a cubby, only a foot wide and 4 feet tall. It existed alongside normal space, invisible to the naked eye. Thinking about it made the cubby go opaque, obscuring the space behind it. Within that pocket lay a gleaming rifle, the same kind they'd trained with the previous day. Aaron picked it up, feeling it connect instantly with the armor. The armor bonded him to the rifle, allowing him to channel spells through it just like he would through his spell blade. A moment later, a rifle appeared in Nara's hand as well. "You're a quick study." "Thank you," Nara replied, sounding a little surprised.
"Neither of you has ever, in the history of anything, been described as quick. At anything. Now listen up, wipes. We're going to march down this barrel. I'm going to move up the center. You two stick to the shadows and don't do shit unless I tell you to."
"Sir, what kind of debris are we clearing?" Aaron asked. The advance the sergeant had ordered sounded more like a tactical advance, with him as bait.
"Who said anything about debris? I said we're out here to clear a blockage."
He advanced into the darkness, the light of his thrusters creating a halo around him. Aaron fell back, moving slightly to the right. Nara circled around to the left, raising her rifle awkwardly to her shoulder. "Not yet," Aaron explained quietly. "Keep your arm relaxed until you need it, or your muscles will tense up." He demonstrated how his own rifle was held loosely in his armored hand. Nara mimicked the gesture, then gave a thumbs up. Cruz increased his thrust, widening the pool of light around him. He zoomed along the inside of the barrel, illustrating how large the battleship must be. Aaron's original guess of 400 meters seemed fairly accurate. The weapon could house a small city block inside the barrel alone.
"Contact!"
Cruz barked, as shapes descended from the darkness. Bat-like creatures dove at the sergeant.
"Pick them off as they come at me!"
The creatures moved too quickly to get a proper look, but Aaron had the impression of a long tail and sharp curved horns. Cruz raised his rifle, unloading on the first creature that dared to close. Its charred form was blasted backward and spun away, untethered by gravity. Aaron snapped his rifle to his shoulder, sighting at the next bat thing. He saw a face and stroked the trigger. The rifle wrenched power from his chest, flinging a nearly invisible bolt of dark energy at the bat. The creature took the bolt in the face, and half of its skull disintegrated. Its body slammed into the barrel, spattering Cruz's armor with black ichor. One of the creatures curled a tail around Cruz's rifle, attempting to yank it loose. Cruz laughed, then yanked the creature toward him, seizing its skull with one armored hand. He crushed it, and more ichor spattered his armor.
"Bad move,"
Aaron sighted, then took down another bat thing. Beside him, Nara had her rifle raised. She still hadn't fired. "They're moving too quickly," she protested. The rifle barrel moved as she sought a target. "Switch to your sidearm, then," Aaron suggested, lining up a kill shot on a third bat. He guessed there were a dozen total, but the sergeant's wild cannon shots were thinning that number. "You sacrifice a little range, but as someone who's been on the receiving end of you with a spell pistol, I think it will be a lot more effective." Nara flung the rifle back into the void pocket, replacing it with a much smaller spell pistol. It was larger than the one she'd used to subdue him back on Zal, but her armor compensated for the size difference. She cradled the weapon in both hands, seeking a target. A ring of purplish sigils appeared around the end of the barrel, and the weapon brightened as Nara discharged her spell. Aaron didn't recognize the magic, though it was similar to the spell she'd used on the slaves. The bright purple bolt shot into the sergeant's armor, and a wave of blinding light pulsed outward. Aaron's faceplate protected him, but he imagined the bats were probably blinded, assuming they even had eyes. When the light faded, Aaron understood the true purpose of the spell. 4 identical versions of crews now stood in a rough quartet. The confused bats retreated, circling as they attempted to settle on a target. One finally dove, face contorting in a silent screech as it passed harmlessly through the illusion of crews. The creature slammed into the deck, trying to hop back to its feet. The real Cruz stepped forward, ending the bat with a burst from his cannon. Aaron raised his rifle again and picked off another bat, then another. After several more shots, there was no more movement in the darkness.
"Maybe you wipes aren't a complete waste." Cruz slung his cannon over his shoulder as he guided his armor into the air. "Let's get back inside."
"Sergeant?" Aaron asked, thinking if there was ever a time to get away with a question, it was now. His anger had faded, giving way to curiosity.
"Yeah,"
Cruz rumbled. "How did you know the bats were here?" he asked. "It made sense to clear them, and I get why you brought Nara and me. We need the experience. What I don't get is how you knew they were out there."
"I've got fire magic wipe,"
Cruz explained, though much of the heat had gone from his voice.
"That's more than just burning things. The Major has been teaching me flame reading. Divination lets me see zeros and stains before they become a problem. Now get your ass back inside. We've got more work to do."
Chapter 16. Not My War. Aaron collapsed onto the bunk, his cheek resting against the coarse sheet. He groaned, partly at the pain his landing had caused, and partly in relief because he wasn't expected to move any longer. Killing the bats had been merely a morning warm-up. They'd gone through a full battery of physical training, taken a break for lunch, then spent the afternoon back in the spell armor. Cruz had forced them to use every bit of their spell power, until neither could conjure even a single void bolt.
"I have never been this tired,"
Nara muttered, crashing onto the bunk next to his. Aaron glanced over at her, struck once again by those eyes. It was already growing more difficult to remind himself that this woman had repeatedly screwed him. Part of him wondered if that woman even existed anymore. Maybe he should give this new Nara a chance. "Tomorrow will be worse," Bord said, dropping onto the bunk next to Nara's. "You both did well, though. Cruz yelled less than I expected." Aaron pulled himself into a sitting position, resting his back against the wall. His arms shook, after effects of the mixture of free weights and endless push-ups. He had the sense that Bord assumed he was a romantic rival for Nara, but beyond being standoffish, the shorter man hadn't said much to him. "He's not lying about tomorrow." Kez walked up, kicking Aaron's leg out of the way and sitting next to him on his cot. She swirled a thin mug of a dark liquid in it. "This is the last of the beer. Figured after today, the both of you'd earned a sip." She offered the mug to Aaron, and he accepted it. The beer was bitter, but the spreading warmth was worth it. Aaron passed the mug to Nara, who took it with a nod. She brushed a lock of hair from her cheek, exposing her freckles, and took a mouthful of beer. Her nose crinkled in distaste as she swallowed.
"Cruz can't possibly come up with anything worse than today," Aaron muttered. "Please tell me he can't."
If he can, please kill me now, Nora mumbled, planting her face in her thin pillow.
Tomorrow, he'll give you individual assignments, Bort explained. I have a feeling Aaron's going to be picked to go to the commissary.
That doesn't sound bad, Aaron said, watching Bort suspiciously. Especially not after PT. What's the catch?
Catch is you need to go through the Marines to reach the commissary, Kez said, laughing. They're not overly fond of us, and they look for any opportunity to show it. Making a run for supplies is a sure way to get an ass-kicking. It's just the state of things.
Why do the Marines hate us? Nora asked, sitting up.
Because we get fancy spell armor and spell rifles and potions, but mostly because the captain is an ass.
Kez finished her beer and set the cup on the floor under Aaron's bunk.
Thalas sees these people as fodder. They're just numbers, and they know that. Tech mages are strategic assets, which means to Thalas we're worth more. The Marines assume that all tech mages are like that fucker.
I can't really blame them for that, Aaron allowed.
He was already fairly certain who was going to get picked to go on this little milk run.
Yeah, especially if you'd been at Stan, Bort said, staring down at his lap. We lost 9 and 10 Marines, and about half the tech mages bought it. He looked up quickly, then back down again. There were a lot of gaps. The Major called for volunteers to become tech mages. She sent 24 of us into the light. Those of us who survived made it out with some sort of magic. We rushed straight into battle against the Crocs, and they tore most of us apart. Kez and I were lucky enough to survive.
And it was luck,
Kez said, her pretty mouth turning down into a frown. She brushed golden hair from her face, eyeing Aaron soberly. Watched the fellow next to me get torn apart by a Croc's enforcer. Then I watched the man's corpse get back up and start killing his own friends. They broke us. If the Major hadn't pulled out some incredible casting, we'd all have died. As it was, we barely escaped. We haven't been a full unit since. Those of us who survived know our survival is temporary. You've already met a lot of us. Cruz, me, Bord, and Captain Titus. 4 tech mages in a company that's supposed to have 12 to 20. The next time we fight the Crocs, we're all going to die. There just aren't enough of us to win.
So why are we fighting, then?
Nora's eyes went wide, and she looked ready to bolt. Is there any chance we can sneak away?
I don't want to die, especially not pointlessly. Sorry. You're stuck with us. There's no way out.
Bord laughed, as if she'd made a joke. Nora's expression said she hadn't.
I don't know where the Major is taking us, but she probably won't let any of us off the ship. She'll do whatever she needs to do. Then she'll take us back into the depths. When we emerge again, it will probably be in whatever system the Crocs are invading. Then the fighting starts.
Aaron wasn't sure how to reply. There didn't seem to be a way to escape, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep looking. He caught Nora's gaze and found understanding there. If the opportunity came, he was fairly certain she'd work with him to get away. He didn't even know what a Crocs was. They damned well were not going to die in someone else's war. Not if they could find a way out. Chapter 17. Side Quest.
Get out of bed, wipe!
Cruz roared, his voice yanking Aaron to his feet. Aaron did, faster this time, snapping to attention at the foot of his bunk. Cruz clasped armored hands behind his back, staring at Aaron with distaste.
I've got a little chore for you, wipe. Rumor is we're going to see action soon, and I need to make sure we're ready. I need you to go to the commissary and retrieve any potions they have, especially healing potions. Can you handle that, wipe?
Aaron blinked rapidly, shaking off sleep. The rest of the company were still in their bunks.
Sir, yes, sir.
He hated the way the words came out, hated that he sounded like the other soldiers. It was so easy to go along with what they wanted, and he knew part of the training was keeping him exhausted enough to do things until they became habit.
Good. The commissary is on the aft side of the ship. Get moving. No breakfast until you come back with potions.
Cruz leaned in closer.
No potions? No breakfast for the entire unit. Move, wipe. Nobody eats until you get back."
The sergeant shoved a piece of pink paper into Aaron's hand. Aaron tugged on his boots, lacing them as quickly as he could. Cruz loomed, watching as Aaron hastily readied himself. Finally, Aaron stood and left the barracks. Cruz hadn't told him exactly where to go, but he knew the commissary was on the opposite side of the firing range. He started in that direction, noting the several platoons of troops drilling between him and the small white building. He circled wide around the closest group, watching warily as they trotted by. He avoided eye contact, letting the Marines pass before quickly crossing the area they'd vacated. Aaron hurried around a hover tank, right into a squad working on repairing it. They fanned out to block his path, one of them thumping a wrench into his fist. A couple others held tall brown cans of something he guessed was alcoholic. Aaron identified the leader immediately, a tall, blond man with thick shoulders and arms. The others were unconsciously mirroring the man's body language, watching him for cues on how they should react to Aaron's arrival. The blond man folded his arms, staring hard at Aaron.
"You're out of bounds, Techie. You're not supposed to be here. I'm afraid we're going to have to file a report."
"I'm just heading to the commissary," Aaron protested, nodding at the building. "It's right over there. Why don't I get out of your hair and you can go back to drinking beer around a tank? I mean, I'd hate for you to have to do paperwork on my account."
"Are you making fun of us, Techie? Because it sounds like you are."
The blonde didn't seem amused, and neither did his friends. "You know what? We got off on the wrong foot. How about you let me... You aren't going to let me by, are you?" Aaron's few hours of sleep had done little to deal with the fatigue, and his stomach rumbled noisily, a reminder that he wasn't the only hungry one. His shoulders slumped. "Fine. If you're going to kick my ass, just get it over with."
"Fair enough."
The blond guy threw a punch at Aaron, but he instinctively deflected the larger man's fist, countering with a punch of his own. The blow caught the blonde in the nose, shattering it in a spray of blood. Aaron stared down at his fist in horror, inwardly cursing his lingering instincts. If he'd just taken the beating, it might not have been bad, but now that he'd embarrassed their leader, this was going to be ugly. Sure enough, the Marines leapt forward with a collective roar, and Aaron went down under a storm of blows. Pain exploded through his vision as a punch caught his temple. A steel-booted toe slammed into his ribs, cracking something. Every subsequent breath ached more than the last, and still the blows continued to fall. Aaron tried to roll away, but another boot kicked him right back into the other attacks. His lips split, spraying blood across the deck.
"Enough!"
the blond man finally called, cradling his nose. Blood trickled between his fingers.
"If you keep that up, we really will have to file a report. Techie here is sorry for crossing into the part of the ship reserved for Marines. Aren't you, Techie?"
"Oh, yeah," Aaron groaned, holding his ribs. Blood trickled down his chin, onto the deck. "Terrible decision. Won't happen again."
"Let him up,"
the blonde snapped.
"We've got a hover tank to fix."
Then he leaned down to crouch next to Aaron.
"And it's a terrible decision, sir. I'm a captain. Just because you're a mage doesn't mean you get to ignore that."
The captain reached up with one hand and with a sharp crack snapped his own nose back into place. A fresh trickle of blood flowed from one nostril. He held Aaron's gaze as he did it, then stood up and walked back to the tank. Hardcore. Aaron didn't question his good luck, stumbling to his feet and away from the Marines. A rib on his right side hurt like it had been cracked, and his chest and gut were likely a mass of bruises. Fortunately, the Marines had restrained themselves, and he didn't think he'd suffered any permanent harm. By the time he reached the commissary, he'd composed himself, though there was no disguising the growing black eye. A wizened old man with tiny spectacles peered out at him from behind a high counter, frowning.
"The infirmary is a level down,"
he said, turning away dismissively. Aaron fished a pink paper from his pocket, sliding it across the counter. "I'm Private Aaron from the Tech Marine Company. Sergeant Cruz asked me to requisition this list. The old fellow turned a baleful eye on the paper, finally picking it up with a sigh. He rapidly scanned the contents, then stared at Aaron suspiciously. Is this some sort of prank? 6 healing potions? A potion of energy resistance? Another for invisibility? We have none of this. Oh. Aaron blinked and rubbed at his side. Well, is there anything on the list you do have? The old man scanned the list again. I suppose I could part with 2 potions of lesser image. Aaron wasn't sure what those did, but he gratefully accepted the 2 pink vials the old man withdrew from under the counter. Each cylindrical vial was perfectly sized to be slotted into a set of spell armor. Thank you. Aaron trailed off, realizing he didn't know the man's name. The man ignored him. Realizing he'd been dismissed, Aaron limped back toward the Tech Mage barracks. This time, he took a longer route, circling the edge of the hangar. It added time, but it didn't add bruises, and that made it worth it. By the time he arrived, Sergeant Cruz was standing outside the hangar, armored hands planted on hips. He glared down at Aaron. Took you long enough? The rest of the squad is hungry. Pity you used up the time they had for breakfast. You've got 60 seconds to get inside and get some slop. Then it's back to work. That is, assuming you came back with potions. Aaron handed across the 2 pink vials, and was about to plunge past the sergeant when the wall of a man raised an arm to block him. Did you run into any trouble? You look like you had a fall, maybe. No, sir, no trouble. Aaron shook his head. The run went as smooth as silk, sir. May I be dismissed to get breakfast? Go. Cruz eyed him thoughtfully as Aaron entered the mess, and Aaron thought he might have seen a glimmer of respect there. Chapter 18. Drifter Rock. Voria buckled on the belt she'd been awarded by the Academy, then after a moment's thought, hooked her tome over it as well. Tomes were rarely worn outside formal events, but it would be helpful to remind the drifters who and what she was. She'd discouraged Thalys from calling them pikeys, the pejorative term thrown around back on the capital. It was synonymous with thieves and unfairly leveled at all drifters. The drifters were nomadic, and it was true that they often solved legal problems by slipping away. But Voria had come to know more than a few, and they had their own rough-spun honor, as much as or more than a blowhard like Thalys. She was counting on that today, but that required she look the part. Voria strode from her quarters, tracing a path toward the battle bridge. She passed no one, not even the ever-present support staff needed to keep a battleship flying. The battalion had shrunk to less than a full company, really. So few she couldn't even staff guards. Not that guards would matter here, at the heart of the ship. Captain Thalys, have Private Aaron sent to Docking Bay 3, Voria ordered as she strode onto the bridge. Cruz blinked down at her in surprise, but said nothing. Instead, he busied himself with his matrix, probably sensing the conflict he was about to witness. Thalys eyed her askance from across the room, raising a delicate eyebrow. And may I ask— No, you may not, Voria snapped, tired of his antics. Follow orders, Captain. Of course, Major, Thalys said, the words thick with frost. Sergeant Cruz, you are relieved. Find Private Aaron and have him report to Docking Bay 3. Yes, sir, Cruz rumbled, avoiding eye contact with either of them as he slipped from the bridge. Voria found it curious that a man who inspired such terror in his company was so squeamish about disagreements between superiors. Now that we are alone, may I have your permission to speak frankly? Thalys stepped from the matrix, nimbly avoiding the spinning rings. Granted. Voria disliked Thalys, and she didn't have time to deal with him, but if she allowed him no latitude, the man would eventually mutiny. In a few moments, we will exit the umbral depths. Instead of arriving at Mayrid, we'll be meeting with drifters. Thalys closed his eyes for a moment, then took a deep breath. You are, for reasons you are unwilling to explain, taking with you a fresh recruit of no special note, save that he's new enough to the Marines to still be a flight risk. Major, were you in my shoes, you know what you'd do. We do not like each other, but we both serve the Confederacy. Please help me understand your actions."
"Very well,"
Voria said. She deftly stepped inside the command matrix, tapping sigils as she assumed control of the vessel. "I believe Aaron is a war mage. Not just any war mage, either. A seasoned war mage. I'd bet my life on it. He's seen a good deal of ship-to-ship combat. If that's the case, I understand that he'd make a formidable weapon. But does that make him worthy of your trust? What's the point in bringing him with you?" The sourness had left Thalas's face, but his tone still bore the same arrogance. "The point," Voria said, slowly bringing systems back online, "is that Aaron could be a tremendous asset. He might even make a skilled officer, and we're desperately short of those. We're about to enter the most brutal combat theater in the war to date. We need every asset. It's possible Aaron could betray me, and he might even try to run, but I doubt he'll do either. If nothing else, he's a highly tactical thinker. There's no way for him to escape, not with a Confederate battleship parked right outside, and it is absolutely worth the risk. We need to recruit him, Captain." "Recruit him?" Thalas scoffed. "What are you going on about? He's already a Marine." "He's been conscripted," Voria shot back. "It isn't the same thing. How can you not see that? The man has no loyalty to us. He doesn't understand the fight or why he might be important to it. I intend to show him those things because I need his loyalty." She left out the part about having seen Aaron's face in the augury. That would raise a number of uncomfortable questions, distractions she couldn't afford right now. Voria triggered the final sigil and engaged the ship's spell drive. Energy manifested as a tiny, glowing crack, blossomed in the space outside the ship. The crack spread, growing larger even as a cluster of smaller cracks radiated around it. The fissure cast its hellish glow, bringing light to the umbral depths. Anything capable of sight would see the fissure from a vast distance, so Voria wasted no time. She guided the worm hunter through the fissure and back into reality. The fissure snapped shut in their wake, easing her tension. "I still think this is a mistake, but you are in command," Thalas allowed, though grudgingly. "What do you wish me to do while you're off the ship?" "Have Cruz send a missive to the Admiralty," Voria instructed. "See if we can get the most recent combat footage from Mayrid. That's our next destination." She guided the hunter into the system, toward the station orbiting the fourth world. From a distance, it resembled the cloud of space debris left in the wake of any space battle, but as they grew closer, the debris resolved into ships. Most were tiny, shuttle-class or even fighter-class. Their hulls were scored and discolored, often with several different colors separated by weld marks. None looked space-worthy, though Voria strongly suspected that was by design. At the center of the cloud lay a massive asteroid, a sliver of a moon that had likely once orbited this world. The ships congregated around it, drifting in and out as they smuggled whatever illicit cargo they could get their hands on. It really was an unsavory place. The type a Cheyenne noble like Thalas had been bred to despise. Voria's own family would be appalled. Well, her father's side at least. But in her years of service, she'd learned to be pragmatic. Drifters saw things other races did not, and while their brews were often questionable, they also conveyed powerful magic effects. She slipped from the rings, then departed from the bridge. It was a long walk to the docking bay, and the closer she came, the more people she saw. All stopped to salute her as she passed. Voria returned those salutes crisply, whether given to a private or an officer. She couldn't learn all their names, but she could treat every Marine with honor. Finally, she reached the docking bay. Aaron was already there, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. Cruz had probably told him to run. Voria smiled. Chapter 19. Beer. Aaron straightened as Major Voria approached. He snapped instinctively to attention. How much of that was recent training? Or had he been military before? So many questions. The last time he'd seen the Major, she'd been in a simple uniform, but now she'd added her parade dress. Her jacket was Cheyenne silk, and the belt a dark, supple leather. The tome hanging from that belt looked expensive, and likely contained a variety of powerful spells. The staff cradled in her hand was even more impressive. Magical power rolled off it in waves, whirls and eddies of golden energy. That energy emanated from 3 teardrop-shaped gems rotating slowly around the tip. The haft was forged from black metal, and a golden cap weighed the bottom, perfect for smashing an opponent's bones. The weapon allowed self-defense, in addition to whatever magical abilities it conferred. "At ease, Private," Voria said, eyeing him critically. She moved to stand in front of him, the light catching those striking eyes. She was older than him, though he couldn't say by how much. Nara had said the Cheyennes didn't age normally. He wished he'd had more time to ask her about that. "For the duration of this excursion, you may call me Voria, and you may address me as an equal. When we return, that latitude vanishes. Are we clear?"
"If you want me to treat you like an equal, that means I'm not going to be kissing your boots," Aaron replied. He waited a moment to see if she'd react. She said nothing. "Can I ask why we're here? Or where here is, exactly?"
"I'll explain as we walk. We have a great deal of work to do," the Major explained, sketching a sigil in the air before the green membrane that sealed the airlock. It winked out of existence, showing a dim metal hallway leading into some sort of station. "This way. We're aboard Drifter Rock, one of the largest concentrations of drifters in the sector."
"Drifters? Like Kez?"
Aaron asked, puzzled. "Yes, just like Corporal Kezia. She does what she can to hide her accent, but she's definitely a drifter. They're cousins to the Cheyennes, and worship the same goddess, though most Cheyennes don't like to admit it. You won't fully understand why until we meet them," Voria said, hurrying up the hallway. Aaron followed until the hallway dumped them into a rocky cavern. "We're inside a hollowed-out asteroid, or maybe the remains of a moon. The rock is crisscrossed with tunnels that the drifters can use to hide and ultimately escape to their ships. Our arrival sent most of them scurrying, which is why this place looks so empty." Aaron sized up the station they'd entered. This was probably a market, judging by the colorful tents erected in haphazard rows. Most of the tents were empty, but the largest one had a pair of shopkeepers. Voria made for that tent, giving Aaron time to study the pair. The shopkeeper had a well-trimmed beard, and the woman's ample figure spilled out of her bodice. They were even shorter than Kez, coming to no higher than Aaron's waist.
What are you going to do?"
the male demanded, the words coming out in such a rush that Aaron wasn't sure where one ended and the next began. At least half of it was gibberish, though Aaron picked out a few familiar words.
"You done empty the marketplace. All my customers made for the Warrens. What you going to do about that, huh?"
"It's good to see you too, Beetle," Voria replied warmly. She moved to the diminutive figure, offering her hand. The shopkeeper made a great show of kissing the back of her palm.
"Don't you be getting ideas. You're gonna be smarting every time you sit,"
the woman snapped, moving between Voria and Beetle.
"He's spoken for you, tart."
"And it's good to see you as well, Magda."
Voria gave the woman a smile and bent to kiss her cheek.
"This is one of my tech mages. He's only here to observe."
Teaching a young one to trade,"
Beetle said, nodding sagely.
Very wise, very wise. So what brings you to the rock?"
He took on a cunning look, one mirrored by his wife.
"A rather delicate problem."
Voria reached into her pouch and withdrew a furry form. The form snored softly in its magical slumber.
"A true mage morphed this man, and I need to find a way to dispel it. I was hoping you might have a brew that would help."
"Now that,"
Beetle said, nodding at the hedgehog,
"is one fucked little critter. Best to just put it on the menu, you know."
"Maybe. But let's say I absolutely needed to dispel the morph. Can you do that?" Voria asked.
Aaron finally understood why they'd come, and why she'd brought him. So far as he knew, only he, Nara, and Cruz knew that Kazon had survived. The drifter said, leaning closer to inspect the sleeping hedgehog. Its tiny black nose flared with each slow breath. Could be. Question, though. What's it worth to ya? Gonna take big magic to unfuck this fella. I have a number of dragon scales, Voria began, and a handful of soil from the base of Shia herself. Aaron watched her manner carefully, fairly certain she was holding something back. Got lots of dirt, Beetle said. Don't need no soil. Dragon scales, though. Got any dream scales? He peered up at Voria hopefully. Behind her, Aaron caught the wife watching, studying Voria. The pair might pretend to be at odds, but Aaron knew he was seeing masters work. These drifters treated barter as an art form. Life or air, I'm afraid, Voria said, reaching for her pouch. She spilled a few hexagonal scales into her hand. Each scale glowed with its own inner light, and Aaron could feel the power in them, waiting to be tapped. They're high quality, as you can see, perfect for enchanting. You could make almost anything. Except beer. Can't make beer. Keep your scales. Now that stuff, though, that's a pretty piece of work. Beetle crept closer, looking askance at Voria. The Major nodded, and the drifter ran his hand along the haft. This we'd trade for. We get some fine beers. Beers that will let you float. Beers that will heal a man. Beer that will make you stronger or faster. That staff is a fully developed Eldamagus. She is 11 centuries old. Voria's eyes went cold. She's worth more than all your beer put together. Oh, I don't know about that. We got lots of beer. Not only what you see here. Beetle nodded back to a stack of small kegs in the corner of the room. There's 3 times this in the back. You can have it all for that little stick. Beetle leaned his chair back, delivering a practiced half-smile. It's good beer. The finest, I've no doubt, Voria agreed, with an entirely too serious nod. Aaron felt lost in the negotiations. But there's no way I can part with a treasure like this. Not even with a guarantee that you could restore my friend. Ah, that's not true. A lady brings a staff like that, she's looking to fuck a fellow right up his wallet, Beetle protested. He leered at Voria, drawing a stern frown from his wife. I think you're willing to part with that stick for the right price. Let's get down to it, then, Voria said, dropping her voice to a near whisper. You want the stick? I want a guarantee you can unfuck the hedgehog. Can you do that? No drifting around the point. Give it straight, Beetle. All right. I can unfuck the fella, but I might have something that'd be worth that stick. Beetle folded his arms, studying Voria. I got a right special brew from me ma's ma. This beer's so good, men will come back from the dead to drink it. Been saving it for years, but haven't seen cause to use it. You give me that special brew and every other brew you've got. All of them, no holding back. You do that, and you label it all properly, and the staff is yours. Voria patted the haft of the weapon. You can't possibly plan to give him that staff, Aaron protested. A fully developed Elda whatever you called it? For beer? That's precisely what I intend to do. Do we have a deal, Beetle? Voria spat into the palm of her hand and offered it to Beetle. The drifter spat in his hand, then shook. Done deal. I'll tell the boys to get the brews loaded. He stared longingly at the staff. Voria handed it to him. You're going to give it to him before he pays? What's to prevent him from just running with it? Aaron demanded. She had given him permission to speak freely. He's a dumb fucker, innit? Beetle said, pointing at Aaron with the staff. It was comically large for his tiny form. Listen, tall fuck, we're drifters. We make a deal, we honor a deal. You need to make sure you're very clear on the terms, Voria said coldly. Thank you, Beetle. We'll take our leave. She'll serve you well. Aaron followed the Major, not speaking until they were out of earshot. He grabbed her shoulder, forcing her to stop. What the depths was that? You gave up a priceless artifact, and we didn't even get the brew that will turn that hedgehog back into Kazon. What was the point of this? And why bring me? She met his gaze evenly. Release me, Private. Aaron let her go. Guess the being treated as an equal is over. That it is, though I will answer your question. The point of this expedition wasn't to cure Kazon, though that would have been wonderful had it been possible. The battalion needs supplies of every type. The Confederacy cannot supply them, and even if they could, they cannot get them to Mayrid in time for them to do any good. These brews will save lives, many lives. Thanks to this deal, you and your squad will go into combat armed with healing potions. She narrowed her eyes, adopting an instinctive tone. A single magical item, even in Eldamagus, will only marginally affect the outcome of a battle. But every tech mage and every marine squad having access to healing magic? Now that might turn a battle around. Chapter 20. It begins. It's very sweet of you to come see me off, Governor, Nebiot said, leaning in and kissing the man lightly on the cheek. Avitus shuddered, but didn't pull away. I have to obey your orders, you know that, he said, glaring. Given the choice, I'd have already taken my own life. But you don't have that choice, do you? She smiled wickedly, stepping inside the airlock. Don't worry, though, Governor. I'm not asking you to do anything terrible this time. Simply close the airlock and jettison me into space. He eyed her suspiciously for a moment, then slapped the red button next to the airlock door. It slid down, locking with a hiss. A red warning klaxon began flashing above her, and a few moments later the outer door opened, flinging her into the void. Nebiot embraced the cold, beginning her transformation the moment she left the airlock. Her dress split down the back, and wings jutted from her back even as her limbs thickened and elongated. Her tail burst out behind her as she grew many times in size. A sea of fangs filled her mouth, and her neck elongated. She was whole once more. Now a full-sized void worm, Nebiot glided toward the planet below. She glanced at the station behind her, beaming a draconic smile at the cluster of ships gathered around it. They were tightly packed, gathering supplies and passengers before fleeing the system entirely. Nebiot reached deep into her well of magic, sketching an amplification spell. Then she breathed, a cloud of pallid white mist engulfing the station and the ships around it. The mist passed right through the metal, sinking into ship and station alike. Nebiot imagined the curiosity. If any of the people inspected that breath, they'd notice the horrified faces of the damned trapped within, right before the mist engulfed them and their own souls joined the terrible choir. All except Avitus, of course. Her magic protected him and him alone. Everyone around him would die, but the governor would survive. He could still inflict untold damage on the Confederate defense, if utilized properly. Satisfied the station was dealt with, Nebiot turned back to her work. She swam through the void, stopping in the planet's umbral shadow. She sketched the sigils to open a fissure, smiling as the space before her fractured. Fat, massive troop carriers plunged through immediately, followed by nearly 24 void worms, her father's strongest children. "You certainly took your time," Keftot snapped, swooping past her, his tail insultingly close. "We've been waiting in the depths for a full day, even if I do not enjoy that place." "This must be handled delicately, Keftot, which is why Father placed me in charge, not you. I needed time to pave the way for your arrival." Nebiot reared up over him, fixing him with her gaze. "Now I am going to head to the planet to verify the catalyst is where we expect. If it is, I will lay the groundwork for the ritual." "And what do you want me to do?" Keftot demanded petulantly. "Have your binders harvest the corpses on the station," Nebiot instructed. "When the Turnus fleet arrives, ambush it, crush them utterly, and do it before the Confederate forces reach Mayrid. Hold this station at all costs, and do not let the Confederate forces reach the world below.
Have I made it simple enough for you to understand, little brother?
I hate you so much, you smug wench, Keftat growled, but there was no real heat to it. I will do as you ask. For now. He swooped toward the station, and the rest of the worms followed. By the time the Turnus fleets arrived, the Croc's forces would be entrenched. That would make for a very short battle, and would keep the focus in space instead of on the ground. Nebiat turned from the station, drifting toward the planet below. She enjoyed the warmth of re-entry, her scales heating and turning a pleasant, dull red as she skimmed through the upper atmosphere. Below stretched a sea of clouds, and she plunged quickly through them. She burst into the sky above an enormous crater with human settlements dotting its inner slopes. The settlements lurked around the edges of a massive swamp, one shrouded in mist every bit as thick as the cloud cover. From deep within that mist, Nebiat sensed a familiar, pulsing power. Power she would soon claim. Chapter 21. The Crocs.
Hey, Nara, come have a look at this,
Kez called from across the barracks. Nara opened her eyes, rising to her feet with a groan. Every part of her ached, and she knew it would all begin again the next morning. She wove between the cots until she reached Kez and Board, who were clustered around a golden disk the size of a dinner plate. It was covered with elaborate sigils, mostly fire-related. She could feel the faint power emanating from the device. "What's this?" she asked. The magic wasn't destructive in nature, despite being fire-based.
"You're so cute when you're ignorant,"
Board said, patting the cot next to him and delivering his infectious smile.
"This is a missive. It's one of the most common magic items in the Confederacy."
A missive? The word tickled in the back of Nara's brain, but she couldn't quite summon the meaning.
"They're like recordings Turnus uses, basically," Kez explained. "Here, watch."
She tapped the largest of the red symbols, and the device began to hum. Tiny flames burst into existence over the sigil, all feeding into a larger flame that danced over the device. The final fire topped a meter in height.
"So, you've discovered fire?" Nara asked, blinking. "That can't be all it does." "Just watch," Kez insisted.
Nara clamped her jaw shut, resisting the urge to stalk back to her cot. She needed sleep. The flames grew taller still, the center going blue as the heat rippled outward. An image appeared, faint at first, but then with more definition.
"What system is that?"
Nara asked, studying the blue-white planet. A ring of asteroids encircled it, and a glittering silver station was silhouetted by the sun.
"That's Mayrid."
Kez stabbed a finger at a cloud of vessels rising from the station.
"And that's the Turnus Defense Force."
"There are a lot of them," Nara observed, crouching next to the flames. The heat was intense, but not quite painful.
"They're going to need every one."
Board pointed at the base of the flames, toward the dark side of the planet. Shapes were moving there, perhaps a dozen in total. They varied in size, but even the smallest was larger than the Turnus capital ships.
Those are dragons, full-grown void worms,
every last one. The shapes gained definition as they came over the planet's horizon and into the light. Each had a pair of broad, leathery wings. Their dark scales drank in the light, contrasting with the fiery glow coming from their eyes and mouth.
"What are those?"
Nara whispered, pointing at the cluster of fat shapes following the dragons.
"Those are Croc's planet ships. They contain their line troops, enforcers, and whatever else their binders have enslaved,"
Kez explained. Her casual demeanor was gone, replaced by a deadly earnestness.
"We probably won't see what's inside, not in this missive anyway. First, the state of things in space has to be decided. Turnus will attempt to defend the station. If they fail, the Crocs will board her. From there, they can invade the world below."
The dragons fanned out, slowly moving to encircle the station.
"Why aren't they staying in formation?" Nara asked. "Aren't they opening themselves up to be surrounded?" "Because worms don't fight fair,"
Bord's demeanor had also changed, all his playfulness gone. The first and largest dragon reached a cluster of ships. Those ships launched a salvo of projectiles, hurling hunks of metal the size of a shuttle. Dozens of shots traced paths toward the dragon, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the space of a few seconds. The dragon vanished. It reappeared behind the Turnus ships, drawing its head back as if sucking in an enormous breath. Then the dragon lunged, exhaling a cloud of ghostly white energy. That energy engulfed the two closest Turnus vessels, passing over each vessel seemingly without inflicting any visible damage. Their cannons stopped firing, and both ships continued unerringly forward, making no move to alter their course as they neared the dragon. The remaining Turnus ships fired another volley, this time with more success. Hunks of metal peppered the dragon's right flank, and it roared silently as the rounds tore into its flesh. Wherever a round hit, dark scales exploded outward, exposing the orange-white glow inside. The two Turnus ships that had been hit by the breath weapon abruptly changed course. They swung back around and opened fire. On the other Turnus ships! The same thing happened near the other dragons, Turnus vessels suddenly firing on their own. "What am I seeing?" Nara whispered, hugging herself with both arms. "The crocs are binders," Kez explained, tapping the sigil at the base to turn it off. She looked up at Nara, her face emotionless. Her hands told another story, whitening as she gripped the cot. "They turn our own against us. That breath, it's a spirit weapon. It tears the soul from a body, leaving us an empty husk. We can't see them, but there's a cloud of croc spirits following every dragon. They're just waiting to possess the empty vessels." "Turnus primarily uses conventional weapons. They have no defense against a weapon like that," Bord said, more subdued than ever. "The crocs took the station, and Turnus only took down one worm." "That's terrible," Nara said. "Can't someone help them? Shouldn't the Confederacy send reinforcements that can deal with those dragons?" "They have. That's why we have the missive. They've sent us." Kez picked up the missive and tucked it back in the locker at the foot of her bed. "I don't know why the Major hasn't sent us there already, but I'd get whatever sleep you can. Tomorrow, maybe the day after, we're going to war with the crooks." Chapter 22. Job Half Done. Voria adjusted her coat, smoothing it into place. She waited for the scry screen to connect, wincing as Jolene's stern face appeared. Like most Anurans, she was tall and classically beautiful, but this woman had gone out of her way to blunt that beauty. She had the eyes of a hawk, her beaked nose jutting out over her frown. Her chestnut hair had been shaved to stubble, the 5-day remains of a proper military buzzcut. "Finally you contact me," Jolene snapped. "It can only be bad news, or you have slinked back into the light sooner. Tell me, all of it." She folded her arms, eyeing Voria with her ever-present disapproval. "It's not as bad as you fear," Voria steeled herself. She didn't work for this woman, though theoretically all Inarans did, even half-Inarans. Voria reached into her pouch and withdrew the hedgehog. "Kazon is alive, but as you can see, not unharmed." "He's been morphed?" Jolene asked, raising an eyebrow. She relaxed into her chair, steepling her fingers against her chin. "You've tried dispelling it and failed, I take it?" Voria was privately thankful that this was taking place over scry screen instead of in person. She ran her finger along the screen's bronze border, struggling to maintain her composure. "I've used the only resources at my command without success," Voria admitted. "I know how important Kazon is to you, and to your position. I also know you have both the power and the resources to counter this spell." "I can see where this is going," Jolene's face scoured. "You want me to live up to our bargain again, even though you failed to hold up your end of it. The deal was alive and unharmed." "Yes, well, 1 for 2 has got to count for something. I realize this is an unexpected obstacle, but it's one you can solve. I'm afraid I'm going to have to demand full payment." Voria spoke matter-of-factly. It wasn't easy keeping her shoulders square or meeting Jolene's gaze.
And if I refuse? What if I only give you half? That would seem fitting for a job half done.
Jolene's gaze became calculating.
I'm afraid I must insist on full payment, and further I must insist you bring it to Mayrid immediately. More? You're asking for more? Jolene sputtered. Her face flushed, and her nostrils flared. I could have you stripped of rank with a single missive. I could— Mother! That single word stopped Jolene long enough for Voria to speak. I'm heading to Mayrid. I will arrive in roughly 17 hours. When I do, I plan to engage the enemy forces. If you want Kazon back, then you will bring every last provision I have requested. Very well, her mother snapped. You've bound me like a crux. I have no choice, and you know it. Goodbye, Mother. I'll see you tomorrow. Voria terminated the connection and glanced at her bed, giving a longing sigh. Not yet. She reached into her satchel and retrieved the missive that had ported in that morning. She dreaded hearing it, but couldn't put it off any longer. One more unpleasant task, and she could sleep. She set the missive on her desk. Touching the prime fire sigil, it roared to life, displaying the image of a heavy-set man behind a shirewood desk. The dark wood was magnificent. Major Voria, Colonel Brett began. I regret that it's come to this, but as you've ignored our last two missives, I have no choice. His jaw tightened. The Confederate Marines hereby strip you of rank and position. You are to immediately turn over control of the Worm Hunter to Captain Thallis. Further, you are to be confined to the brig until such time as— Voria shut the missive off. There was only one thing that could save her career. Overwhelming victory at Mayrid. That victory was unlikely in the extreme, but if she died, at least she'd escape punishment. She removed her coat, dropping it on the floor at the foot of the bed. Then she crawled in, closing her eyes and losing herself to sleep. When she awoke, it would be time for war. Chapter 23. Kef Tut. The fissure cracked open before them, exposing the Mayrid system. Voria guided the hunter through, conscious of the collective relief across the bridge. No one said it, but they were all grateful to be out from under the oppressive weight, even if it meant going immediately into battle. Voria studied the data on the scry screen. Sergeant Cruz, give me your assessment, she ordered. It looks like the Turnus forces have retreated to the asteroid ring around the planet, Cruz supplied. The scry screen zoomed in, showing Turnus cruisers flitting nimbly through the rocks. The dragon's size became a hindrance, and Voria smiled when a massive chunk of rock careened off a worm's skull. They're spitting right in Crox's face. They can fall back forever using the asteroids as cover. So our allies are secure for now, Voria mused, guiding the hunter closer to the blue-white world. Aaron, stand second to me. Nara, stand second to Captain Thallis. Prepare for combat. To fight what? Thallis asked, eyeing her with his usual disdain. That. Voria nodded up at the scry screen. The largest worm had broken off its assault and was winging swiftly in their direction. On second thought, Nara, relieve Thallis. Are you mad? Thallis demanded, glaring at her through the rings. I am a seasoned officer, and you want to replace me with a freshly wiped tech mage? Captain Thallis, we are in a combat situation. If you disobey another order, I will execute you. Stand clear of the offensive matrix now. Voria turned to Nara. Once he's clear, I want you to step inside. I will talk you through this. Nara nodded hesitantly, but ducked inside the rings just as Thallis exited the opposite side. Voria noted Thallis's particularly violent scowl, but focused on Nara instead. Before you were wiped, you used an invisibility spell to make your entire vessel disappear. I need you to use that spell right now, to make us disappear. It's the only way we'll get past that worm and into the asteroids. I don't remember how, Nara said, her eyes going wide as she stared up at the rings rotating around her. The spell is still there, Voria explained calmly.
She was all too aware of the approaching worm, which grew larger with each passing moment. It might be the largest she'd ever seen, larger than even Nebiot, 800 meters from tail to snout at least. When you mastered it, you inscribed that spell onto your very essence. Were you a diviner, you could see that spell tattooed on your, for lack of a better word, soul. All you need to do is access that power. Begin the part you affiliated with Dream. The energy will feel pink or light purple.
I can't,
Nara whispered. Voria took a slow, deep breath. How could she handle this? Too much pressure, and Nara cracked. Not enough, and the dragon would be upon them. Aaron cleared his throat. Nara, I saw you cast the spell, like it was child's play. You can do this, I know you can. You're a true mage, just like the Major. You know what Zal feels like. There's something else inside you, like that, but attuned to another aspect. Find it. Use it. We need you. Voria was mildly surprised by his support. If his tale about Nara being a pirate was true, this woman had used him, but if that bothered him, he didn't show it. That boded well, suggesting he was willing to put his unit's needs over his own desire for revenge. That would be important if she were to promote him. Nara closed her eyes, and her hands moved in a flurry, touching sigils on every ring. Purple, pink, dream energy rolled out of her in waves, soaked up by the rotating rings. Now add air, it will feel ethereal and, well, airy, Voria instructed. Nara's eyes closed, and a bright blue energy flowed from her, into the matrix. The ship vibrated around them as the two energies mingled. Then the spell completed a silent explosion.
Did it work?
Nara asked, her eyes fluttering open.
We're about to find out,
Voria replied, focusing on the scry screen as she guided the worm hunter through a tight turn. The dragon came up short, colossal eyes narrowing as it scanned the space where they'd been. Voria licked her lips, lowering her voice to a near whisper. I recognize that worm. That's Keftut, one of the oldest worms in the sector. Voria moved the hunter in a wide arc, away from the dragon and toward the asteroids below. She took an indirect route, knowing Keftut couldn't easily anticipate their course. The worm knew they needed to reach the asteroids, but not what route they'd take to get there. Keftut began sketching symbols in a tight glowing pattern in the air in front of it. The energy gathered quickly, more quickly than any mortal mage could duplicate, then discharged. It birthed 1,000 motes of light, and those motes broke into several schools, each swimming toward the area where the hunter had disappeared.
That last group of motes is headed our way,
Thalas cautioned, his voice half an octave higher than usual.
Evasive maneuvers! What do you think I've been doing?
Voria snapped, coaxing the hunter into a steeper dive. She poured energy into the spell drive, increasing their speed, but at a cost. That energy couldn't be used to defend themselves. The last school of motes burst into several smaller clouds, and one of those clouds found their aft hull. It clung to them, outlining them in much the same way Cruz's clinging flames had outlined the slaver vessel. Keftut gave a silent roar of triumph and dove in their direction.
Aaron, step inside the matrix,
Voria ordered, accelerating toward the asteroids below. Okay. Aaron ducked through the rings, standing awkwardly next to her. What do you need me to do, sir?
I'm going to focus on counterspelling whatever Keftut throws at us. I need you to guide the ship. Take her into those asteroids and use them as cover, like the Turnus are doing.
Voria touched several sigils in anticipation of the worm's next spell. Aaron shot a nervous glance at the scry screen. For a moment, she thought she might need to prod him, but then his features hardened.
Done,
Aaron said. She felt him connect to the hunter, assuming control as if he'd flown her for decades. It confirmed at least part of her suspicions. He was a war mage. The worm breathed a cone of white-gray death. The energy raced toward their stern. Voria tapped Spirit, and its opposite, Dream. She fired the counterspell, and the pink ball arced into the breath. It detonated, harmlessly dispersing the white-gray energy. The hunter dipped into the asteroid field, temporarily obscuring Keftut.
Now what?
Aaron asked, winging past several more asteroids.
Keep us on the edge of the field, so we can see Keftut,
Voria ordered, watching the scry screen as Aaron executed her order. The hunter circled to the edge of the field, moving out far enough to afford an unobstructed view. Keftot hovered over the edge of the field, scanning. The instant he saw them, the worm charged. Rage twisted his draconic features, making the already terrifying impossibly more so. "Fall back into the field," Voria ordered. "Keep far enough ahead of that thing to avoid its breath." They zipped between asteroids, rolling around large ones while smaller ones careened noisily off the hull. Behind them, Keftot crashed into the field, knocking away a rock that dwarfed their ship. "Major, we must retreat to the Turnus lines immediately! We are not equipped to fight that thing!" Thalos had regained his dignity at least. His voice had returned to a more normal level. "Captain Thalos, please relieve Nara," Voria ordered. "You did well, Nara. Please stand second in case you are needed to relieve Thalos." "And what, precisely, do you want me to do about that?" Thalos said, stabbing a finger at the worm. It clawed an asteroid out of its path, breathing another cone of white death their way. The hunter smoothly rolled around another asteroid, interposing it between them and the breath. "Wonderful piloting, Aaron," Voria said. She turned to Thalos. "This is a Confederate warship, Captain. We're going to use the weapon she was created to employ." "You want to fire a bolt of disintegration? We're not staffed for that. We'd need at least 3 more fire mages, and 1 more void mage," Thalos protested. "It will fail, draining us dry in the process. Even if it succeeds, at best we have 1 shot. One the dragon could easily dodge." "But not counterspell," Voria shot back. "Keftot is old and powerful. He is not used to being opposed, and he'll underestimate us. We're going to capitalize on that." "And just who do you expect to pull off this little stunt?" Thalos demanded. "Aaron, turn over control of the ship to me," Voria ordered. Aaron obliged, and Voria eased back into piloting. She guided the hunter around another asteroid, conscious of the worm's looming form. It would be on them in moments. "Aaron, use your void energy to initiate the spell. It's a 5th-level spell, the most powerful this vessel is capable of firing. Once you've initiated, each mage will add either fire or void to the spell." "All right," Aaron said, a note of hesitation creeping into his voice. He stared up at the rings, then back at her. "Are you sure about this? I have no idea what I'm doing." "Trust me. Start the spell, Aaron." Aaron nodded, touching the sigil for void. Power rolled out of him into the rings. Voria touched the sigil for fire, adding her own power to the spell. All around them the others did the same. Cruz with fire, Thalos and Nara with void. That power collected deep within the ship, thrumming like a cosmic heartbeat. Behind them, the worm knocked away the final asteroid. It reared back, sucking in a breath that would end them. "Fire!" Voria commanded. Aaron loosed the spell, and a torrent of crackling red-black energy poured from the spell cannon. The worm raised a titanic claw, sketching the sigils to a counterspell. Had it dodged, it might have survived. Instead, the bolt of disintegration caught the worm full in the waist. The spell rippled outward, enveloping the entire worm. Keftot burst into billions of particles, dissolving into a cloud that quickly swept away into the asteroid field. Chapter 24. A Plan. A ragged cheer overtook the bridge, and Voria didn't bother to hide her smile. "Aaron, guide us to the main Turnus force. Cruz, what are the Crux doing?"
"Their worms are falling back toward the station."
The scry screen shimmered, then showed 2 large worms guarding the rear as the rest retreated back to the station. Then the view was obscured by asteroids, as Aaron guided them toward the pitifully small cluster of Turnus ships. Now and again, an asteroid pinged off the outside of the hull, but their armor was thick enough to deal with anything but one of the largest. Voria deftly stepped from the rings, moving to stand before the scry screen. It would make her appear larger on the other side. Petty, but effective. The scry screen resolved into 3 partitions, each containing a very angry official. The man in the middle spoke first, his gaunt cheeks and tousled hair a testament to how hard the Turnus had been fighting.
"It's about bloody time,"
he roared, spittle flying from his mouth.
Where were you, Major? Where were you while our ships burned? We begged your government and they claimed they sent you days ago.
You have my deepest apologies, Admiral Kerr. I mean that sincerely. I faced a very difficult decision, and I made the best choice available. I could either show up without the weapons necessary to win this war and lose it alongside you, or delay a few days and gain those weapons. Voria plunged ahead before he could speak. I realized the time was costly. I know you have many dead, and again, you have my sympathies. But I'm here now, and ready to help. I've already killed Keftut and bought you time to regroup. True. The woman on the left panel of the scry screen was a younger officer with a trio of gray bars giving her rank as captain in the Turnus military. I'm willing to hear you out at least. What are these weapons you were securing? They should be arriving shortly. I've made an arrangement with the consortium. Voria let the words settle, waiting for the reaction.
You've dealt with the Anurans? Outside the bounds of the Confederate military?
The last man said. He wore a starburst pendant over a rich Cheyenne silk, denoting his rank. Governor Avitus, respectfully, your world is being overrun by the Crocs. This is the very first and largest Turnus colony, is it not? Do you really feel now is the time to quibble about the source of your reinforcements? You called for Confederate aid, and I am here, Voria said. She folded her arms, adopting as neutral a stance as she could manage. I will be receiving 400 Anuran smart rifles, 6 hover tanks, and enough supplies to mount a ground defense of this world.
Ground defense? Avitus barked a sharp laugh. They haven't even attacked us on the ground. Shut up, Governor, the Admiral snapped. You're starting to grate on me.
He nodded respectfully to Voria.
I understand why you needed to delay your arrival, and I apologize for my outburst. It's regrettable, but you're here now, and we need all the help you can offer. You have a plan for preventing the conquest of our colony?
First, I need to understand why the Crocs are here, Voria said, folding her arms behind her back and pacing before the scry screen. Keftut is the brother of Nebiot. That means she's here, and she wouldn't come unless she wanted something badly enough to risk herself. Have the Crocs landed yet, and if so, where?
They set down at the edge of Malgora Crater, Admiral Kerr said. The most densely populated part of the planet. We have a thriving mining operation along the slopes of an extinct impact crater. The crater is filled with a tropical swamp. I guess whatever Nebiot is after probably lies toward the heart of that swamp. I've ordered our forces to set up a defensive perimeter around the city. There are too many locals to evacuate. How long before the Crocs attack?
Not long. Voria clenched a fist, stifling her feeling of powerlessness. Before we can retake the world, we need to retake your station. Otherwise, Nebiot's worms will pounce on anyone trying to reach the planet. That has to be our top priority. Once we've secured the station, we can start thinking about supporting the surface.
And how do you plan to retake the station?
The governor snapped. His watery green eyes narrowed.
If we leave the asteroids, we have to face the worms unprotected. You must have seen the missive we sent. You know what will happen to the remains of our fleet.
I realize that. Voria ceased her pacing. That's why my people are going to take care of it. We'll seize that station. You refit and get ready to aid our people on the surface. We need to get down there. Be ready. All 3 officials looked surprised by that, and it was the woman who finally spoke. You're a God's-damned hero in my book, Voria. As big as your legend. I still remember seeing you fight at Vakura. If you can pull this off, if you can get that station back, then we'll be ready to crush Nebiot on the surface. Dreadlords bleed too, and we're bringing that bitch down. Wonderful. After we meet with the consortium, we'll bring our assault. Major Voria out. Voria nodded respectfully, then crews terminated their connection. Voria looked at her assembled officers. We have one last stop to make, but I promise you'll enjoy this one. We're going to be picking up a whole load of new toys. Cruz dabbed at his eye, and his voice rose a full octave. We're getting healing potions and new guns. He cleared his throat. I think I'm going to need a minute.
Sir, are you crying? Aaron asked. No, Cruz growled. More tears fell. Now you wipes get down to the hangar. Aaron, Voria said, pulling attention from an embarrassed Cruz. I'll have a dress uniform sent to your barracks. Get dressed as quickly as possible and meet me at the airlock. Chapter 25. Kazon. Aaron adjusted the parade uniform the Major had provided. The collar was too high, the jacket too confining. The sky-blue fabric restricted movement enough to be a real hazard in combat. You look passable enough. Stop fidgeting, Voria ordered. She strode briskly up the corridor, and Aaron hurried to keep up. He hadn't been to this section of the Worm Hunter. They passed a single technician bent over an exposed conduit, yanking wires from the wall. Voria said nothing, so Aaron ignored the man. Sir, where are we going? Aaron asked, infusing the request with respect. She'd earned that much from him after leading them against Keftut. We're meeting with the richest matron in the Inuran Consortium. She's here to retrieve her son, the man you rescued. The Major patted her satchel, where Aaron assumed she was carrying the sleeping hedgehog. You started this. I think it fitting you see it to its end. Kazon only survived because of you. I owe him my life as much as he owes me his, Aaron said, remembering the brief fight with Yorak. Kazon was my only ally, and the only reason I lived. It could have just as easily been me that got morphed. The corridor narrowed, finally ending at a large steel airlock door with a small porthole cut right above the center. Aaron could see several figures standing inside the airlock. Voria waved a hand, and the steel door rose silently into the ceiling. The Major executed a perfect bow. Hello, Matron Jolene. Thank you for coming to meet me. Jolene looked a great deal like the Major, with some high cheekbones and chestnut hair, though hers had been cut to a severe and very unflattering stubble. This is one of my tech mages, Private Aaron. I don't care about your subordinates, the matron snapped, her mouth tightening. Let's get this over with. Where is your brother? Brother? Aaron asked before he could stop himself. Fortunately, both women ignored him. Voria reached into her pouch and handed over the sleeping hedgehog. It curled in on itself, fluffing up its fur as it settled into Jolene's hand. You're right about the morph, Jolene murmured, studying the hedgehog. This is one of the most powerful I've seen. This will take a moment. Jolene raised a single delicate finger and sketched a fiery symbol in the air. She added a dream, then a water. The sigils piled up, swirling about in a way that made them difficult to track. Finally, the sigils drew in on each other, growing into a nimbus of light above the hedgehog. When that light faded, Jolene quickly set the hedgehog down on the floor and took a large step backward. The hedgehog's body rippled as the spell Yorak had cast was slowly reversed. Perhaps half a dozen heartbeats later, the bearded and very naked man lay where the hedgehog had been. He blinked, sleepily awake, sitting up. Seeing his surroundings, he flipped to his feet with a roar, spinning to put his back to Aaron. Stand with me again, brother. Where are we? What happened to the bald mage? It's all right, Aaron said. We killed Yorak. You're safe now. Kazon, still ready for a fight, shot Aaron a look. Who are these women? I am your mother, snapped Jolene. And mind wipe or no, I will not allow such behavior. I've come a long way to find you, and that's taken me away from legitimate business for entirely too long. We're going home, and we're going to salvage as much of your memory as we can. Why should I trust you? Kazon demanded. His legs tensed, and Aaron recognized a man who was about to run. Because you have little choice, Jolene said. Her eyes narrowed. My patience is wearing thin, Kazon. Kazon? That's my real name? He looked to Aaron for verification. So far as I know, Aaron said. That woman is your mother, and I guess Major Voria here is your sister. That's right, Voria confirmed. Kazon, I know you're confused, and the gods know I wouldn't want to go with Mother either,
I'm sorry for this, but I had to do it." "What do you mean?" Kazan asked suspiciously.
"She sold you to me,"
Jolene interjected, fixing Voria with an amused smile.
"You sold me?" Kazan asked. "And you're my sister?"
"Half-sister, and I didn't sell you," Voria sighed.
"Mother put out a contract paying anyone who could recover you. I merely took the contract. I'm sorry, Kazan. My battalion needs the weapons, and this was the only way to get the consortium to provide them. Without these, there's no way we'll be able to liberate Mayrid. This means saving millions of lives. I hope you understand."
Kazan eyed her searchingly for long moments.
"If you're being honest, and I believe you are, then your intentions are noble. I'm willing to go with this woman, my mother, I guess, provided you give me some clothes and a moment to thank the man who rescued me."
"Good," the Major said.
"Now, Mother, about those weapons."
Both women were clearly strong-willed, but the Major's usual confidence seemed lacking.
"You'll get them."
Jolene waved a hand, and several pallets lifted into view. They came through the corridor leading back to the Anuran vessel floating inside the airlock, and then into the corridor behind Aaron.
"Right now I have 2 pallets of smart rifles, a case of missiles, and enough ammunition to equip your thugs. Consider this a down payment until I bring you the rest." "Mother, I need those weapons now. In case you haven't noticed, the Crocs are holding that station."
Voria pointed at the porthole, which showed the station bathed in the glow of the planet. An asteroid drifted past, briefly obscuring the view.
"I cannot simply wish them here. I am not a god," Jolene snapped, her eyes blazing. "I promised them, and I will deliver them. The vessel carrying them won't arrive until tomorrow evening. That's the best I can offer."
She raised a hand, and it disappeared into a void pocket, emerging with a long jacket. She handed it to Kazan.
"Cover up. You're embarrassing yourself. Then say your goodbyes and do it quickly. We have business to be about."
Kazan shot Jolene a suspicious glare, then finally turned to Aaron.
"I don't know you, not really. But I know you saved me, and you tried to save the other slaves. If you hadn't acted, I'd be dead. I owe you my life, and I promise I will find a way to pay you back, my friend."
Kazan offered a hand, and Aaron took it. "There's no need for thanks. You did the same for me. I couldn't have taken Yorak alone."
"Probably,"
Kazan laughed, "but that doesn't change what happened. I don't know what the future holds for me, but if you survive and we meet again, we'll share a drink."
"If we survive."
Aaron released Kazan's hand and turned back to the Major. The last of the pallets had already drifted onto the hunter. "Take care of yourself, Kazan."
"Take care of yourself, brother."
Kazan nodded respectfully, then turned and headed through the airlock into the Anuran ship. Chapter 26. Roll the Dice. Aaron ducked into the war room, unsure what to expect. It had been constructed with a large crew in mind, with enough room for 2 or perhaps 3 dozen officers to gather at the round table dominating the room. The size of the table made the smattering of people standing around the Major appear that much more sparse, highlighting how outnumbered they were. The company was there, and Captain Thallis, and a grizzled man with a salt-and-pepper beard. Aaron studied the last of those. The man was perhaps 50, his broad shoulders gone a little soft but impressive nonetheless. He wore forest green fatigues, with a bulky pistol belted to his side. His arms were folded, and he stared at the Major in a way that suggested he wanted her to know his patience was at an end. The uniform was different from the Confederates, confirming what Aaron had pieced together. Turnus had their own separate government, but from what Aaron had seen, they were also part of the Confederacy. He was pretty sure the blonde officer who'd kicked his ass had been from Turnus, but beyond that, wasn't sure what separated them from the Cheyennes. It would probably be a while before he started to grasp the complexities of Confederate politics. Of course, that wouldn't be an issue if anyone had bothered to spend a little time explaining how they worked.
"Welcome, Private. Now that everyone's here, we can discuss our strategy for boarding the station.
This room is warded, so we can speak freely, the Major explained in a clear, powerful voice.
A moment, please,
the grizzled man said. The words clipped in what Aaron was coming to understand must be the Turnus accent. He reached into a pocket and withdrew a white pen, depressing the button on the end.
There. I've added a white noise generator to augment your wards. I know you trust your magic, but I'm more comfortable using something I know works.
Are you implying that our wards are insufficient? Thalus asked. The words were delivered politely, but acid boiled up under every one. We welcome the additional security, Admiral Kerr, the Major interjected smoothly. She gave Thalus a look that promised swift retribution, but if it swayed him at all, Aaron certainly couldn't tell. Now then, the plan.
Apologies, Major. I have one more issue to resolve before we begin.
Kerr ran a hand through his hair, looking distinctly uncomfortable.
The planetary governor has requested that you be arrested and censored, claiming they've received word from Confederate High Command. Now, obviously, that isn't going to happen. The governor can't give me orders, but he can tell my superiors. You've already bought us time, and my colleagues and I realize you are our only chance to take back that station. I'm doing the same for you, but I won't be able to keep them off you forever.
Thalus grew very interested at those words, and Aaron didn't at all like the predatory way he studied the Major when she wasn't looking. Nor did he fully understand what he was hearing. Why wasn't Kerr trying to remove the Major from power? Maybe he considered it an internal Confederate matter? Or maybe he was just practical. So what is it you're asking, then? Voria folded her arms, all good humor vacating her expression.
The governor wanted to be present for this meeting. I can patch him in using my portable communications array, if you are amicable.
I am not, Voria snapped. Her eyes narrowed, and Aaron flinched in spite of himself. Damn, she could be scary. The entire point of planning this meeting in person is so it could not be anticipated or intercepted by our enemies. The governor is a civilian leader, is he not?
Yes, but ultimately Mayrid's militia answers to him, Kerr explained. My superiors will expect me to include him in the meeting. I don't like it, and I don't like asking you to do it, but I have little choice.
That's fair. You asked, I refused. We are fighting the Crocs, Admiral. Do you understand what that means? Voria asked coldly.
Not entirely, no. This is the first time Turnus has faced them directly, Kerr allowed. We have a few veterans who tried to help Starn when the Crocs overran it, but other than some battle footage, I haven't really seen what they can do.
I understand that your people embrace technology, and many mistrust magic. Voria unfolded her arms, resting her palms on the table. That doesn't mean you should be ignorant of what it can do. The Crocs are binders, Admiral. That binding can take many forms. They can bind spirits into the bodies of the dead, sending those corpses to kill their former companions, but they can also shackle the souls of the living. A binder can wrest control of your body away from you, forcing you to do terrible things to those you love. Or they can make you fall in love with them so completely that you will forsake your heart vow just to please them. So you think the governor could be compromised? Aaron found himself saying. He blinked when everyone in the room looked at him. I mean, that's who I'd turn if I wanted the perfect spy. Precisely, Voria agreed. She nodded encouragingly at Aaron. I don't suspect the governor of anything other than incompetence at the moment, but we will not allow anyone to hear information that could damage us unless we are absolutely positive they have not been bound. I had Sergeant Cruz inspect all of you when you entered the room, and he cleared everyone. The Admiral nodded approvingly.
I can't say I disagree with your strategy, Major. By showing us the plan in this room, you guarantee that no one gets wind of it before it's implemented. So what is that plan, precisely?
The plan is fairly simple. The Major's gaze roamed the room, resting briefly on Aaron. We are going to send our tech mages to the station, in secret. Captain Thalus will lead Sergeant Cruz, Aaron, and Nara. They'll bring a teleport beacon. Once they arrive, they'll damage the station's anti-teleport wards, Then set up the beacon. We'll open a portal and flood that station with our marines, and set up our armor around the portal as a defensible perimeter." "Won't the Crocs just turn their dragons on the station?" Aaron asked. Again, everyone looked at him. "I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn. No one explained the protocol for these meetings." "I'm glad you're showing initiative, Aaron. We need more of that." Voria nodded approvingly. "To answer your question, yes, the Crocs would normally turn their dragons back on the station. However, if we provide a distraction, we might keep the dragons at bay long enough for the Turnus forces to launch a counterattack."
"Okay, I see where this is going," the Admiral said, stroking his beard as he considered. "We can have our fleet waiting at the edge of the asteroid belt. I still don't think we can reach the station in time, though."
"This plan is madness," Thalos said. He shook his head sadly. "In the time it takes the fleet to stop cowering behind these rocks and engage the enemy, they'll have already wiped out anyone on the station, unless the dragons are no longer at the station," Voria said. She gave a grim smile, resting her palms on the table. "While the Tech Mage Company is moving into position, the Worm Hunter and 2 Turnus ships will make a break for the surface. We'll plot a trajectory to the place where the Crocs landed. This will, I suspect, force the dragons to leave the station and engage us."
"If they all come, they'll overwhelm us,"
Thalos protested. "Again, madness." "You use that word entirely too often, Captain." Voria folded her arms again, eyes glittering coldly as she studied the Cheyenne. "The Hunter will be prepared to fall back. We have better speed than those worms, so all we need to do is lead them away from the station. With Kef-Tut dead, none of the dragons can best us in a one-on-one fight, and they know it. That will make them hesitate, giving us the time we need."
"And if your plan fails," Thalos demanded, "then we will die in battle, like warriors," Cruz barked, scowling darkly. It seemed to take him a moment to realize who he was talking to.
Sir." "Admiral, do you have anything to add to the plan?" Voria asked, ignoring the exchange.
"No, I think this is the best plan we've got. There are several major points of failure, but we're going to have to roll the dice and hope. You've got one hell of a reputation, Major, a reputation I saw upheld when you executed Kef-Tut today."
The Admiral gave Voria a respectful nod.
"I'll return to my ship and get our fleet into position."
"Excellent. I will ready my assault." Voria turned back to the squad. "Thalos, take Cruz, Nara, and Aaron, and get set up. Board, Kezia, report to the battle bridge." Chapter 27. Closing Fast.
"Listen up, wipes,"
Cruz bellowed, stabbing a finger in Aaron and Nara's direction.
"We are about to engage in your first real combat. If you screw this up, not only will you die, but everyone on that planet below will die. Do not screw up."
"Yes, sir," Aaron and Nara chorused together.
"Now get into your armor and let's move out,"
Cruz rumbled, moving toward the membrane near the rear of the airlock across from the barracks. Thalos had already moved to the membrane, his arrogant face obscured by his mirrored helmet. "You notice Thalos doesn't ever speak to us directly?" Nara said in a low tone, moving to the back of her armor. "Yeah." Aaron moved to the back of his own armor, pausing to inspect the potion loaders. All 3 were now full, 2 with a shimmering white liquid, and the last with a bright fluorescent green. "All his orders are relayed through Cruz, I've noticed. The only people he'll speak to are direct subordinates or superiors. He didn't even speak directly to Admiral Kerr, because he isn't Confederate." "Doesn't exactly fill me with confidence." Nara sketched the void sigil on the front of her armor, and the armor went translucent. She paused to look at him, giving a tentative smile. "Listen, we're about to do something that could get us both killed, so I'm going to say this. Now is the time. I don't really know what the history between us is. I gather I screwed you over pretty badly. I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that happened, but I'm not that woman anymore. I've got your back out there, Aaron. I hope you have mine." That took Aaron off guard. He cocked his head, considering. You weren't a good person before. Maybe I wasn't either. Who knows? All we've got is the people we are now. You watch my back out there, and I'll promise I'll do the same. That's enough for me. Nara stepped into her armor, and the armor solidified. Aaron sketched his own sigil, drawing the barest amount of energy to do it. He stepped into the armor, sighing as it solidified around him. Being in the armor brought him to life in a way nothing else had, and while the prospect of boarding the station terrified him, there was a note of excitement, too. The armor's HUD flared to life, showing the paper doll representation of the potion meters. Those meters were all green, but Aaron still had no idea what they did. Sergeant Cruz, I notice we're loaded with potions, Aaron said, using the armor's built-in comm unit instead of the external speakers. It's good to know you wipes aren't completely blind. Aaron, you're loaded up with 2 healing potions and a magic potion of resistance. That moment when you're wetting yourself ducking acid bolts, yeah, that's when you use that potion. Good to know. Aaron walked over to stand next to Cruz and Thalos, noting that the captain's armor didn't pivot even a millimeter to acknowledge his presence. Sir, what about mine? Nara asked. She was still more hesitant than she'd been before the mind wipe, but Aaron could hear the confidence building. He wondered how much of the old Nara remained. You've got a potion of healing and 2 potions of invisibility. You're going to use those to cloak our unit, all 4 of us. Any use of magic will disrupt the invisibility, so once we're under, no one casts anything. Stick close. If you leave the radius of the spell, you'll become visible. Cruz set his helmet over his head, then tightened it. Get your suits sealed. We're moving out in 15. Aaron took a breath, watching as Nara moved over to join them. Sending a pair of untrained tech mages to assault a Crocs-held station? Maybe Thalos was right. Maybe it was madness. But Aaron noticed that once the Major had decided, Thalos had accepted the order. He was here, leading a charge he thought suicidal, even though he knew the Confederacy had technically relieved the Major of her command. Sergeant Cruz, deploy your men, Thalos commanded. He leapt through the membrane, into the cold void beyond. Move, Majors! Move! Cruz roared. Aaron leapt through the membrane, and Nara followed. There was no change in temperature, but Aaron felt somehow colder outside the ship. Just the knowledge that there was only a thin metal suit between him and the unforgiving vacuum outside terrified him. Thalos had begun a slow burn toward the edge of the asteroid field, drifting toward the outer edge. Cruz had followed, increasing thrust to draw even with the captain. Nara fell in beside Aaron, about 40 meters back. They followed Thalos to the back side of the city-sized asteroid, slowly spinning toward the edge of the field. Thalos glided to a graceful crouch at the top of a ridge. Beyond them lay only a few smaller asteroids, and then the empty space leading to the station. A cloud of hazy, winged shapes danced around that station, 9 in total. 2 worms are unaccounted for, Thalos said over the comm. Should I send a messenger to the Major? Cruz asked. Negative. It's not worth the risk or the energy. The plan does not change. Have Private Nara engage the first invisibility potion. You heard the man, Wipe. Use the first potion. Cruz moved a bit closer to Nara, so Aaron did the same. How long will the spell last? Nara asked. And how far from her can we get before it will drop? Aaron added. 1 at a time, Wipes. It will last about 10 minutes, enough time for us to reach the station, Cruz rumbled. Stay within 20 meters of Private Nara. Your armor will show the locations of the company on a mini-map as soon as you enable that feature. Aaron looked at his HUD, but saw no obvious way to do that. After a moment, a mini-map sprang up in the lower right corner, showing blue dots representing the 3 other company members. Apparently, it responded to thought. Handy. Okay, here goes, Nara said. A wave of tingling energy pulsed off her, rippling outward in all directions. It passed with no visible effect, but Aaron could sense the residual magic energy around them. How are we still able to see each other? He asked, reluctantly risking another question. Cruz did not seem to like questions.
Man, every time I think you can't ask a dumber question. It's an invisibility sphere, wipe. Anything outside the sphere will see empty space. Anything inside can see as normal.
Let's deploy, Sergeant, Thalos barked. We have a mission to be about.
Move!
Cruz stabbed a finger at Nara, and she leapt off the asteroid into the gulf between them and the station. Aaron touched the energy in his chest, feeding enough to guide the armor after her. They quickly accelerated, and the asteroid field receded between his feet. He glanced upward. Well, relatively upward. The station was approaching swiftly, but they were several minutes out.
Here she comes,
Cruz barked into the comm.
The Hunter. Ain't she glorious? They're making their approach.
Aaron watched the wedge-shaped ship break from the rock field and angle toward the planet below. A pair of battered Turnus cruisers fell in behind her, ripe targets any enemy would find tempting. All the pieces were in motion. He looked up at the station again, closing fast. Chapter 28. Surprise. Voria exhaled a long, slow breath. She schooled her features, knowing both Bord and Kezia were watching from their respective matrices. Neither was adept at starship combat. Neither had fought a full-sized void worm. Both would be tested today. She could give them a rousing speech, but sensed that would be a mistake. It would call attention to their impossible task. Instead, she would treat it like any other day. Then, perhaps, they would also treat it as such. Specialist Bord, pour your strength into the spell drive. We need every bit of speed the Hunter can manage. Voria eyed the scry screen through the rotating rings that enclosed her in the Battle Bridge's command matrix. Corporal Kezia, normally I'd handle defense myself. Today I entrust that to you. Yes, sir. Kezia gave a tight, confident nod. Excellent. Thalos rode her relentlessly, with his prejudice clear at all times. Yet Kezia seemed immune to his constant badgering. She just worked harder to be the best in her unit. Voria touched a fire sigil, then a second on another ring. The scry screen rippled, showing the space between the ship. 2 battered Turnus cruisers limped in their wake, one battling a very real structural fire. The Admiral had handpicked them. Each was staffed with a skeleton crew of wounded heroes who knew they wouldn't be returning from this. They've noticed us, Kezia said, biting her lip. That happened faster than I'd expected. Several dragons had lifted off from the station's outer hull, like a flock of birds startled into flight. More joined them, until the entire flight had gathered. They were already growing larger on the scry screen. More speed, Bord, Voria ordered, not looking at the specialist. He had a deplorable array of personal weaknesses, but he was a talented life mage, the very rarest type of mage. Fortunately, his chief weakness was a fondness for women. He'd do anything to impress Kezia, including admitting to that fact. A bead of sweat trickled down Bord's forehead, then a slow, golden luminescence built around him. It flowed into the matrix as liquid pulses of light. The Hunter accelerated, creating a gap between it and the cruisers. The dragons streaked toward the cruisers, unable to resist fleeing prey, especially wounded prey. Won't they suspect some sort of trap? Kezia asked, reaching up to grab the stabilizing ring in her matrix. A few of them might, but they won't be able to stop the swarm from attacking. Voria studied the approaching worms as they neared the slower of the 2 vessels. Losing Kef Tat has enraged them, and they'll take any opportunity to vent that rage. As if to punctuate her words, one of the largest worms breathed a cone of white at the cruiser. The damaged vessel was far too slow to dodge, and the breath enveloped the entire ship, extinguishing all life within. The cruiser detonated, a ballooning wave of fire and debris expanding in all directions. The closest dragon's eyes widened comically, then the wave overtook it, blasting the creature backward. Its wings were shredded, and a large chunk of burning hull punched through the worm's chest, right above the heart. 2 other worms were caught in the blast, though both survived. They circled behind their dying brethren, wounded and seething. Kezia, prepare a counterspell, Voria barked. She brought the Hunter about, toward the wounded worms. Voria touched the sigil for earth. then added void from another ring. Finally, she tapped earth again. Deep brown power rolled from her chest, surging into the rings around her. The hunter's spell cannon hummed, then fired. A blob of dark pulsing energy shot toward the two wounded dragons. They evaded, swooping clear of the energy's path. Voria smiled. The glob of energy expanded, and streaks of purple lightning crackled within. The worms slowed, then halted. Then they were pulled toward the ball of energy, sucked inside by the spell's immense gravity. Voria brought her hand down in a sharp chopping motion, and the ball of energy zoomed toward the planet. By the time the worms broke free, the planet's gravity well would already have caught them. In their wounded state, they'd be too weak to make it back to orbit for several hours. "They're firing spells, sir!" Kezia called, her voice cracking. "Intercept, Corporal!" Voria ordered. She shifted the scry screen to show the incoming spells, a trio of deadly blue clouds, and maneuvered the hunter into a tight dive toward the planet. She used its gravity to slingshot them forward, increasing their momentum. The spells were still closing, adjusting their course to match the hunter. "There's no outrunning them. Kezia!" The tiny corporal gave a fierce roar, her hands flying across the rings. Sigils lit up, and a streak of silver energy boiled out of the spell cannon. It caught the closest enemy spell, dissipating it harmlessly. The second and third slammed into the hunter, knocking Voria from her feet. She fell into the rings, her head rebounded off the silver one. Voria pulled herself back to her feet, shaking her head to clear the stars. "Board! Damage report! Both shots hit the spell drive! We're down to less than a third normal strength!" Board sounded panicked, and a glance confirmed it. His eyes were wide, knuckles white. He was ready to break. "Steady yourself, Specialist." Voria allowed some compassion into the words. That got his attention. He looked up at her. "Use what remaining power we have," she said. "Limp back toward those asteroids." "Oh, I'm sorry, sir," Kezia said quietly. "Excellent work on that last volley, Corporal. Prepare another counterspell." Voria concentrated on the rings again, synced with the matrix, and guided the hunter back toward the asteroid field, as if abandoning her attempt to reach the planet. The remaining void worms followed, far closer than she'd like. The plan was unraveling. The worms would reach the hunter well before she made it to the asteroids. "Let's hope our friends are ready," she muttered grimly. Chapter 29. Battered. Voria tapped Spirit, then Life. She fired the counterspell, and a moment later the spell cannon echoed it with Kezia's. They streaked into the cluster of incoming spells, ending them in a silent explosion. "Yes!" Kezia cheered, pumping a fist in the air. "That bought us some time." "Let's hope it's enough," Voria said, watching the scry screen. 6 dragons pursued them, straining against the planet's gravity to reach them before they could find shelter in the ring of asteroids. They'd ignored the second cruiser, and in fact had flown wide around it, slowing their progress, wisely as another explosion lay waiting. "The dragons are unleashing another volley," Kezia murmured, her smile fading to a flat, worried line. "Counterspells!" Voria barked. Her fingers flew across the sigils with practiced ease. "We're nearly there." Kezia nodded tightly, paling as she tapped the sigils in her own matrix. Another volley of blue spells shot in their direction, and 2 more counterspells rose to meet them. This time it wasn't enough. 2 of the spells were stopped, but 4 more continued on, unhindered. They slammed into the hunter, and the bridge tilted wildly. This time Voria was fast enough to grab the stabilization ring and prevent herself from falling. Neither Board nor Kezia were as lucky. Both were tossed into the rings and battered about as they fought to regain their footing. Something groaned deep within the hunter, and sounded like the deep clawing of metal tearing from metal. "Board, are you conscious?" Voria demanded, slipping from the rings and moving to Kezia's side. The tiny warrior's eyes were closed, and a lump swelled on her forehead. "Coming," Board called weakly. He crawled the distance to them, stopping next to Kezia. "She's not too bad off. I can fix this." "Do it." Voria rose smoothly to her feet and ducked back into the matrix. The scry screen told a grim tale. The dragons had closed, and were moving into position to deliver a killing blow. The hunter's shields might stop the first breath weapon or two, but the third or fourth would kill them all. Fortunately, the hunters still had plenty of momentum, and their course carried them toward the continent-sized chunk of dark rock, the asteroid where the Turnus forces lay waiting. Voria touched the life sigil, then a water sigil. She reached into her satchel, withdrew a glowing bottle, and upended it, savoring the mouthful of grape-flavored potion. Then she touched a void sigil. Even with the potion's energy augmenting her own, casting the spell was a near thing. It hollowed her out, drinking the last of the power residing in her chest. In its wake came a towering wave of exhaustion, knocking Voria to one knee. She grabbed the stabilizing ring, staring up at the scry screen. A swirling bubble of black-white energy sprang up around the ship, obscuring the dragons. Screaming faces swam through the white, the lingering echoes of spirits summoned by the spell. She found such magic disquieting, though in this instance the spirit ward was their only chance of survival. A keening wail echoed through the ship, so loud it drowned out all other sound. Voria's hands shot to her ears, and she gritted her teeth as she waited for the horrible cacophony to fade. "What just happened?" Bord asked, rising from Kezia's unconscious form. The lump on her forehead was gone, and her breathing was deep and even. "I summoned a spirit ward around the ship. The wailing was the sound of the worms using their breath weapons. Without the ward, we'd have had to deal with the spirits themselves." Voria rose shakily to her feet, slipping from the matrix. She wasn't strong enough to pilot in any case. "You saved all our lives, ma'am." Bord gave her a respectful nod, then seemed to realize who he was addressing. He snapped to attention, sketching a salute. "At ease, Specialist." She looked at the scry screen, laughing. The spirit ward had faded, showing the space around them once more. White streaks, the signatures of the Turnus gauze cannon, swarmed around each of the dragons. Hunks of dense metal slammed into the worms, peppering them with a myriad of small wounds. Individually, the wounds weren't fatal, but if one accumulated enough of them, even a dragon would die. The dragons were falling back, overwhelmed by the unexpected attack. Voria took a deep breath, then stepped back into the matrix. There was one more matter she'd very nearly forgotten about in her haste to deal with the worms. The hunter was barreling toward an asteroid, and if she didn't slow their progress, the worms wouldn't have to kill them. "Specialist, I need you back on that spell drive." Voria rested both hands on the stabilizing ring, smiling grimly as the dragons fell back before the Turnus fleet. The smallest worm had lost a wing, and fluttered helplessly as 6 cruisers peppered it safely from range. The worm desperately tried to reach them with its breath weapon, but the cruisers danced nimbly away. "Yes, ma'am." Bord ducked back into his matrix, and the spell drive rumbled reluctantly to life. "She feels damaged, ma'am. I'm not sure how much she can give." "I'll take whatever's available." Voria shifted the scry screen to show the asteroid. It had grown alarmingly large, and she guessed their distance at no more than 40 or 50 kilometers. Voria tightened her hands on the ring and bonded to the ship. A wave of vertigo threatened to send her to the deck, but she righted herself. Piloting took very little energy, and she only needed to give one more order. She focused, willing the hunter to veer away from the asteroid. It slowly drifted wide as she fought to pull away. The asteroid blotted out the entire view now and continued to grow. The hunter strained, the deep groan from the hull becoming a painful screech as the keel cracked. The surface loomed, a wall of mountains blocked their path. She forced the hunter to rise, fighting desperately to clear the mountains. She juked around a peak into a narrow valley between 2 stone giants. The hunter's prow rose and began to gain altitude again. They zipped past the peaks, leaving the asteroid's light gravitational field. "That is the closest I ever want to come to death," Bord said, panting. He rested against the stabilizing ring. "I think this ring is the only thing keeping me from falling. I'm just going to stand here for a while." "I think you've earned the break, Specialist." Voria waved a hand, and the scry screen shifted to show the Turnus fleet. They'd driven the dragons into high orbit, away from the station. As long as Thalos and his squad can take the station, we can call today a victory.
Chapter 30. Enforcers.
This feels too easy, Aaron muttered. The station loomed ahead of them, close enough that he could now pick out individual docking berths. Almost all were empty. You consider this easy? Nara asked over the comm.
Don't worry, Wipes, Cruz boomed. The hard part's about to start. Make for the secondary access port right below station control.
Won't the Crocs center their defenses around station control? Aaron asked, willing his suit to magnify around that area. Sergeant, inform your squad that questions are not tolerated during combat. Thalos snapped. Silence followed. Cruz took point, the thruster on the back of his armor firing as he zoomed toward a narrow, unremarkable door. He flipped his suit around, and his massive metal boots slammed into the deck, then locked with a thunk. Thalos slowed gracefully, hovering next to the door. Aaron duplicated the maneuver, with Nara following a few meters behind. Aaron waited silently, stifling a million questions. This was the last place he'd have picked to assault. They would meet heavy resistance, and force the enemy to commit everything they had to the defense. Better to establish a beachhead at an unoccupied part of the station, where the Marines could create a perimeter. Thalos raised his gauntlet before the door, and the door opened silently. The captain darted inside, and Cruz motioned for Aaron to follow. Aaron ducked through, snapping his spell rifle to his shoulder as he took in his surroundings. They'd entered a small airlock, with a large window set in a steel door. Beyond that window stood a pair of terrifying guards, though neither had noticed their entrance. Each draconic creature easily topped 2 meters, and bore a pair of wings and a tail very similar to the worms outside. They were facing away from the airlock and didn't seem to be paying much attention to it. Unlike the worms, these creatures wore body armor and carried some sort of heavy spell rifle. Otherwise, they were basically small dragons, so far as Aaron could tell.
What am I looking at?
Aaron asked quietly into the comm.
Those are Crocs enforcers, Cruz muttered. They're strong, resistant to magic, and have armor thick enough to stop conventional arms. They can fly, and even their tail is a weapon. Also, most are powerful mages.
Get the company in order, Sergeant, Thalos said, crouching next to the airlock panel. He raised his gauntlet. We'll use explosive decompression to throw them off guard. Then I need you to deliver me 2 dead enforcers. Aaron found it more than a little terrifying that explosive decompression was merely a distraction to these things. Brace yourself, Thalos ordered. He grabbed a rung on one side of the airlock, so Aaron moved to the opposite side. The others took rungs as well, vacating the doorway. Thalos raised his gauntlet, and the door whooshed open. Atmosphere flooded past them in a fierce wind, tugging at Aaron's armor as it burst out into space. Both Crocs were unprepared, and one was sucked through the hole into space. The other wrapped its spiked tail around a bulkhead. Thalos raised his gauntlet, closing the airlock and trapping one of the enforcers in a full vacuum.
Kill that thing!
Cruz barked. He leaned through the door, aiming his cannon at the remaining enforcer. A high-pitched whine came from his armor, and the rifle glowed bright orange like a volcano, then kicked backward, lobbing a lump of superheated magma. The Crocs raised a wing to block, bracing itself for the attack. It screeched when the magma splashed across its wing, but raised a spell rifle and let off a flurry of pale white spirit bolts in the sergeant's direction. Cruz ducked out of sight, narrowly avoiding the Crocs' return fire. Aaron took the opportunity to line up a shot, centering the target reticle over the Crocs' face. He flipped the rifle selector to level 2, grunting as the weapon extracted a significant chunk of power from his reserves. It kicked into his shoulder, discharging a thick black bolt. The bolt took the Crocs in the right side of his face, and its eye and cheek boiled away to dust. The creature screeched, raising a hand to the wound. It glared hatefully at Aaron and raised its own rifle. Nara dropped to one knee beside him, gripping her pistol with both hands. She shot off a quick trio of level 1 spells, forcing the Crocs to abandon his shot. Aaron rolled behind a rusting metal console that had been half stripped for parts. "Sarge, How do we drop this thing? Aaron panted into the calm.
More effort!
Cruz roared, stepping from cover. He thumbed the selector on his cannon to 3. The weapon gave a deep, deafening roar that thrummed through Aaron even inside his armor. The cannon belched a wave of liquid fire that rained down over the Crox's entire body. Wherever it landed, the Crox's scales sizzled and hissed. It tossed away the now useless rifle.
You arrogant mortals think you are winning!
The sizzling creature boomed out a laugh, then sprinted toward Aaron. Aaron stepped backward, into the Crox who had been jettisoned into space. Somehow it had gotten through a closed airlock. The Crox seized him, then hurled him toward the wall. Aaron experienced a brief moment of weightlessness as the world spun outside his helmet. He crashed to the floor on the far side of the room, skidding into a wall in a tumbling spray of sparks. Something snapped in his left leg. He cried out in agony. Aaron forced away the pain, gritting his teeth as he rolled behind another terminal. Nara leapt from cover, firing the same gray spell she'd used to immobilize Aaron back on her ship. The energy rippled over the Crox's back, but was pushed backward in a spray of mana fragments. The spell dissipated, and the Crox turned to face Nara. Aaron glanced at Cruz, but the sergeant had moved to grapple with the other Crox. There was no one but Aaron to help Nara. He leaned against the terminal, hastily lining up a shot with his rifle, thumbed the selector back to 1, then squeezed off a quick void bolt. It caught the Crox in the back, driving it back a half step. Nara rolled away, popping back to her feet and peppering the Enforcer with void bolts of her own. The creature looked back and forth between Nara and Aaron with a snarl, then sprinted back the way it had come. It leapt into the air, using its wings to glide to the far side of the room. Aaron squeezed off a shot that ricocheted off the doorway, just as the Enforcer fled deeper into the station.
"Are you all right?"
Nara asked, squatting next to him.
"My leg is broken,"
Aaron said through gritted teeth. He writhed back and forth as shards of pain lanced through his entire leg, puffing out a series of quick breaths.
"So use a healing potion."
Nara pointed at the canisters on his armor.
"Oh, yeah."
Aaron willed the armor to activate the first canister, sighing in relief as the golden fluid disappeared from the tube. It flooded the armor, which directed the flow to his wounded leg. Intense heat surrounded the wounded area, and the pain faded to numbness. Then the warmth faded, taking the pain with it. He suddenly understood just why the Major had been willing to trade away her staff. Aaron flipped to his feet, sprinting forward as if he'd never been wounded. He moved past Cruz, who was still wrestling with the wounded Crox, and circled wide to flank it. He thumbed the selector to 2, then unloaded a near point-blank void bolt into the back of the Crox's skull. The Crox tumbled to the ground, the back of its head simply gone.
"Sergeant, secure this room,"
Thalos commanded. Aaron had almost forgotten the man was there.
"Ensure that nothing comes through that door. I'm going to erect the teleport beacon."
He reached into his suit's void pocket and pulled out 3 curved metal rods, each a glittering silver that reflected the lights above.
"You heard the man. Move, Wipes! Take up positions on either side of that door. Nothing gets through."
Cruz trotted forward, stopping behind a bulkhead that offered hard cover against anyone coming through the door. Aaron sprinted to the right side of the door, dropping into a crouch a few meters away. Nara mirrored the motion on the other side of the door. She had her pistol at the ready. In the distance, Aaron heard moans. Lots of moans. He looked curiously at Nara, who merely shrugged. The moans were getting closer and louder, so Aaron crept to the doorway and peeked around the corner.
Oh, crap.
Aaron ducked back into cover. There are about 70 dead Turnus Marines incoming. Looks like they're mostly using conventional rifles.
Damned corpses! Even more useless than Zeros, but dangerous if they get through that choke point. Light 'em up, but make your spells count. These guys are gonna soften us up, then the Crox will be back with his buddies.
Cruz extended a meter-long blade from one wrist and ignited a spell shield on the other. His eyes went savage, and he smiled.
Sometimes it's nice to mix it up a little bit. Here they come.
Chapter 31. Make every spell count. The first corpse emerged through the doorway, stepping into the room with a ferocity that made Aaron want to take a step backward. A pallid glow came from its eyes, proof of whatever fiendish intelligence had animated the body. The corpse's gaze locked on Cruz, and it brought up its rifle smoothly, as it would have in life. Aaron was faster. He lunged, bringing the stock of his rifle down on the corpse's face. The blow smashed the corpse to the ground, shattering the left side of its face. The corpse started to rise again, so Aaron finished it with a void bolt. "Inform your men to conserve their spells," Thalos called, without looking up from the rods he was assembling. "Are you mentally deficient, wipe?" Cruz bellowed, turning to Aaron. "We do not use spells against corpses, unless there is no other choice. Their whole purpose is to bleed our magic away." "Sorry, instinct," Aaron said, bending to pick up the soldier's rifle. 2 more corpses came through the doorway, and Aaron raised the unfamiliar weapon. The firing mechanism was easy to understand. A simple trigger, very similar to what he'd been given back at the catalyst. The safety was already disengaged. The weapon fired a hail of slugs at the first target, making it dance like a puppet as the shots carried it back into the hallway. Cruz barked out a laugh. "That's more like it." More corpses were coming through. Aaron fired again, but the weapon clicked. Empty. He tossed it to the ground as several corpses advanced in his direction. Cruz waded into the fray, cutting down former Turnus soldiers. The bodies wore standard environmental armor, most without a helmet. The sergeant's chrome spike punched through easily, pinning its targets long enough for him to dismember them with his gauntlets. "Either you gotta shred these things," Cruz demonstrated by pulling the arms off another corpse. His elbow shot back, crushing another corpse's skull, "or you pulp their brains." Aaron darted forward, seizing a corpse by the side of its head and slamming it into the deck. He looked away from the gore, convinced the corpse wouldn't be rising. More dead soldiers came through, forcing him back from the doorway. Their bodies piled in, one after another. He glanced at the captain, but thus far none of the corpses had broken through. Aaron darted forward again and yanked one from the mass, then willed open his void pocket, seizing his spell blade and delivering a wicked slash to the corpse. The headless body toppled to the ground, drawing a grim smile. "I think the blade is actually enjoying this," Aaron said, slicing the legs from under another corpse. The spell blade, its enchanted metal more than a match for whatever composite Turnus used, hummed through their armor. Exhilaration flowed from the blade, up Aaron's arm. Whatever it was felt even better than adrenaline. "You're right, Sarge. Mixing it up does feel good." "Don't get cocky," Nara said, a tinge of panic to her voice. She'd fallen back and was using controlled bursts from a Turnus rifle to discourage the corpses swarming in her direction. "There are a lot of these things, and I don't have a melee weapon." "Improvised, wipe!" Cruz barked. The gun clicked empty, and Nara started using it as a club. Her suit's enhanced strength made every blow lethal, skulls popping like melons. "Yes, sir," she said. Aaron decapitated another corpse, then brought up his spell shield to block a hail of bullets fired by a pair of corpses who just entered the room. They staggered their fire, forcing him to retreat to cover or risk real damage to his armor. "Those 2 are using something a lot higher caliber," Aaron said, ducking behind a terminal. "We need to take them down fast." Aaron glanced from cover, noting the trio of corpses that rushed past the ones with the heavy assault rifles. These ones weren't carrying rifles, but they did have a grenade clutched tightly in each fist. The corpses fanned out and started lobbing those grenades in their direction. "Scatter!" Cruz boomed. Aaron dove for cover, using his suit to accelerate into the air. He hovered near the ceiling, watching in horror as the 2 corpses lobbed grenades at Cruz. They detonated in quick succession, hurling the sergeant backward into the wall. Thalos glanced up from his ritual, but continued assembling silver rods. This appeared to be the last of 3, and Aaron hoped that meant they'd have reinforcements soon. Both corpses with assault rifles were focused on Cruz, firing a stream of deafening rounds that left deep craters in the rear of his suit. "Nara, see if you can help the sergeant," Aaron called. "I'll hold them off." He knew these things were designed to use up his magic, but if the 4 of them died because they didn't use spells, it wouldn't matter. He snapped his rifle to his shoulder, thumbed the selector to level 1, and picked off the first grenade-throwing corpse before it could throw. The grenade clattered to the ground at the corpse's feet. The explosion sent corpses flying, including the pair with the assault rifles. Aaron swooped low, slashing the head off another corpse with his spell blade. The mass turned in his direction, forgetting about Cruz. Nara landed next to the sergeant and stood over his body with her makeshift club. She knocked corpses away,
keeping Cruz safe while he clawed his way into the corner.
"I've got my back to the wall now. Don't worry about me. Healing potion's already working."
Cruz forced himself to his feet. Aaron wasn't worried about Cruz. He was worried about the Croc's enforcer who burst through the door. It aimed a spell cannon in Aaron's direction, squeezing off a crackling black-brown hunk of boiling stone. The rock expanded in the air, and was larger than Aaron's suit by the time it impacted. The rock's incredible mass slammed Aaron into the far wall, and a crack ran down his faceplate. The paper doll and his HUD burst into a riot of reds and yellows, showing all the places that were damaged.
"No!"
Nara roared, swooping up above the enforcer.
"Not on my watch, you scaly bastard!"
She gripped her pistol in both hands, squeezing off a level 2 void bolt. It tagged the Crocs in the face, melting scale and bone. Somehow the blow didn't kill the enforcer. It sketched a black symbol in the air and flung it at Nara. Aaron forced himself back to his feet, pouring power into his armor. He soared into the air and interposed himself between Nara and the spell. Raising his shield, he caught the black sigil, which exploded into a wave of darkness, billowing out around him like mist. A wave of exhaustion crashed over him.
"Get out of that cloud!" Cruz bellowed, striding back into combat. "It will sap your magical energy."
Aaron zoomed backward, suddenly able to see as his suit burst from the cloud. There was no sign of the enforcer, and only a few corpses were still on their feet. He flew lower, completing the grisly work he'd begun with his spellblade.
"Well done, Sergeant,"
Thalos called, pointing proudly at the assembled portal. "We've succeeded. Now we have fodder of our own." Aaron looked up from the carnage to see Thalos standing between a trio of curved metal spires, their tips forming an archway. Within those silver spires, a bright blue glow had begun to coalesce. There were shapes within, vague and indistinct. Then those shapes, the battalion's Marines, burst out one by one. Each was armed with a Turnus assault rifle, and a set of armor identical to those of the corpses. That made Aaron shiver. They could very easily become enemies if they weren't protected. The Marines fanned out in the room, each squad taking up cover and setting up firing lanes on the doorway. Chapter 32. Fodder. Aaron removed his helmet, shaking sweat from his forehead. His breathing had returned to normal, and the adrenaline was already fading. The fight had taken more out of him than he'd like, particularly since that had been the enemy's entire goal.
"Who's in charge of this rabble?"
Thalos asked, surveying the platoon of Marines with a critical eye.
"I am, sir, Captain Davidson. We've met several times."
Davidson stared Captain Thalos down, his body language tight and aggressive.
"This rabble is the 707th Company. We're at your orders, sir."
Aaron blinked, recognizing Davidson as the man who'd kicked his ass on the way to the commissary. His nose had a single small bandage across the right side, the only evidence of the fight. "You know him?" Nara asked. She'd removed her helmet, and sweat had plastered her dark hair around her face, framing it into a perfect oval.
"Yeah, he kicked the ever-living shit out of me when the sergeant sent me to get potions the other day."
"Ah, I figured you'd made some friends when I saw the bruises. Board said they were a lot worse before he took care of them." Nara gave him a sidelong glance. "You're kind of a smartass, and you have this smug I'm superior to you thing going on, so, I can't say I'm surprised they kicked your ass." Aaron barked out a quick laugh, shaking his head. "You know, I like new Nara a whole lot better than old Nara. You're a lot more honest."
"You want us to do what, sir?"
Davidson's voice thundered, interrupting their conversation. Aaron turned to see Davidson getting in Thalos's face. Thalos seemed completely unruffled, though he did eye Davidson with a mixture of distaste and annoyance.
"I believe my orders were quite clear, Captain. I want you to start ordering platoons through that doorway. Each time a platoon goes through, we'll bring in another from the hunter. Repeat this until all fodder are through that doorway. Am I clear?" "What did you call us?"
Davidson blinked. He cocked his rifle and turned to his men. They wore ugly looks, and Aaron could smell the violence frothing just under the surface.
I called you fodder. Thalos took a step toward Davidson, eyes narrowing. If you do not execute my order immediately, I will execute you. Then I will have your second carry out that order. I will continue to execute fodder until you follow orders. So tell me, Captain, will you follow orders, or must I give command to another? Suddenly Aaron understood exactly why Davidson and his men had assaulted him. Could he really blame them? He wasn't even aware that his feet were moving until he was nose to nose with Thalos. The captain eyed him balefully. What is it, Private? Aaron kept as tight a rein on his anger as he could. Sir, sending our Marines through that door will result in near total casualties. We're assaulting a heavily fortified position, and every time one of our troops goes down, the other side gains a soldier. Leave the strategy to me, Private, Thalos said. The words dripped venom. Sir? Cruz rumbled, limping over to join them. I know you don't like having subordinates question you, but sometimes it's smart to listen to the people under your command. Men die in war, but it shouldn't be like this. Sir, I will make this single allowance for your impertinence, Sergeant. Thalos's expression grew even blacker. We send the fodder in, knowing the enemy binder will use them against us. We do it for the same reason they send fodder, to bleed their resources. Converting corpses into minions takes both time and a large amount of magic. We send in our fodder, so by the time we reach the binder, they are weak enough to be killed. I realize the callousness, and I salute those men who sacrifice their lives. But not enough to actually learn the names of our officers. Davidson spat on Thalos's boot. The way I see it, if we're going to die anyway, what's the difference if it's fighting you or fighting them? I can't really see a way that makes them any worse than you. Thalos's armored hand shot out, seizing Davidson by the throat. He hoisted the captain slowly into the air and raised his sidearm in his other hand. He turned to face the Marines, holding their officer before them. Let this be an example to the rest of... Aaron barreled into Thalos from the side, knocking the captain to the deck. Davidson tumbled away, scrambling back from the augmented combat. This is mutiny, Thalos hissed, knocking Aaron away and rising into a crouch. He pulled his spell blade from his void pocket. And there is only one way to deal with mutiny. Wait, Cruz bellowed, stepping between them. Captain, don't do this. So you're standing with them? The captain's eyes narrowed. Yeah, guess I am. Cruz scowled at Thalos. Listen, Aaron said, though he doubted there was any getting Thalos to see reason. There's another way. Nara still has a potion of invisibility. We can launch a quick surgical strike to deal with this binder. We sneak past their defenses and put them down fast and hard. It uses less resources, and you can save the fodder for the assault on the planet below. Thalos glared hatefully at Aaron. You assaulted an officer in a time of war. After I have executed you for treason, I will take your plan under advisement. Aaron never saw Nara move into position, but he did see her strike. It was exactly the same move she'd used on Yorak's guards, right down to the pink spell fired from her spell pistol. The energy washed over Thalos, and he blinked in surprise, turning to face Nara. What did you cushed? He slurred. Then his eyes closed, and he collapsed to the deck. A moment later, he gave a tremendous snore. Aaron gave an appreciative laugh. Nicely done. Even Cruz smiled. He's going to kill us for this. I mean that literally. But until then, we gotta fight smart. Aaron, your plan is solid. Take Nara and sneak up to the command level. It will be at the top of the mezzanine, a big glass sphere. Find the binder and kill him. Our only hope of saving our asses is killing that binder. Maybe the Major will be able to talk Thalos down, if we pull it off. Sir? Davidson asked, tentatively. Aaron realized the man was addressing him. I'm pretty sure you outrank me, Davidson. In fact, I remember you pointing it out after you planted a boot in my face.
he said, laughing. What I said back in the hangar was bullshit. No Marine outranks any tech mage. Ever. Davidson shook his head bitterly. Listen, I just wanted to say thank you for saving our lives. It's bad enough that most of us were conscripted. If we're going to die, we at least want our deaths to matter.
Aaron clapped Davidson on the shoulder. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. You've been given a raw deal. All the Marines have.
You're the first tech mage I've ever seen acknowledge that fact.
Davidson offered his hand, and Aaron took it.
I don't want to interrupt your date, but we have a binder I need dead. Go make it dead. Now!
Cruz roared, so loudly it echoed. Chapter 33. 3, 2, 1. Nara snapped her helmet back into place, relieved that it insulated her not only from the violence, but from the hostility boiling up all around her. The corpses she could tolerate and the crocs, but the absolute lack of empathy Thalos had demonstrated shook her to the core. It underscored how little she mattered, and that she only mattered that little bit because she happened to have the right magic. Who were they even fighting for? "Are you ready?" Aaron asked. He'd already donned his own helmet and stood near the doorway. "No, but every moment we stand here I'm less ready, so we may as well go." Nara moved to stand near Aaron, then willed her suit to use the second potion loader. Warm, purple-pink energy filled her. It passed through her like a conduit, flowing back into the suit as a spell, then rippled outward around them, and the energy flowed out to establish a sphere of invisibility. "Okay, I'll take point," Aaron said. He didn't wait for an answer. He merely glided forward a meter or so above the deck. Nara rose into the air as well, following Aaron as cautiously as she could. She was already learning her strengths, and head-on combat wasn't one of them. Fortunately, Aaron excelled at it. He tended to rush in. That allowed her to hang back. She could generally throw a critical spell at the right moment. She wished she knew which spells, of course, but she'd settle for panic casting at opportune moments. It had worked so far. The room past the door was littered with corpses, about half of which were actually dead. The other half lay on the deck with slitted eyes, waiting for someone to pass by so they could leap up and attack. The fact that they didn't react to Aaron and Nara reassured her, and she let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding once they'd passed. They drifted up the corridor, exiting into a mezzanine, or she assumed the big, open marketplace was a mezzanine. She'd never heard the word before today. Dozens of stalls dotted both sides of a raised floor that curved out of sight in the distance. A set of stairs led to a level above it, and a second set to a level below. "Up there," Aaron whispered over the comm. Nara looked up to see a 5-story building dominating the center of the mezzanine, placed like an axle at the center of a wheel. Large bay windows ringed the very top, allowing whoever sat there to view the entire mezzanine with relative ease. Whoever had built this place loved control. "Shall we?" Nara whispered, pointing up. Aaron nodded, rising slowly into the air. The light filtering down from the ceiling revealed how much damage Aaron's armor had suffered. A crack ran the entire length of the faceplate, and more of the surface was scorched than wasn't. He seemed to be moving fine, but Nara worried how much longer his armor would protect him. They drifted quickly past each of the 5 levels, peering through the windows as they rose. Most were opulent apartments she guessed belonged to dignitaries or wealthy corporate magnates. From here, they could oversee their acquisitions and watch the little people conduct day-to-day business. "Moment of truth," Aaron whispered, accelerating slightly. He rose over the building's ledge, and Nara quickly followed. They hovered outside a wide bay window, looking into a lavish office. Shelves that appeared to be real mahogany flanked a simple glass desk. A red-headed woman with dark skin sat with her feet up on the desk, eyes wide and unseeing. A tiny trickle of drool leaked from the center of her mouth, and her chest rose and fell slowly. A faint residue of power surrounded the body. The after-effects of some sort of spell, Nara thought. "I wonder what she's doing." Nara moved to the window, peering through the glass. Aaron landed next to her, maybe controlling the corpses somehow? The spell does have spirit residue. Either way, we'll never have a better chance. Nara withdrew her pistol. How about I put a hole in the glass, then you unload everything you have on her? Sounds workable. Go in 3? She nodded. 3, 2, 1. Nara shot the glass with a void bolt, disintegrating a 2-meter circle. Aaron rolled through, flipping to his feet and unloading a level 2 bolt at the catatonic binder. The bolt hit the woman directly in the heart. It unraveled her blouse, scorching the skin underneath to a charred black. Aaron was already firing again, aiming for the same spot. The woman's eyes, twin pools of orange flame, snapped open. She sketched a sigil in the air, a counterspell that zipped into Aaron's void bolt before it hit. Then she rolled backward out of the chair, using it as cover. "How did you reach me without being detected?" she hissed, glaring at them over the chair. "She's stalling!" Aaron roared, sprinting wide around the left side of the desk. The binder tracked his path, ignoring Nara. Nara smiled and moved silently to the right, lining up a shot with her pistol. Concentrating, she channeled something that drew from the dream magic inside of her and fired a bolt of intense violet from her spell pistol. It hit the binder in the back of the head and disappeared instantly. The binder screamed, her hands shot to her head, and light poured from her mouth and eyes. For a moment, Nara felt elation. Then it fell to ashes. The flood of light slowed to a trickle, then flickered out. The binder turned her hate-filled gaze in Nara's direction. She'd resisted the spell. "An untrained binder in a tech mage's armor. Interesting. I may let you live, so I can rip your story from your mind." Chapter 34. Breathe. The binder twisted to face Nara, leaving her back exposed to Aaron. He glided forward, his armor only a few centimeters off the ground. Reaching deep, he pulled from his diminished pool of magic. Black and purple lightning crackled down the blade. Aaron rammed the sword between the binder's shoulder blades, leaning in with both hands and all the force his suit could muster. The blade sank in, but reluctantly. Only the tip disappeared into the wound. The void lightning crackled into the wound, and a thin streamer of smoke curled from the blackened flesh. Confusion emanated from the spell blade. The binder's hand shot out behind her back, seizing Aaron's blade. He fought desperately to yank the weapon loose, but realized the binder was far stronger than she appeared. She flung him backward, and he released his spell blade, tumbling into a disused terminal in a heap. The crack across his faceplate spread another centimeter. "Oh!" Aaron rolled back to his feet, knowing he didn't have any time to lay around. The move saved his life. The binder had pulled Aaron's sword from her back and was now using it to attack. She slashed at him in a wide arc, but Aaron hopped backward, just out of reach. "That thing is supposed to be bound to me," Aaron muttered, circling wide to buy himself a few seconds to think. "What does that mean exactly? Okay, Spellblade, do something bad to her before she kicks my ass." "Again?" Nara called unhelpfully. She fired another void bolt, but the binder ignored the impact. It burned away clothing, but left whole unbroken skin underneath. Aaron, I'm not really sure how to stop her." "Yeah, I'm out of ideas too!" The last word drew out as Aaron fell backward. He avoided the slash, but was now prone with the binder standing over him. She raised the spellblade, grinning at him predatorily. "It was a valiant effort, tiny human. You wounded me, and that's something no one has done for over a century." The hilt of the sword flared a blinding purple, and the scent of sizzling flesh billowed outward. The binder dropped the weapon with a pained shout, clutching her wounded hand to her chest. Aaron's hand shot up and caught the hilt of the weapon. He brought it around in a low slash, but the binder hopped over it. She danced backward, her features boiling over in rage. "This is no longer amusing." She sucked in a deep breath and roared. The roar deepened, and her body rippled. She grew, her limbs becoming thicker and heavier. Her skin darkened further, then broke into a sea of midnight ridges. Those ridges grew into dark, bony scales. A pair of impressive wings sprang from her back, and her neck elongated. Within moments, the binder was gone, replaced by a full void worm. She raised her wings, shattering the windows on all sides of the room. Aaron dove over the desk, dodging a tail strike that smashed the bookshelf behind him. He rolled forward, then leapt through the empty space where the window had been, twisted in midair and flipped so he could track the dragon's movements. "It's smaller than the ones the worm hunter fought," Nara offered, zipping into the air about 30 meters above him. "Yeah, somehow I don't find that comforting. I guess that's why she's so tough. Any ideas?" Aaron dove, barely dodging another tail swipe.
"I have one," the worm rumbled.
She opened her mouth, breathing a cloud of fetid white mist. Aaron tried to tumble backward, but he knew he was too late. Nara dove in and seized Aaron around the waist. There was a moment of vertigo. Then they were 30 meters higher than they had been. The cloud passed harmlessly under them. "Displacement spell," Nara said, releasing him. She hovered above the dragon, weaving erratically. "I think I knew it from before. I saw Kazon do that to Yorak. Fancy." Aaron sprinted low along the ground. He kept a parallel course to the dragon, looking for a way to make an attack. If they couldn't hurt this thing as a human, what the depths were they going to do when it had centuries-thick armor? Aaron glanced up. The station's observation dome vaulted above them, giving a spectacular view of the planet below. In the distance, he could see tiny streaks of white pounding into massive dragons, under fire from the Turnus fleet. "I've got an idea." Aaron shot straight up, narrowly dodging another cloud of pallid white fog. "When we first met, you used a spell that enlarged several people. Is there any chance you could use that on me right now?" Maybe. Hold on." Aaron spiraled around a swipe from the dragon's foreclaw, but was too slow to dodge the tail. It curled around his leg, slamming him into the metal floor with bone-breaking force. His paper doll went mostly red, but it was himself he was worried about. He could only take shallow breaths. Something was broken in his chest. He couldn't move. Black spots swam through his vision, but dimly he remembered to trigger the next healing potion. Relief flooded his chest, and he started climbing to his feet. The dragon landed several meters away, sending up a wave of wind from its titanic wings that knocked Aaron backward. He rolled across the floor and struggled to his feet, diving over another cone of dragon breath. "Any time, Nara!" he yelled, ducking under a claw swipe. "If this kills you, it isn't my fault!" she yelled. From the corner of his eye, Aaron saw a flash of blue. The magic washed over him, sinking into his armor. The armor responded by drinking it up. It grew larger, and Aaron grew with it. He flipped back to his feet, 4 meters tall, then 5. He wasn't as large as the dragon, but he was close enough. Aaron triggered the last potion, the magic resistance one. Then he poured every remaining bit of it into thrust. His suit shot upward, catching the dragon in the chest. Together they flew up, picking up speed as they neared the dome. Aaron smiled through his cracked faceplate, laughing at the binder. "Ha ha ha! Have fun surviving the Turnus Navy!"
"Have fun trying to breathe!"
the binder roared back. Then they slammed into the glass, and outward into space. A spray of atmosphere and glass increased their momentum, and they spun away from the station. Aaron's hand shot to his face to cover the crack spreading across his helmet. Tiny puffs of white oxygen leaked out between his fingers.
"It's all right,"
the dragon crooned, wrapping her thick limbs around him.
"You'll be dead long before you have a chance to suffocate."
"No, he won't," came Nara's laughing voice. She appeared next to Aaron, seizing him with both hands. There was a moment of vertigo. Then they were above and behind the dragon as the displacement spell completed. "Go, go! That was the last of my spells!" She shot toward the station at full speed, and Aaron fell in behind her. He laid his arms flat against his body, willing the armor to greater speed. Air continued to pour from the crack in the faceplate, but all he could do was try to reach safety before it ran out. Aaron glanced down, and relaxed slightly when he saw the dragon moving away from the station. Her form was silhouetted against the planet, moving toward the cloud-covered continent below. He turned back to the station, zipping through the hole they'd created in the observation dome. That hole was already closing as the station's repair drones rebuilt the damaged section. Aaron landed in a crouch, putting his hand over his faceplate again. Nara landed a moment later. "That hole should be sealed in about 60 seconds. Sit tight and try not to breathe much." Aaron waited patiently, taking slow, even breaths. He tried not to focus on the air hissing out of his faceplate, and tried even harder not to watch the drones work above. They'd maneuvered a flexible green patch into place, and were bolting it over the hole. Spots danced across his vision, and his breathing became quick and shallow. "Nora, don't talk," she snapped. "You'll be fine. Just a few more seconds." The drones completed their work, and the air processors kicked on again. Air began to refill the mezzanine, though not quickly enough for Aaron's tastes. He popped off his helmet, gulping at the too thin air. Finally, he was able to breathe normally. He leaned against the wall behind him, slumping to the ground.
"I can't believe we pulled that off. We just beat a void worm. Well, kind of."
"We also blew the entire mezzanine into space," Nara pointed out. Aaron looked around, surveying the destruction.
I hope we don't have to pay for that."
Chapter 35. Consequences.
"And I hope you are prepared to pay for that, station,"
Governor Avitus roared from his half of the scry screen.
"Your people destroyed a multi-billion credit observation dome and vented the entire mezzanine into space, including my office, which contained an irreplaceable library."
"You're welcome, Governor," Voria said coldly, her narrowed eyes glaring up at the governor's image. "Yesterday at this time you'd lost the entire station. Your world is already under assault, your citizens in danger, yet you're chastising me for collateral damage? Need I remind you that my people drove a fully grown void worm off your station?" She wove around the command matrix, closer to the scry screen. If the governor had been here in person, she'd have used one of several choice spells to show him exactly how she felt about the matter.
"Please, Governor,"
Admiral Kerr quickly interjected from the other half of the scry screen.
"Major Voria arrived in the system and immediately killed Keftut. Then she risked the worm hunter, pulling off a maneuver that slew 3 worms and forced the rest to the surface. Thanks to the Major, we now have orbital superiority against the Crocs." "No one has orbital superiority against the Crocs. Not ever." "Point taken, Admiral," the governor replied, as coldly as Voria. "You have our thanks, Major. While I may question your methods, I cannot argue with your results. Now, if I could suggest a strategy going forward, I think you should bring your troops down to reinforce the capital. It's the densest population center, and the one the Crocs are most likely to assault."
"Until we know what the Crocs are after, I'm hesitant to commit to a strategy," Voria ventured, speaking more to the Admiral than the Governor. "This invasion isn't like the others. In those cases, the Crocs' goal was carnage. They slaughtered everyone, even those who fled."
"And you don't think they're going to do the same here?"
The Admiral's image flickered, then stabilized. He opened the top button of his uniform and rubbed at the back of his neck.
"I'll admit I've never directly fought the Crocs before, so I'll defer to your opinion, Major."
"Each time the Crocs have hit a world, they've been systematic. They begin by establishing orbital superiority, crushing all resistance in space. This ensures no one can flee." In her mind's eye, Voria replayed the Battle of Starn, saw the Cheyenne ships raining down into the atmosphere like burning embers. Then they'll ground their enforcers near the densest population center. They'll raise the city with dragons, then flood it with whatever minions they've bound. Corpses are common, but so are local megafauna. Only then will the Crocs engage directly, usually to surgically destroy a target. The longer the battle goes on, the more troops they can create from the bodies of dead opponents. Time is always on their side.
"The Crocs grounded 11 hours ago."
The Admiral folded his arms, leaning back in his chair. She could see how tired he was, even through the screen.
"I begin to see your point. They could have mobilized far more quickly. Why haven't they?"
"I don't know," Voria admitted. She walked back around the matrix, still within view of the scry screen. "I agree with the Governor that the capital is a likely target, though I don't understand why they haven't already hit it."
"All the more reason to get your troops down here immediately, Major."
"You're already down there?" Voria asked, blinking.
"I can't desert my people,"
Avitus snapped.
They need to see me, see that I am not afraid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have preparations to make."
The governor faded from the scry screen and was replaced by the Admiral as his image took over the whole screen.
"I'm sorry, Major. I don't understand how you've accomplished what you have with the resources you've been given."
"We fight with what we have, Admiral. You're a direct man, which is one of your better qualities. What is it you want to say, exactly?" Voria respected this man, the finest of the Turnus commanders in her view, but time was pressing on her. It always did.
"Your government sent me another missive. They've insisted again that you be removed from command, and I work with Captain Thalus."
The Admiral sighed.
"I'm not really sure how to handle this, Major. Putting him in charge is madness, to borrow one of his words. You are our only hope of resisting the Crocs, even if it isn't much of a hope."
"I see your dilemma. If you work with me, you strain the relations between Shire and Turnus. Given how recently Turnus joined the Confederacy, that's likely to make your government nervous." Voria shook her head sadly. Fighting the Crocs while standing in political quicksand was a recipe for defeat.
"You have my full support, but there will be a reckoning when this is all done. I can't stop that."
The Admiral leaned in closer to the screen, giant now.
"Major, give it to me straight. What can you bring to the field? What kind of numbers are we working with? And do you have ammunition and supplies? We don't have enough to share."
"I realize the Confederate Marines have a reputation for being beggars, but I've secured my own supplies and material. I'll be fielding a company of Anuran tanks, supported by 300 of your own Marines, backed by a company of tech mages, of course."
"So nearly a full battalion, then."
The Admiral wore his relief openly.
"That's good news. Very well, Major. I'll let you get some rest before you get down to the surface. I apologize for the governor's behavior. He isn't normally this odious. I think the stress is bringing out the worst in him. He's been erratic since the Crocs arrived."
"I see." Voria cocked her head thoughtfully. That could mean nothing, or it could be a sign of a binder. She didn't want to voice her suspicions. Not yet, not until she had evidence, or proof she was wrong. "Thank you, Admiral. I'll see you shortly. Major Voria out." The scry screen went dark. Voria stretched. She wished she had time to sleep, but her mother had already arrived. She didn't have time to clean up, a fact she was positive her mother would make mention of. Voria sighed and trudged from the battle bridge, forcing herself to head to the officers' mess. Chapter 36. One More Condition. Voria scanned the officers' mess, cataloging her mother's entourage. Jolene had brought only a few people, all pale-skinned Anurans, and all nobility judging by their elaborate robes and stiff hair. Each wore the colors of their house, with a neutral black trim to signify their loyalty to the consortium above all. "Hello, Matron Jolene." Voria nodded respectfully, moving to sit in the chair opposite her mother. She ignored the looks of disdain from the attendants, having long since stopped caring how they felt about half-breeds. "Hello, Kazon." Her brother sat next to her mother, looking awkwardly around him as if for a way to flee. He merely nodded at Voria in response. Kazon also wore a set of robes, the azure and black perfectly matching their mother's. Jolene answered just as Kazon opened his mouth to speak. "Let's dispense with the pleasantries, Voria. We'll conclude our transaction, and I will be on my way. I know you have a war to die in after all." "Very well." Voria closed her eyes for a moment. Dealing with her father bore its own share of headaches, but she still preferred it to dealing with her mother. She opened her eyes. "I'm assuming you brought everything I've asked for." "Of course." Jolene slid a scry pad across the table. "See for yourself. Everything you've requested, and a bit more." "More?" Voria snorted. "You've never given anyone anything you didn't have to, even your own children." "Yes, well, I wasn't given the choice." Jolene glared at Kazon. "Your brother insisted. He said he'd enlist in the Marines and refuse to return home if I didn't provide additional resources. I've included some of our newest weaponry, in addition to the ammunition."
"Don't forget my other condition," Kazon said, speaking for the first time.
Voria had a hard time finding her brother under the unruly beard, but his eyes were the same, blue and steady.
"Other condition?"
Voria asked.
"Kazon would like to reward the man who saved him," Jolene explained. "He wants his Aran, whatever his name is, to be honorably discharged with full pay."
She shrugged apologetically.
"It's only one soldier. Even losing a tech mage won't noticeably affect your chances of victory. Give Kazon his little concession, and we can go our separate ways."
"Why do you want him discharged?" Voria demanded, meeting Kazon's gaze.
"Everyone I've met so far has sought to use me,"
Kazon shot back, eyes blazing.
"First that treacherous snake Nara, then you, and now a woman claiming to be my mother."
He leaned over the table, his tone sinking to a low growl.
"Aran saved my life at the Skull of Zal. If he hadn't, that place would be my tomb. Instead, he picked me up and carried me to safety.
He didn't do it because he knew I'd reward him. He was being a good person. And how was he rewarded? After being kidnapped and forced to a catalyst, he was enslaved and forced to fight in your war. It isn't fair, and I have a chance to fix it. So I am. Let Aran go, or I'm withdrawing my support for this deal. As I understand it, Jolene can't do this without me. No Aran, no weapons."
Voria gave a deep sigh, slowly massaging her temples. She looked up at Kazon.
"I can see the mind wipe hasn't changed you, brother. You've always championed those who can't defend themselves. Please reconsider. Aran isn't just any tech mage. I don't know who he was before, but he's vital to my confrontation with the Crocs. He's the only reason we took back the station. Aran can save countless lives on the surface. Maybe help me put down Nebiat once and for all." "He didn't ask to be part of your war," Kazon countered. "I know what it's like to be enslaved and mind-wiped. I know your war is important, and that's why we're giving you the extra weapons. Let my friend go."
"Fine," Voria snapped. "I'll have him sent for immediately." Chapter 37. The penalty is death. Aaron flopped down on his bunk, groaning in relief as his back settled against the cool metal wall. It was the first time he'd stopped moving in what felt like weeks.
"Thank gods for healing potions," he muttered. "Every part of me aches, but at least all my pieces are in the right place."
Nara sat down on the bunk next to him.
"Oh, I don't know about that. I can think of a few parts that probably aren't sore."
Nara's eyes twinkled mischievously. Aaron was brainstorming a witty comeback when Kez came flouncing over, her short hair as wild as ever.
"Bard, get over here! 2 big bad heroes just walked into our barracks. You're going to want to tell your grandkids about this."
Nara burst out laughing, and Aaron found himself grinning. Bord trotted over, his usual animosity a bit softer. He extended a hand to Aaron and offered a smile.
"I heard you fought hard. A lot of people owe you their lives. They're probably grateful enough to overlook how ugly you are."
"That's why I keep the helmet on." Aaron grinned as he accepted his handshake. "We can't all be blessed with your amazing charms."
"I know. Natural beauty is a curse, but it's my burden to bear."
Bord released Aaron's hand and gave him a mocking smile.
"I didn't realize you actually had a sense of humor. In fact, I had a bet going on that you were one of them Turnus robots that can pass for people."
Kez reached up and punched Bord in the side. She was barely able to manage it, despite how short Bord was.
"How you remain so confident, I will never know."
"Joking aside, we do have news," Aaron said, lowering his voice. He looked at the doorway, but there was no sign of any officers. I, sort of disobeyed a direct order. So did Nara and Cruz. You guys defied Thalos? Bort said, blinking. His smile vanished. Nara shifted uncomfortably. Aaron tackled him, and I may have used a sleep spell on him. Kez gave a low whistle. There's no way Thalos will stand for that. That fucker's probably already gone to the Major, as if she didn't have enough to deal with. Everyone fell silent as familiar, booming footsteps approached. Cruz poked his head through the doorway of the barracks. His armor was still dented and scored, but he'd taken the time to wipe the soot from his face. "Sarge, is that blood all over your chest?" Kez asked. "What?" The sergeant looked down. "Yeah, it's blood. It ain't mine. Aaron, Nara, front and center." Aaron rose with a reluctant groan. Sarge, is there any chance we can get a nap before whatever torture you've got planned?" "Nope. Davidson just sent word that Thalos headed for the officers' mess, where the Major is meeting with the consortium." Cruz's dark skin was paler than usual, but he hid his exhaustion well. "We need to get up there and defend ourselves. You don't know Thalos like I do. He'll call for our execution, and he'll bring in his father if the Major refuses." "Is there a form I have to fill out to get the day off?" Aaron muttered, following Cruz out of the barracks. "Yeah, it's called Shut the Depths Up and Follow Orders. You can file it in the latrine under I don't give a shit." Cruz glared at Aaron. "Now move, Mage!" Aaron snapped to, quickening his step. He followed Cruz, and Nara fell into step beside him. "Aaron," Nara whispered quietly, putting a hand on his arm, "we haven't really talked about before. I mean, I know I brought it up before the station, but we really didn't get a chance to chat." "Do you really want to do this now?" Aaron whispered. "We may not get another chance. They could execute us. So, yeah, now's the time. I want you to know I'm sorry for whatever I did to you. I've pieced together from the nightmares that I was a slaver. I don't really understand the details." Nara's head was held high, but she refused to look at Aaron. Her eyes shone, but she kept her voice even. "I don't know who I was before, but I think I was a bad person. A really bad person. I don't want to be. Since I woke up, I've tried to help everyone. And I'll keep doing that." Aaron glanced sideways at her. He was silent for a long moment. "Nara, you risked everything back on that station. You saved my ass, and everyone else's. And you're still here fighting. I don't think you're the same person you were, and I'm sorry I've treated you like you are. I don't care who she was. I care who we are. You've got my back. I've got yours." Nara shot him a quick grin, then looked straight ahead. Cruz took them to the crew mess, where 24 long tables were packed with Marines. Much to Aaron's shock, the closest table started clapping. That clapping rippled through the room, and someone yelled from the back, "Tech Mages! Tech Mages!" The room chorused, and the cheering intensified. Aaron was dumbfounded. What did we do? Cruz, for the first time in his life, so far as Aaron could tell, was smiling. You two wipes kept them from having to suicide against the Croc's lines. The temporary high faded the moment they reached the end of the crew mess and stepped into the officers' mess. 2 adjoining tables were occupied, and the tension was only covered by a thin veneer of forced politeness. Kazon and Jolene sat on one side of the tables, Voria on the other. Thalos stood next to her, his expression murderous. Several Inarans stood behind Jolene, all of them doing a magnificent job of avoiding eye contact. "Ah, Sergeant, thank you for coming. You saved me the trouble of having to send for you." The Major gestured at the 3 of them. "Thalos claims that all 3 of you disobeyed a direct order during a time of war. He's citing Confederate military law, which is quite clear on that point." "The penalty is death," Thalos said. The words were drawn out, smug. "To be meted out immediately by the commanding officer. Shall I tend to them, Major? Or you? Captain Thalus, are you aware you are in the presence of an Inaran matron? And you want to conduct military justice right this instant? The Major maintained the quiet dignity Aaron was coming to expect from her, but a dangerous earnestness underlay it now. I'm afraid I must insist, Major. The words were even more smug. A smile played at the corners of Thalus's pretty mouth. Thalus, please. I understand why you were upset, and promise you we can deal with it. They will be punished. The Major's expression softened to, was that pity? If you make an issue of this, you will be killing fully half of our tech mages on the eve of a major battle with the Crocs, a battle we are already unlikely to win. Are you really willing to deny the battalion their strength, knowing it will be the deaths of many, or possibly all, your brothers? Thalus met Aaron's gaze, and the fury Aaron saw there almost made him take a step back. The depth of hatred was immense. The captain wasn't looking at either Cruz or Nara. He was focused solely on Aaron. What if I take responsibility? Aaron asked. I'll accept punishment. It's fitting since I was the first one to question the captain's orders. Execute me, but let Nara and Cruz return to the squad. I'd find that an acceptable compromise, Thalus said, quiet as the void. If you touch him, I will split your skull like a melon, Kazon roared, leaping to his feet. He stabbed a finger at Thalus. Control your dog, sister. I told you, no Aaron, no weapons. If you execute him, then you fight the Crocs without our help. Aaron's mouth worked as the magnitude of the dilemma sank in. He watched the Major, trying to guess how she might react. Chapter 38. A High Cost. Voria took a long, slow breath. She surveyed the room, but reserved most of her focus for Thalus. These next moments would be critical, and while she feared what she was about to do, she also understood it was the only choice that would allow the world below to survive. Captain Sandoval Thalus, are you insisting I put these tech mages to death, knowing full well it will compromise our ability to wage war? She asked. Think carefully about your answer. I'm not insisting all three die, just Aaron. Thalus's gaze was still locked on Aaron. The totality of his rage sickened Voria. It blinded him to the enormous damage he was inflicting on the military he claimed to love. You've heard the Inarans. If we kill Aaron, they will deny us the weapons and material we need to wage war. I ask you one final time. Are you insisting I put a mage to death, knowing that doing so will compromise our ability to wage war? Voria's hand slid slowly to her sidearm. Thalus finally broke his gaze away from Aaron, turning to Voria. He licked his lips. Yes, Major. I am insisting. Captain Thalus, as the commanding officer of the Worm Hunter, I find you guilty of treason during a time of war, sentenced to be carried out immediately. She drew her pistol and executed Thalus. The void bolt hit him cleanly in the heart, making death instantaneous. His body slumped to the ground, blood pooling around his corpse. Aaron, Cruz, and Nara all wore shocked expressions. The Inaran attendants were even more horrified, and two ran screaming from the room. I'm proud of you, Voria. Jolene rose to her feet, giving an inappropriately cheerful smile. It's unlike you to be so pragmatic. Voria ignored her mother, turning to Aaron. There's still something we need to deal with. Aaron, you heard Kazon. He's insisting we discharge you. You'll be free to go wherever you wish. Kazon clamped his hand into a fist over his heart. I see you're well taken care of, brother. I will never be able to repay my debt to you. Before you choose, Aaron, hear me out. Voria's tone was pleading, and she hated it. But Aaron was too canny for any sort of subterfuge or manipulation. That left begging. I've just executed Captain Thalos, weakening your company. Tomorrow we're all, Nara, Cruz, Board, Kezia, going into battle to keep the Crocs from wiping out this world. Davidson and his Marines will be there too, spending all the lives you saved on that station to push back the Crocs. We'll probably fail. But you know what? Our chances are a whole lot higher if you're with us. She trailed off, knowing any more wouldn't help her case. Aaron was analytical, like she was. He'd weigh the decision, then make it. She'd have to live with that choice, whatever it might be.
"Sir, if I could chime in?"
Cruz asked. Voria nodded, more than a little surprised by his initiative. Cruz licked his lips, directing an appraising eye at Aaron.
"This wipe did something today that almost made me respect him. When Thalos tried to order our Marines into a suicidal mission, Aaron stepped up and stopped it. He did it while I stood by. The kid saw what needed to be done and did something about it. Then he and Nara drove that void worm from the station."
"Where are you going with this, Sergeant?" Voria asked, aware that her mother was impatiently tapping her foot.
"Aaron's an excellent choice to command the company. He's rough around the edges, but he's actually willing to give orders that don't get people killed. That's a huge plus. Give me some time to break him in, and he'll be the finest officer in the battalion. Except you, of course, Major."
Voria raised an eyebrow, and Cruz gave her a helpless smile. "You want me to promote him? From private to lieutenant, just like that?" Privately, she remembered the augury. Aaron was going to be instrumental in the final battle with Nebiat somehow. Perhaps him being in command was part of that.
"He ain't the best commander to ever live," Cruz said, "but how many options do we have? I'm good in my role, but I'm not fit to run this company. Put him in charge, and I'll get him up to speed."
"All right. If you'll stay, Aaron, I'll promote you to lieutenant," Voria offered. She didn't believe the rank would tempt him, but the idea that his friends were going into combat without a leader might. Emotions warred across Aaron's features. He looked from Voria, then back to her brother.
"You say you owe me?"
"Always." Kazon nodded.
"You and I were both screwed by the same people," Aaron said. "Both mind-wiped and manipulated. But this is bigger than either of us. There are millions of people down there, and I've seen what the Crocs will do to them. Those people can't protect themselves. But I can protect them. Or try, at least." "I understand. As long as this is your choice, not theirs."
Kazon rose and walked around the table to embrace Aaron in a fierce hug. After a moment, Aaron returned it. Voria was genuinely touched. Her brother wasn't one to show such emotion in public, or hadn't been before the wipe. Kazon finally released Aaron.
"Mother, I'm afraid I have to make yet another stipulation."
"Really? Another one? I'm shocked."
Jolene rolled her eyes.
"For the love of money, what is it now?"
"I want our best suit of spell armor. I want our most expensive potions. Anything we can give Aaron to help him fight the Crocs."
Kazon rounded on his mother.
"Just that, and I swear you have my agreement to these terms. I'll return with you, and do whatever you ask."
Jolene paled.
"Do you have any idea how expensive our finest suit of armor is?"
She sighed.
"You won't care. Very well. I will prepare a suit of Mark IX's armor personally, and I give my word it will contain the finest we have to offer."
"Then everyone is in agreement?" Voria said. She hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath. Everyone looked around, nodding. They'd done it. The battalion finally had the weapons it needed to fight. Voria stared down at Captain Thalos' still cooling corpse. The cost had been high, a good deal of it deferred until after the battle. Even if they won, she'd paid dearly for her actions today. Chapter 39. Tell me. Trotting up the servants' stairwell, Nebiot released her invisibility spell. She moved briskly along the hallway, slipping quietly inside the office at the end. The governor was already there, hands clasped behind his back, staring out the bay window at the swamp below. "Tell me," she snapped. She'd felt her brother's death, but not the making of it. She'd been too focused on the preparations for the ritual, and now Kef Tut was dead.
"The station is lost,"
Avidus explained with a touch of smugness.
"Voria's tech mages lured your brethren into a trap, and they were ambushed by the Turnus fleet. During the confusion, she slipped a company of tech mages onto the station. They battled your binder and drove her off the station. The Confederates now own the skies."
"That pleases you, doesn't it?" Nebiot asked, crossing to join the governor at the window. She rested a hand lightly on his forearm. "I know it's difficult betraying everything you believe in. I just don't care." She stepped to the window, gazing down at the town. An idea occurred to her, a further obstacle she could toss in Voria's path to slow her. That was all she needed, really. A simple delay. The ritual was nearly ready. "I want you to have a celebration, Governor." She turned to face him, reveling in the sudden horror that bloomed in his eyes. "Tell your people the Confederates are coming to save them. They've won in space, and now they're going to crush the Crocs on the ground. Build up the Marines. Tell your people how invincible they are, and that they'll easily push the Crocs back. Really emphasize that point. Can you do that for me, Governor?" He gritted his teeth, but he nodded in spite of himself. She put her hand back on his arm. "I also need you to get Voria down to the surface immediately. Have her mobilize and land next to the starport. I want a pathway lined with civilians, leading all the way to that park right there. You're going to give a speech, Avidus. A wonderful, rousing speech about how amazing and powerful the Confederates are. You'll enjoy that, I'm sure. I'm told you're a wonderful speechwriter."
"You're going to ambush them?"
"Of course I am." Nebiot patted his cheek. "And I'm going to slaughter a great number of your citizens. If it all goes well, we'll wipe out the Marines, too. That would be wonderful news for you, Governor, because it will mean I don't need you anymore."
"So you'll kill me then?"
Avidus asked. The words were clipped, but she still read the hope there. "Oh, no, that would be such a waste. But I will allow you to travel with me. Over time, you'll learn to love service to others. I can promise you that." She shot him a wink, and he leered back at her in spite of himself. "You see? You're already losing control of your body. In time, the same will be true of your mind." She turned from him, sketching another invisibility spell as she moved to the door. She needed to return to the ritual. Now that she'd arranged her little present for the Confederates, it was time to begin. Chapter 40. Mark 11. "It's here," Nara said, leaning excitedly into the barracks. "Come on! They're unloading it!" Aaron rolled to his feet, more eager than he'd expected. He hurried from the barracks into the hangar. A crowd of Marines had already gathered, though they kept a healthy distance from the Inaran techs delivering the weapons the consortium had promised. A line of sleek black hover tanks floated down a ramp, off their shuttle, filling almost a quarter of the hangar. There were no rivets or any obvious clue as to how those hover tanks had been created, the hallmark of Inaran technology, apparently. "Incredible, aren't they?" Nara asked, laughing. "I'm glad they're on our side. Your armor is this way." Nara led them to a tech unloading a tall black crate from a pallet. He nodded at them, then waved at the pallet. It floated after him as he trotted back over to the Inuran transport. "Let's take a look," Aaron breathed, moving around the crate. There was a large red button on the front. Seems pretty self-explanatory. He pushed the button,
The crate hummed and whirred, pulling back and away to expose a suit of midnight-hued spell armor, the same color as the tanks. It wasn't dissimilar to the suits they'd already piloted, but this one was a little bulkier in the chest. "Oh my gods!" Kez yelled, sprinting up to the armor. She caressed a leg lovingly. "Do you have any idea what this is? This isn't just a suit of spell armor. This is the Proteus Mark 11. The military don't even have these. I don't know who you know among the Anurans, but someone has a lot of pull. You are such a bastard. I can't believe they gave you this." "It looks intimidating. Why is it so special?" Aaron slowly circled the suit. The limbs were a little thicker, too, presumably because the armor was heavier. Kez ran a hand lovingly across the chest. "For starters, it allows you to cast third-level spells, even if the tech mage isn't normally capable of doing so. They can drain you quick, but you can also turn the tide in a lot of fights." "It has 5 potion loaders, like Sarge's," Aaron said, squatting down behind the back. "They're all full." Kez hurried around to take a look, eyes widening. "Oh, I don't believe this! You're such a lucky fucker! Who did you sleep with?" "What's this?" Nara asked, tapping the one on the far right. It contained a soft white fluid with motes of gold floating within it. The motes swam toward Nara's finger, gathering in a curious circle. "Oh, not much." Kez shook her head, giving a lopsided grin. "It's only a potion of Shaya's grace." What?" Aaron asked. 2 of the others appeared to be healing potions, but he didn't recognize the glimmering blue tones. "Shaya was a goddess," Kez explained. "Her death created the world my people are from. Before her death, it was a lifeless moon, but her magic transformed it into a paradise. Potions of Oshaya's grace are drawn from her blood. You are quite literally drinking the blood of a goddess." "And what does that do exactly?" Aaron asked, rising from the armor. "When should I use it?" "You should use it," Cruz bellowed from behind, "when it will save our collective asses. That potion will make you faster, stronger, quite literally smarter. You will be, for a very short time, a god, sir." "Sir?" Kez blinked. "Blame him," Aaron said, pointing at the sergeant. "He and the major cooked this up, not me. I literally cannot remember last Thursday, but they think I should be in charge." Bord threw up his hands. "You cannot be serious! You are serious! Damn it! You already have too many advantages. How's a short guy supposed to compete?" He stalked away, heading over to his own spell armor. Cruz followed, leaning down into Bord's face. "You already have too many advantages, sir. You are addressing a superior officer, specialist. How do you address a superior officer?" By addressing them as sir," Cruz roared. "Now get your ass geared up. We're heading down to the planet." He nodded at the airlock membrane, which showed the world rising toward them. A mass of swirling clouds covered the entire southern continent. Lightning flashed occasionally. The hunter made straight for the storm, beginning to shake as they brushed the upper atmosphere. "All right, people," Aaron called, turning to face the company. He hoped for a sudden surge of confidence, some sign that his old self had been a leader. There was nothing. If he was going to do this, it was on his own merits. Aaron took a deep breath and mustered his confidence, trying to adopt an air of command. "Get geared up and ready to deploy." "We're already gearing up," Kez stuck her tongue out at him. Sir," she added, as Cruz loomed over her. "Well, gear up harder." Aaron couldn't help but laugh. "You're not helping, sir," Cruz said, hovering like a disapproving hen over a wayward chick. Aaron sketched the sigil for void over the chest of his new armor. It turned translucent, and he slid inside. The armor solidified much more quickly than his previous suit, and was more comfortable. Instead of sweaty leather, he was encased in something that molded itself to his body. It felt rubbery and warm.
The heads-up display was similar, but with 5 canisters instead of the 3 he was used to. There was also a golden icon on the far side for something called spell amplification. Aaron took an experimental step, which turned into a gliding hop. The armor was more responsive, but required a much greater degree of control. He zoomed awkwardly to a halt, trying to get his balance.
"This is our fearless leader," Board said over the comm. "Nara, tell me you're not going to fall for this idiot."
"Cut the chatter," Cruz snapped. "We're a military outfit, not a bunch of goddamned kids."
"Yes, sir,"
Board said, only a little sullenly. Then, under his breath, "I'm healing the bastard last." Aaron turned the armor to face the planet. They had descended into the wall of white clouds. Whirls of gray and black whizzed by. Finally, they broke the cloud cover. Below lay an enormous mountain range, part of a crater that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Terrace buildings covered the mountains on the southeastern slopes, enough buildings that it had to be the capital. A few skyscrapers poked up like weeds, but almost all the structures were built into the mountainside. A series of gondolas connected them, cars slowly rotating on a track to carry passengers from level to level. Beyond the buildings lay a swamp, with clusters of tall trees dotting the water. Low mist hung between them, growing thicker, then vanishing into a wall of white. "Ooh, why do I get the feeling the Crocs are going to make us go in there?" Aaron said, sighing.
"Guess you should have taken Kazon's offer."
Nara laughed.
"I will literally kill you people," Cruz rumbled. "Sir, it's not that hard. He's an officer. You're in the military. Seriously, how hard is it?"
The hunter continued to shed altitude, slowing as she approached a starport where several Turnus cruisers were already berthed and moving smoothly into a berth on the far side of the station. The ship shuddered for a moment as she came to rest against the station's gravity harness.
"All personnel, this is Major Voria."
The Major's voice rang through every corridor of the ship.
"Prepare for deployment. Apparently the governor wants us to conduct a little demonstration to raise morale. I'll be down in Bay 3 in 10 minutes.
"All right, people," Aaron boomed, this time not needing to feign the confidence.
"You heard the Major. Let's do her proud."
Chapter 41. Totally not a trap. Voria marched to the head of a column of infantry that snaked all the way back to the hunter. Davidson marched 2 steps behind her, and behind him came the gleaming hover tanks Kazon's rescue had purchased from the Inarin Consortium. Aaron and Nara zoomed by overhead, using their gravity magic to great effect. Both had improved noticeably as pilots, and each flew with a conscious awareness of where the other was. That teamwork would save lives. It was too soon to tell how Aaron would adapt to his new role, but she remained cautiously optimistic. Sergeant Cruz trotted underneath them, Kezia and Board flanking him on either side. They kept back a bit, using Aaron and Nara to scout as they would in a combat situation. A hover tank glided quietly up next to her, the pulsars making the low whom-whum.
"Is that the Mark 11?
Davidson asked, gawking up at Aaron from the tank's turret. "Indeed it is. A present from a powerful backer," Voria said, knowing Davidson would connect the dots. Ahead lay a broad thoroughfare that sloped gently down, finally disappearing into the swamp where it met the crater floor. It provided them a spectacular view of the swamp, but it also provided the swamp a spectacular view of them. Enemy snipers could wreak havoc on them out here. Voria quickened her step, forcing the rest of the battalion to do the same. She didn't like being so exposed. Their destination lay at the end of the thoroughfare, which emptied into a coliseum full of civilians. Voria frowned. This was a total security nightmare, and one she had no control over. The odds of an attack at this exact moment were slim, unless the enemy had spies here. But then, that was a near certainty, which meant even now the enemy was learning the Confederate troop movements. A cluster of officials stood near a stairwell leading into the Colosseum. Voria immediately recognized the salt and pepper-haired man in the center. She schooled her features, trying to suppress her distaste for Avitus.
"Ah, Major,"
boomed the governor, dignified in the simple business suit worn by most Turnus officials. His hair was slicked back, untouched by the stiff breeze.
"Please, if you'll follow me, I was hoping you might address my people."
"Governor, I must protest. You should dismiss these people at once. This is an unnecessary risk." Voria tried to be respectful, but hoped he picked up the steel in her voice.
"You're already here. What's the harm in a short ceremony?" He smiled warmly at her. "Please, I know we didn't begin well, but I'm hoping to repair my mistakes. You've come to protect us. The people revere the Confederate Marines, and many have heard of your exploits at Vakura and Starn. Just give them something to cling to."
"Very well," Voria said, stalking past him and down a narrow stairwell that emptied into a wide stage. All eyes were on her as she walked slowly to the center. The moment she reached it, a simple cantrip activated, amplifying her voice. "Citizens of Mayrid, my name is Major Voria, and I've brought a battalion of Confederate Marines to help aid you against the Crocs." Voria was forced to pause as an explosion of applause washed over her. She waited several moments, raising a hand to calm them. "Please, please." Eventually they quieted, and Voria continued. "We will do everything we can to protect you, but understand that the Crocs greatly outnumber us. You are all in terrible danger, and the safest thing you can do is return to your homes. Avoid going out. If you have scouts or anybody with a good set of eyes, have them watch the swamp. The Crocs will come for you sooner or later, and sooner is my guess. I don't know how much time we have until— Contact! Aaron's voice boomed over the Colosseum as he glided over the stage in his Mark 11. "Major, there's a wall of mist advancing out of the swamp. It's already creeping into the lower part of the city." "Damn it!" Voria roared, the cantrip amplifying her voice. "This is exactly what I was afraid of! Governor, evacuate these people immediately!" The magic made her words thunderous. "Davidson, get your Marines out on that left flank. Have your armor set up there around the civilians. Lieutenant Aaron, take your unit and circle around on our right flank. The first thing they'll try is probably a pincer attack, and we need to break at least one of those pincers. If we allow them to encircle us, we're done. Governor Avitus, who is in charge of your militia?"
"That would be me, actually,"
Avitus said, clutching at the tails of his shirt.
"I'm sorry, but I have to admit we are entirely unprepared for this invasion. Why,
Voria stopped listening. Her fears hadn't been confirmed, but the evidence had certainly mounted. An attack at the exact moment of their arrival, and an ineffectual militia leader placed in the path of the Confederate forces? It could be a terrible coincidence, but she doubted it. Unfortunately, she wasn't in a position to determine the answer. Detecting a binding on the governor would require the use of a spell, and she needed her strength for combat right now. Besides, even if she exposed him, she had no way to convince his supporters that he'd been corrupted. Voria turned and sprinted back up the stairs, making for the top wall of the Colosseum. The civilians had, predictably, panicked. They were stampeding for the exits, trampling their own in an attempt to flee. The battalion moved fluidly into position, each unit executing its orders with precision and focus. They moved swiftly, watching the advancing tide of fog. It had already covered the base of the slope, and now blanketed those buildings in a cloud of impenetrable white. "Ready yourselves!" Voria called. The comm clipped to her collar picked up her voice and transmitted it to the unit. "Hold your fire until I give the word." A void worm swooped up from the mist, the wind from its passage so strong that many civilians were thrown from their feet. The worm paused at the apex of its flight, breathing a cone of death upon the audience. Pale gray fog whirled around them, the keening of souls whispering faintly wherever the breath touched. Hundreds of people, everyone in that wedge of the Colosseum, died instantly. Just gone. The survivors went into a frenzy, trampling each other to claw their way out of the Colosseum. Fire! Voria bellowed, stabbing a finger up at the worm. The tanks opened up, their gauze cannons emitting a high-pitched whine each time they fired. The cannons shot 250-kilo rounds, the heavy ammunition her mother had provided. The rounds streaked into the worm, punching through its wings and chest. It staggered backward in a desperate attempt to flee. Another shot streaked into its head, ricocheting off the skull. The worm gave a panicked screech and disappeared back into the mist. A moment later, 4 more worms burst out, each breathing on the largest segment of fleeing locals they could reach. The carnage sickened Voria, and the sense of powerlessness made her long to crush something with her bare hands. "Push them back!" she roared. The tanks surged forward, peppering the worms. On the left flank, she heard the automatic weapons fire as Davidson's Marines opened up. There was still no sound from Aaron's company, but that could be a good thing. If her tech mages could surprise the Crocs on that flank, they might stop the enemy advance long enough to counterattack. Chapter 42. Sacrifice. Aaron glided over a row of squat buildings, only a few meters above the wooden shingles. Any higher and he couldn't make out crews leading Bord and Kez up the narrow street. The mist had already grown too thick to see more than a dozen meters. Nara hovered on the opposite side of the street, scanning the mist with her spell pistol. "I don't like this, sir," Cruz rumbled. "This has got ambush written all over it. These bastards were waiting for us." "I don't like it either, but we're going to have to spring their trap," Aaron said, zooming ahead of the column. The mist only thickened. It made excellent camouflage, and he privately applauded the enemy commander. In the distance, he could hear a smattering of automatic weapons fire and the occasional gauze cannon. Under those were the more persistent screams of fleeing refugees. "Nara, move ahead 70 meters and increase your elevation by 5. It was officially the first order he'd given in a combat situation, and he tried not to be too self-conscious about it. He'd had plenty of skills prior to the wipe, but being an officer had clearly not been one of them. So why had Voria agreed to put him in charge? Cruz had endorsed him, and that probably counted for a lot. Why had the sergeant done that? "Yes, sir," Nara said, zipping past him. Her form was swallowed by the thick white clouds, which showed not even a hint of her location. It was a few seconds before she spoke again. "I've got something. Movement. Lots of movement." "Croc's troops?" Aaron demanded. "No, not exactly. It looks like vermin. Rats, bugs, other things native to this world, I imagine. They're carpeting the street, heading in your direction." "I've seen this before, sir," Kez said, more somber than usual. "A binder can animate just about anything. Sometimes what they'll do is kill everything, then send it in to harass a town. They used this tactic on a colony where I lived. The Crocs attacked right after the vermin." The screams were getting closer, much closer. Aaron glided backward, scanning, as dozens of figures plunged through mist. "Looks like we've got civilians, sir," Cruz said. "Are we protecting them or focusing on the Crocs?" His tone didn't suggest that he favored either course. "Sergeant, I want you to get a fire field down across the street. Hopefully that will divert the vermin." Aaron willed his external speakers on. "Citizens of Mayrid, you're rushing into a Crocs offensive. You need to take shelter immediately. There's a large stone structure across this park. Make for that, and my company will keep them off you long enough to get inside." Most of the fleeing civilians started veering roughly in the direction Aaron had indicated, but more than a few wandered about lost, screaming in panic. "Guide them in, people. Nara, keep an eye on that fog. If anything more than vermin shows up, let me know. Like the Sarge says, this looks like a great place for an ambush." Aaron dropped lower in the mist, above the clusters of panicked refugees. They looked up at him, so he slowly guided them toward a 3-story building that he guessed must be a temple of some kind. People were streaming in now. Those too far away to see the building followed the people ahead of them. The line seemed endless, like it might stretch all the way back to the Major's position. "The vermin are almost on you," Nara warned. "They're coming up the street now." "On it," Cruz barked,
His cannon kicked, lobbing a single flaming ball into the mist. A blinding wave of light refracted around the explosion point, then died down to merely bright as the fire continued to burn within the mist.
Man, I love this job.
Aaron jerked instinctively to the right, narrowly dodging a glob of sickly green acid as it zipped by him. 2 more gobs shot out of the mist, but he rolled low and avoided them both. Contact! Nara, see if you can get eyes on our attackers. They're firing acid, so earth magic. I'd guess Croc's enforcers.
You're probably right, sir. How do you want to handle this?
Cruz moved defensively in front of the stream of refugees still sprinting into the temple. They can see through the mist, and we can't, Aaron said, glancing at the temple. He zipped upward, then to the right. Every few seconds he moved erratically, knowing the enemy was out there trying to line up a shot. That favors close-range fights, but we can't take it to them if we don't know where they are. Anyone got a suggestion? Sir, Board piped up on the comm. 2 of the potions on your Mark 11 are counterspells. That can be used retroactively to cancel a spell after it's been cast, if it has persistent effects. I can dispel the mist? Great suggestion, Specialist! Aaron glanced down at the potions displayed on his HUD. That's the blue potions? Yes, sir, Board confirmed. Aaron willed one of the potions to activate. His entire suit vibrated as the liquid flowed into it. A blinding sapphire glow radiated from the armor, painting the mist a hazy blue. The power was immense, beyond anything Aaron was capable of casting. That's a 3rd-level potion! Kaz breathed in awe. The light exploded outward in every direction. Whatever it touched, the mist simply dissolved. For over 100 meters around them, it was simply gone. Beyond lay a perfectly spherical wall of fog, swirling about the edges of the counterspell. The expression on the trio of Croc's enforcers now standing in the open was a comical blend of shock and disbelief. Aaron used that instant to devastating effect. He shot forward, lining his rifle up with the lead Croc's face. He flipped the selector to 2, then remembered the fight on the station and flicked it to 3. He braced himself, unsure how such a powerful spell would affect him. The rifle tore nearly a quarter of his magic away, launching a fat void bolt into his opponent's face. Where the level 2 had damaged the Croc's, the level 3 simply disintegrated everything above the shoulders. The headless enforcer slumped noisily to the ground. A wave of vertigo washed over him, but only for a moment. He recovered quickly, panting as he surveyed the results of the spell. Cruz stepped up underneath him, lobbing another ball of flaming liquid. It detonated in the air over both remaining enforcers, coating them in superheated flame. Both screeched, leaping in separate directions as they desperately sought cover. Aaron, on your right! There's more coming from the fog! Nara panted into the comm. I count 4 so far. Kaz, get in there and see if you can keep them busy. Cruz, move to support her. Nara, I want you to harry the 2 wounded Crocs. Aaron rattled off the orders mostly on instinct. Board, stick close to the temple. Do you have any defensive spells? I could ward this place, yeah, Board said. It should protect the people inside from spells or dragon breath, but it's difficult and takes a bit of time. I'll get to work. He trotted off into the mist, disappearing as Aaron turned back to the combat. Kez sprinted to the Crocs' position, deflecting a glob of acid with her spell shield. She brought her hammer down on the closest enforcer, who raised a wing to block. Her blow crushed the wing and knocked the enforcer prone. She followed it up with a kick to the gut, and the enforcer instinctively moved its hands to cover its belly. Not smart, Scaly, Kez taunted, bringing her hammer down on its skull with a sickening crunch. A gob of acid caught her in the back, and she stumbled forward. Oh, no you didn't, Cruz roared. He fired a hunk of magma, catching the enforcer who'd shot Kez. How's it feel? You don't much like being shot in the back, do you? Don't worry, I'm gonna shoot you in the face, too. The sergeant fired off a second shot, ending the Crocs. A titanic screech came from the fog above them, outside the counterspell, and a full-sized void worm descended into view. It swooped in a tight arc, its course taking it over the temple. The worm breathed a cloud of pallid fog. The cone moved to envelop the temple. A sea of glowing white sigils sprang up, forming a perfect dome around the temple just before the breath hit. The worm's breath washed harmlessly over the ward, shunted away from the refugees. "Nice work, Board!" Aaron zipped upward, circling wide as he studied the dragon. How would it react, and what was the best way to take it down? Could they even? The dragon roared its fury, then dove. It crashed into the ground right outside the temple, cracks radiating out around its feet like miniature fissures opening.
"I do not like being thwarted, little human."
The beast's tail shot forward in a blur, impossibly fast. The spiked tip punched through Board's armor, erupting out the back and continuing for a full meter. The end was slick with Board's blood, and his hands wrapped around the spike buried in his chest.
"Is that a healing potion? Let's get rid of that."
The dragon's clawed hand shot out and crushed the potion loaders, splattering the potions uselessly on the outside of Board's armor. Its tail came up, then smashed Board into the ground face first. The faceplate shattered on impact, showing Board's ruined face. He coughed violently, spurting a mouthful of blood. Then the dragon slammed him into the ground again, snapping his neck. Chapter 43. Payback. "No!" Aaron roared, already diving toward the worm. He aimed his rifle at its face, firing a second level 3 void bolt. It ripped at his reserves, and a new sigil appeared on his HUD, a half-full ball of blue. The worm dodged, but the bolt still caught it in the right wing. A wide swath of leathery scales simply ceased to exist, and the suddenly flightless worm crashed to the ground outside the temple, crushing several refugees. It flipped over faster than a cat, its long tail circling above it, seeking prey.
"You are the one who drove my sister from the station in orbit!"
The worm roared, glaring up at Aaron as Aaron circled around it.
"You will not find me so easily bested."
The worm's claw came up, and it began sketching sigils, but not like Aaron would have, or even Voria. The sigils flowed from the tip of the dragon's claw in a wave, forming a spell more complex than Aaron had ever witnessed, infinitely more complex than even a level 3 spell. Aaron had no idea what the spell would do, but if it was stronger than a level 3, he was positive he didn't want to find out.
"Let's hope this works,"
Aaron muttered, willing the suit to use the last blue potion. As before, his suit began to radiate sapphire light. He dove toward the dragon, twisting to narrowly avoid the tail as the tip plunged past him. Aaron focused the counterspell into one gauntlet. The glow pooled there, blazing. He rolled over the worm's slash at him, discharging the counterspell at point-blank range. It slammed into the delicate sea of sigils, shattering them into mana shards. Kez sprinted up the stone street behind the dragon, leaping into the air and coming down high on its back. She raised her hammer, screaming wordlessly, as she brought it crashing down on the dragon's shoulder, right where the wing met the body. Bone shattered, and the second wing slumped.
"I will devour your souls and pour my young into your vessels,"
the worm screeched, rearing up on its hind legs. It sucked in a deep breath, preparing to breathe. Nah. Aaron's rifle snapped to his shoulder, and a level 3 void bolt zipped into the worm's mouth. Gums and teeth disintegrated, and the worm shrieked. The dragon thrashed about wildly, crushing more refugees as it writhed toward the mist. "What's your hurry?" Aaron taunted. He poured on the speed, and the Mark 11 responded in a way the Mark 5 never could. It crossed the distance in seconds, putting Aaron directly over the worm. He reached into his void pocket, removing his spellblade. The weapon greeted him eagerly, ready for use. Aaron forced the armor into a steep dive, bracing the sword against the leg of the suit. He drove the blade through the worm's skull, pinning it to the stone, then reached deep into his reserves and poured a torrent of void lightning directly into the dragon's brain. The dragon writhed beneath him, a massive claw slamming into the stone behind Aaron. The stench of cooked meat filled the air around him, and the dragon stopped thrashing.
Sergeant, Aaron called tiredly, do you have any word from the Marines? Is their line holding? They're taking a beating, Cruz replied. There's another binder on that flank, and she's throwing some sort of giant snakes at them, but their line is holding for now. Okay, that gives us a little time. Mount up, people, Aaron called with as much confidence as he could muster. We're moving out.
Aaron, Bord is dead, Nara cried. Aren't you going to do anything? We can't just leave his body here.
Kaz wept softly, emotion thickening her voice. You think I don't know that? Aaron said, fighting to get his words out around the growing lump in his throat.
There's no time for guilt or shock, or even anger. The war isn't going to wait for us to recover. We honor Bord by protecting this city. Let's move, people.
Cruz was the first to recover.
You heard the man. Get back in formation, and get ready to head back into that fog.
He started confidently up the street toward the mist.
What about us?
A matronly woman called. She leaned heavily on a cane.
Are you going to just leave us?
Aaron turned to face the woman. The best way we can help you is by eliminating binders. He drifted closer, hovering in the air near her. We don't have the manpower to guard you here, but now that the binder is dead, you're probably safe. Stay inside the temple until we come back. He didn't wait for an answer, but flew up over the squad, catching up as they plunged back into the mist. He immediately missed the extended visibility, especially knowing their enemies could probably see through this muck.
You got a plan, sir?
Cruz asked, the way he emphasized sir, suggesting that he didn't think so.
Yep, nice and simple. We can hear the Crocs assaulting the Mage's position. We're going to come in behind them. We're looking for true mages. Consider us a kill squad until further notice.
Ha ha ha! You want to hit their back line.
Kez laughed sharply into the calm. There was a deadly edge to that laughter. I think I'm going to enjoy this particular bit of payback. They pushed through the fog, moving up narrow alleyways to hide their silhouettes from the enemy. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the battlefield. The mist broke around the Major, evidence of a counterspell identical to the one Aaron had used. 6 tanks were arrayed across the courtyard in a reverse horseshoe, each with a firing arc designed to protect the center. The Major stood atop the shattered remains of a building, surveying the battlefield with the focused gaze of a raptor. A wave of corpses burst from the mist, charging the tanks. Squads of Marines rolled from under the tanks, bringing their brand-new Inarin rifles to bear. They lit up the charging corpses, cutting them down as quickly as they emerged. The bodies piled up, quickly reaching a height that made it difficult for the ones behind them to move forward. Perfect, Aaron said, smiling. He floated back into the mist. Let's head 150 meters south, then move west. That should put us somewhere around where the binder is. The squad moved with unified intensity. No one spoke, no one said the name, but they were all thinking it. Bord would be avenged. Killing the worm wasn't enough. This binder was going to pay the price, too. And so were the rest of the Crocs on this world. Freeze! Nara snapped. Aaron froze. So did the rest of the company. There, she whispered, in the building across the street, on the 4th floor, at the balcony. Aaron scanned the area she'd indicated, finding the outline of the building in the mist. He drifted in a few meters closer, picking out a shape on the balcony. Nara, take the shot, he whispered back, slowly raising his rifle to his shoulder. Copy that? Nara's armor zipped over the balcony, and she fired a level 2 void bolt. The binder, this one in human form, raised her staff over her head. The void bolt rebounded off an invisible shield, and a ripple of iridescent sigils flowed out from the point of impact. Fortunately, the shield was directional, angled upward to block Nara's shot. Aaron fired another level 3 bolt directly at the binder's exposed side. It caught her in the midriff, exposing flesh and bone alike. Her hands flew to the ghastly wound, just in time for a wave of magical napalm to blanket the balcony. Her agonized scream drowned out the distant screams of the refugees. "This is for Bord, you bitch!"
Kez roared, leaping onto the balcony from the street below. She brought the hammer down, ending the binder's cries. They all stood around her body, panting. It didn't help at all with the pain. "Let's link up with the Major's position," Aaron ordered, struggling to keep the wariness from his voice. Dimly, part of him wished he'd taken Kazon's offer. He shoved that part down. Being here was important, and things would have been even worse if he'd backed out like a coward. He forced himself to look at the aftermath. Bodies carpeted the streets around them, some killed during the initial attack, others bound and sent to fight before being put down again. The screams in the distance made it clear that more bodies were joining them, every moment. Just like Borde had. Aaron balled his fingers into a fist. The Crocs had to be stopped. The personal cost be damned. Chapter 44. A hunch. Voria smiled grimly when the transport-sized serpent simply collapsed, like a puppet whose strings had suddenly been cut. All over the battlefield, corpses fell bonelessly. "Captain Davidson, what's your status?" she asked, scanning the wall of mist outside her counterspell. There was nothing visible, of course, but she could feel them out there. Powerful binders, most of whom were worms and therefore ancient and nearly impossible to kill. "We've taken devastating casualties," Davidson yelled back, his voice almost drowned out by the gauze cannon on his tank. "I've rallied the remaining Marines around the armor, and we're falling slowly back to your position. If you've got a way to relieve us, we'll take it." "I think that can be arranged. This is Voria to Armored Company. Move to Captain Davidson's position and offer relief." All 6 tanks rose into the air, then zoomed toward Davidson. "Lieutenant Aaron," Voria asked, "what's your status?" "We're returning now, sir," Aaron replied, his unmistakable Mark 11 armor bursting from the mist into the area cleared by her counterspell. "We've downed 2 of the enemy binders, one of whom was an adult void worm. There were casualties." The rest of the company limped into the mist, shoulders slumped. "Borde?" Voria asked, naming the only person she couldn't see. She frowned, remembering his place in the augury. "He took a tail through the chest," Aaron explained rigidly. He was bottling it up. That kind of compartmentalization was important during combat, but she'd need to speak to him after the battle, to make sure he didn't lock up, as so many new officers did when losing someone in their command for the first time. "We'll honor his sacrifice later, Lieutenant. For now, we need to finish securing the city. Captain Davidson's position is tenuous, though I've sent the rest of the armor to relieve him." Voria turned to face that direction, absently tapping her chin. "I don't understand this tactic. Nebiat has more binders, and she could have assembled a much larger army of corpses. I expected her to either ignore us or hit us with overwhelming force." "Sir, it can't be a coincidence that she hit us during our landing," Aaron said. "Maybe she wasn't ready and sent only what she could field quickly. Or maybe this was designed to keep us bottled up here, on the defensive. Maybe it's a feint, concealing whatever she's after out there." Voria frowned as the mist suddenly began to recede. "Captain, status report." "The reinforcements have arrived and pushed back the corpses," Davidson said, his voice thick with the inevitable exhaustion that followed adrenaline. "It looks like they're in full retreat now, and the mist is going with them." "They're falling back?" Aaron asked. He zoomed above the city, facing the swamp. "Sir, I don't get it," Cruz said, shaking his armored head. "I think I do, and I don't much like it," Voria said, staring down at the swamp. The mist had already flowed back to the base of the slop, and was beginning to lose its supernatural thickness. "Captain Davidson, fall back to the landing site, establish a defensible perimeter, and set up triage stations. Anyone with medical skills is relieved and expected to volunteer." "Yes, sir. I'll make it happen." Davidson's voice was confident, which pleased her. He hadn't been shaken by the carnage. Of course, he was a veteran. Aaron might be another matter, and Voria wished she could see his face. Had Bord's death shaken his confidence? This was, after all, his first battle as an officer. Of course, the man had also killed 2 enemy binders in quick succession, more than anyone else in the battle. Hopefully he saw that too, and didn't focus solely on Bord. Aaron, take your squad and direct as many survivors to shelter as possible. Look for any lingering threats. Report to me once you've secured the area. That would give her time to investigate. Then she could speak to him about Bord's death. "What are you going to be doing, sir?" Aaron asked. "I'm going to investigate a hunch, Lieutenant. I suspect I know what Nebiot is after on this world, and I need to confirm it. Now get to work." "Yes, sir," Aaron replied. He and his unit moved off in the direction they'd come, into the smoking remains of the city proper. Voria turned and peered up the street toward the governor's palace. Right below that palace stood the university, and at the university she'd find the local archives. She picked her path up the ruined street, forcing herself to look at the faces of the fallen. Their bodies would be burned soon, and she honored them a final time. They were gone, but some tiny part of them was remembered in her. It wasn't much, but it was something. She climbed slowly, finally reaching a wide marble building. A picture of an open book stood over the doors, confirming that this was the archive. Voria pushed open the door and stepped into a near-silent room. Stacks of books sat on dark wooden tables, and row upon row of shelves disappeared into the distance. This place was bigger than it appeared. It was probably built deep into the mountain. Very pragmatic.
"Can I help you?"
A broad-shouldered man stepped in front of her. His salt-and-pepper hair had been cut short, and matched the stubble on his face. He wore an outfit almost identical to her own, right down to the mage's satchel. "I take it you are the local archivist?" she ventured. Voria could use her rank, but the best way to attain what she wanted was cooperation. If this man felt threatened or marginalized, he could simply neglect to share his decades of knowledge about this world.
"You take it correctly, and I take it you are Major Voria of the Confederate Marines. What do you seek in my archive, Major?"
She noted he hadn't offered a name. "I need to know about this world's oldest myths, specifically how this crater was formed and what lies at the center of the swamp." Voria folded her arms, deciding to trust him with the entire truth. "Crocs, dreadlords do not leave jobs half-finished. They do not launch raids. They annihilate worlds. The attack today was a distraction, and I believe it was to cover up whatever the Crocs are seeking. I'm hoping you can help me determine what that is."
"I have an obligation to help,"
the man said, sitting down at a nearby table. He motioned for her to join him.
"Please, sit. Why don't we begin with introductions? I am called Haruk."
"Pleased to meet you, Archivist," Voria said, perhaps a touch too impatiently.
"Let's get to the meat of it, then. This world is old, very old. It's been settled by a half-dozen different species over a period of 20 millennia. Before any of that, this was the site of a battle between 2 ancient gods. They fought in the space above the world, and the loser was hurled to this world, creating the crater you now see. That god, we believe, is still here. Its heart lies near the center of the swamp."
"Nebiot is too crafty to be here for a simple catalyst, even one as powerful as this," Voria mused, steepling her fingers under her chin. "She can gain a little strength from it, but won't be able to do much else, so why sacrifice so much to claim it?"
"There, I have no answer."
Haruk shrugged apologetically.
"I can do more research and might be able to find something, but off the top of my head, I have no idea what the Dreadlord is seeking at the Catalyst."
"If we want this world to survive, then we need to find the answer. For the time being, consider me your research assistant," Voria offered. "Help me find what she's after, and I promise I will stop her from getting it."
"I think we're in agreement then, Major." Haruk smiled grimly. "Let's get to work then."
Chapter 45. The Power of Beer. Aaron tucked his helmet under his arm, resisting the urge to put it back on. Nara had suggested it might help if the refugees could see his face, so he kept it off. He'd considered taking the armor off entirely, but the idea that the Crocs could come back at any time made him think better of it. They needed to be ready for a follow-up assault, even if it seemed unlikely. They'd managed to direct a few hundred refugees to the makeshift shelters, but it felt like so little amidst the carnage. "Aaron, did you want to talk?" Nara glided to a stop next to him. "I mean about Bord. We collected his body." He considered the question. Did he need to talk? "Thank you for that." Aaron looked away from her. "I'm going to check in with the Major. Would you mind keeping an eye on things here?" "Sure, but I think Davidson's people have everything in hand. The barricades are up, and watches have been assigned." She raised an eyebrow. "Sooner or later, we're going to need to talk. This isn't your fault." "I know. Trust me. I'm not doing the, oh God, I'm a terrible leader thing." He forced himself to look at her. "It's just a lot to process, you know? I need a little time. I'll be fine. Thanks for looking out for me. It helps knowing you have my back." "All right. I'll let you off the hook." She laughed. It crinkled her nose, drawing the freckles together. "Now go do your officer stuff. But when you get back, come see me, okay?" Aaron smiled. "I'll do that. We'll raise a glass to Bord." He'd have liked that. Nara tucked her helmet firmly under her arm, then zoomed off in the opposite direction. They both pretended that Bord's death wasn't tearing them up, a kind of mutual defense against grief. He turned toward the archive at the top of the hill, zooming slowly in that direction. He kept his elevation at a precise 30 meters, with an easy view of everyone below. The effect was somewhat spoiled by the pillars of smoke rising from the buildings around him. Had he made the right decision in having Bord protect the temple? Could he have reacted more quickly when the dragon landed? Heat bubbled up in his gut. He shouldn't have been in charge in the first place. He had no experience at this, and that lack of experience might get the whole company killed. But what was the better option? The Major couldn't assume control, and Cruz had made it clear he didn't feel up to the job. So what option did that leave? Stepping up. Putting aside his own bullshit emotions and focusing on the job, before someone else died. Aaron drifted down the wide double doors leading into the archive. He touched down right outside and gently pushed open the door on the right. The interior was dimly lit, but after his eyes adjusted, he made out the rows of bookshelves. They smelled heavenly, tickling a memory he couldn't quite grasp. The cavernous room was deserted except for Major Voria and a mage he took for an archivist. He walked boldly in their direction, nodding at the Major when she looked up at his approach. "Sir, you asked me to report to you when the area was secure. Shall I come back later?" "Now is fine. Just give me a moment." She touched the archivist on the shoulder. "See if you can find more about the Guardian, and about whatever these strange skies are. What we have so far is maddeningly unspecific. I'll be right back." Aaron moved out of earshot and waited for the Major to join him. She approached briskly and stopped a meter away, folding her arms. She watched him evenly, waiting for him to speak. Aaron led with the report, to stall the question as long as possible. "The barricades are set up and watches are assigned." "Excellent. Now let's get to the real reason I asked you here." Voria's face showed a rare note of sympathy. "Losing someone under your command is tough. I know you're strong, Aaron, but strong can also mean brittle. I need to know you're okay and still able to command." "Bord died because he followed an order I gave." Aaron licked his lips, struggling to verbalize the tapestry of emotions. "I know, rationally, that the order was correct. I'd give it again if I had to. I did what I needed to do, and we accomplished the mission." "But?" Voria asked. "Bord is dead." "You're wondering how to deal with the fact that Bord is dead, because you expended him like a resource." The Major seized Aaron's shoulder, locking eyes with him. You are a resource, Aaron. I will expend you like a resource. So is Nara, and Kez, and Cruz, and every last one of the Marines under Davidson. We are all of us resources, all part of a larger whole. You sleep at night, Aaron, because you know when the time comes, you're going to go out with the same dignity and courage Board exhibited. And because of his sacrifice, billions of Confederate citizens sleep safely, not having to worry about the Crocs darkening their skies. Aaron nodded, considering her words. That doesn't sound like an easy thing to reconcile, but I can do it, sir. I can't lie. His death tears me up, but I won't let it cause me to hesitate. The Crocs have to be stopped. If Board's death taught me anything, it's that. Those bastards have made this personal. I figure instead of guilty or sad, I'll just get pissed off. Anger will insulate you, for now at least. Unfortunately, I'm about to take that anger away. Voria released him. Her entire demeanor shifted, the dour expression replaced by a broad smile. I waited to do this because I wanted you to experience loss as an officer. I realize how cruel that sounds, but I needed to know you wouldn't break. Besides, I'm not certain what I'm about to attempt will work. Come with me. I don't want to get your hopes up, but we may be able to fix this situation. Fix the situation? Aaron prodded, but the Major ignored him as she exited the library. He badly wanted to ask where they were going, but stayed silent as they headed to the temporary morgue that had been erected next to the battlefield. Walking those rows of bodies chilled Aaron in a way the void never could. Someone had taken the time to close their eyes, at least. It dimmed the horrified expressions many wore. I found him, Aaron called numbly from the third row. He waited for the Major to make her way over, forcing himself to look up at the olive-skinned medic. Board's face was pale, his eyes closed and peaceful. The hole in his armor gaped, the edges stained black with blood and dust. Aaron wiped the corner of his eye, refusing to look away. This was on him. Do you remember our visit to the Drifters? Voria asked. She reached into her satchel, removing the small black keg of beer they'd acquired. Vaguely. The Drifter claimed that was his best beer, right? I didn't really understand most of what he said. He said very specifically that the beer would wake the dead. Voria slapped the tap on the top of the keg. Now, I don't know if he's good as his word, but most Drifters are, despite what people think. It's one thing to make a healing potion, quite another to make beer that can call a person's spirit back to their body. That's a 5th-level spell, and usually requires a full ritual casting and a catalyst to accomplish. We're talking 6 powerful mages, all working in tandem, at a place of immense power. Even then, such rituals often fail. This brew may do nothing, but I can't think of a better time to use it. I figure nothing is lost in the attempt, and if it works, it will definitely prove that trading my staff was worth it. Aaron ruthlessly culled the hope. He wasn't ready to deal with the disappointment, not so soon. The idea that magic powerful enough to call someone's soul back to their body even existed, it refused to take root. Hold his head, the Major ordered. Aaron did as instructed, tilting Board's head back and holding his mouth open as the Major poured in a steady stream of thick, black beer. She trickled it into Board's mouth for an eternity, so long that Aaron's arms began to cramp. Still he held Board perfectly still, saying nothing. A tremendous burp rolled from Board's throat. His body spasmed. Then he coughed violently. His eyes fluttered open, and he stared up at Aaron. Oh, gods! You're the last face I want to wake up to! Board's hands shot down to his chest, and his voice rose 3 octaves. I'm dead! You were dead, Voria said, with more than a touch of pride.
Did you think I'd find dying an acceptable excuse, Specialist? You still have work to do among the living. You may stay here and rest until morning. Then we'll get you back in the fight. Getting killed got me a day off, Borde mused, leaning back and interlocking his fingers behind his head. Then he grinned. Worth it. Totally worth it. He leapt from the slab as though unable to sit still. I feel incredible. It's the after effects of the brew. You're drunk, Specialist. Voria turned to Aaron, grinning in a way that, on anyone else, Aaron would have called girlish. Get your company prepared, and tell Davidson to stand ready in the square. Spread the word to all the shelters that will be gathering in an hour. Sir. Aaron gawked at Borde, still reeling. You just brought him back from the dead. Like, he was dead, and now he's not. Well, technically the Drifters did it. It wasn't my spell. Voria shrugged. Now get moving. When I promoted you to lieutenant, I expected initiative. We have a long, dangerous road ahead of us. You've got your healer back. Now start delivering me dead crocs. Aaron sat there, bewildered. He'd run the gamut of emotions, from helplessness to overpowering grief, and finally anger. Now he wasn't sure what to feel. Dead crocs, he finally said, is something I can do. Chapter 46. Confrontation. Satisfied that Aaron would do his job, Voria allowed herself a rare moment of reflection. She set down the tome she'd been reading, stretching as she rose. She'd placed a great deal of faith in the augury the tender had given her, including using a priceless potion to bring Borde back from the dead. The augury showed him at the final battle. Had that not been the case, she'd never have used the potion. Voria stifled a yawn. She still had an important task to deal with, one that would require she keep her wits about her. She didn't know how long Nebiot had been in that swamp, or how close the binder was to her goal. Even now, the Dreadlord would be completing whatever ritual she was out here to perform. Perhaps she was out here in search of an artifact from the Gods' War. Whatever Nebiot's motivation, Voria needed to pursue her immediately. That meant dealing with the governor in the most expedient way possible, while still retaining a mostly functional government in this city. Stopping Nebiot, but having the world fall to anarchy, would be a bitter victory, one she'd prefer to avoid. She slung her satchel over her shoulder and departed the archives. Haruk had agreed to her request and would report to the square as soon as he'd locked the archives. That meant the last piece was in place. Voria marched briskly back down the steep thoroughfare, only relaxing once she'd re-entered the perimeter Captain Davidson had established. "Captain, a word, please," Voria called, her loud, clear voice echoing over the still smoking market square. Davidson disengaged from a trio of subordinates, striding over to her with brisk purpose. "Yes, sir." His deep green fatigues, like those of the men around him, were stained with blood and sweat. His men looked at him with a mixture of respect and adoration. Up close, his weariness was easier to spot. She found it in the dark circles under his eyes and the tremble in his hands. He needed sleep, and probably a hot meal. "Are you confident you have a perimeter in place around this square?" Voria asked. She reached for the familiar comfort of her staff, then lowered her arm when she remembered for the millionth time that she'd traded it. At least she'd gotten something fair in trade. "As confident as I can be," Davidson replied, scrubbing his fingers through his sweaty blonde hair. "If the Crocs launch another attack, we'll be aware of it, but I can't promise we can repulse it. The new rifles and armor helped us push them back, but we're short on manpower. The locals aren't going to be any help. Their morale has never been lower." "That was my next question." Voria gave a quick nod. "I want you to pass the word. Have all the shelters gather and bring their people here. Inform me when they've arrived." "Sir?" Davidson asked, confusion leaking into his expression. "Just do it, Captain. You'll understand why once you see what I have planned, I promise you. In the meantime, I have to meet with the governor." "Of course, sir." Davidson colored and snapped a hasty salute, which Voria returned. "I'll have all refugees here in the next 15 minutes.
Voria gave a pleased nod, then continued through the square. She stepped over the corpse of a Croc's enforcer, part of its chest simply missing where a void bolt had finished it. Bodies littered the square, though thankfully they were all enemy bodies now. Davidson had been extremely efficient in getting their own casualties off the field. To Voria's mild surprise, Governor Avitus had already arrived at the stage. If he were really bound, she'd have expected him to flee now that his work was done. The fact that he hadn't troubled her. It suggested he had more mischief planned, or that she was simply wrong about him. She walked boldly up to the stage, mounting the trio of steps on the right side. The stage had escaped the combat largely unscathed, an island of calm amidst utter chaos. "Ah, Governor!" she called, infusing the words with warmth she didn't feel. "I'm pleased to see you survived the battle."
"Yes, no thanks to you," the governor snapped, rounding on her. "A full third of my people lie dead, and our city is in ruins, all within minutes of your arrival. Is this the best your vaunted Confederate Marines can do?"
He raised an arm, gesturing expansively at the destruction around him. Voria walked to the center of the stage. Refugees were already trickling in, gathering at the edges of the square. Davidson worked fast. "An excellent question, Governor. One I imagine your people will be very interested in having answered." She sketched a sigil, activating the stage's latent magic. Her voice was instantly amplified, booming across the square and hopefully beyond. "Citizens of Mayrid, hear me. We have been assaulted by the Crocs, attacked by some of their most ancient worms. Many have fallen. We've lost friends and family. Some have lost their homes. Many of you are asking why. I've brought the governor here to discuss the cause of this attack." She turned to the governor, slowly folding her arms. He rose imperiously, his finery impeccable in the aftermath of the battle.
"Yes," he said, "some very troubling questions have arisen. The Crocs made no move to assault us, conducting whatever business they have here in peace. Then the Confederates arrived, and we were instantly attacked. The Marines failed to protect us, failed in their duty."
Dark murmurs came from the Marines, but Davidson silenced them with a look. He stood proud, and his men mirrored the gesture. Voria's opinion of the man rose another notch. "Have you anything further to add, Governor?" she asked mildly, the magic amplifying her voice many times over.
"I do."
The governor walked to the edge of the stage, clasping his hands before his chest.
"Much as it pains me, I have made the difficult decision to contact the Cheyenne government directly. I have reported the Major's gross negligence and been informed that she has already been stripped of command. These Marines aren't here legally, and the Major has an outstanding warrant for her arrest. Command was to be given to Captain Thalus, a man the Major murdered in cold blood. I do not know if she is in league with the Crocs, or simply serving her own interests at the expense of our people, but I will have no part of it. I demand you withdraw your forces from our world. Leave us in peace, and the Crocs will too."
Voria waited, letting the speech wash over the crowd. Many were murmuring confused questions. "You've heard the governor's words," Voria called, also stepping to the edge of the stage. "Now hear mine. A mere few hours ago, many of you were fleeing for your lives. You ran because the Crocs launched an unprovoked assault. They killed your people and burned your buildings. The governor paints this attack as somehow linked to the arrival of my battalion, and I believe he is right. I believe the Crocs chose that exact moment to attack because they'd been informed of our arrival. Further, I believe the governor gathered you all here knowing you'd be in tremendous danger. The more of you who died, the better." Murmurs passed through the crowd, more heated now.
"And what could I possibly hope to gain from the slaughter of my own people?"
Avitus scoffed. The way he looked at her suggested he thought he was winning this little debate. "You hoped to serve the ends of your true master, the Dreadlord Nebiot," Voria calmly explained. She let that sink in for a moment, then continued.
Your will has been shackled, and everything you've done preceding the Crocs invasion has been at the behest of a full Crocs dreadlord.
Voria knew a moment of fear. She was almost positive she was right, but the possibility still remained that the governor was merely incompetent, not bound. If that was the case, everything she was hoping to achieve here would fail.
That's your defense? You're labeling me as some sort of binder puppet? The governor asked, chuckling. What's your proof? This is nonsense. An attempt to deflect blame, criminal.
Ah, here we go, Voria said, pointing at Haruk as the archivist stepped onto the stage. Citizens of Mayrid, most of you recognize Archivist Haruk. He's served in that role for most of your lives. Haruk, you are a true mage, are you not?
I am.
Haruk's deep voice boomed out over the square. And you are capable of reading spell sigils to detect the nature of a spell, are you not? Voria asked calmly, watching the governor closely. He'd begun to shift, his gaze roaming to the edge of the crowd, like an animal about to flee.
Indeed, I can. There is none more qualified on this world.
I do not expect your people to trust me, Governor, but I do expect they'll trust the word of their own archivist.
Voria sketched a fire sigil, performing a detection spell. The governor began to glow. A soft white light emanated from his skin. Then the light intensified, so bright that the governor was gone, eclipsed by a tangled mix of sigils wrapped around the area where his chest and head would be.
Can you tell me exactly what you're seeing, Archivist?
I can,
Haruk called out, his clear voice echoing over the silent crowd.
The governor has been inflicted with a number of spells, the most notable a binding to shackle his will. He belongs fully to a binder, and I suspect it was he who arranged the recent attack.
The crowd burst into shouts, a mixture of shock and deep anger. They were looking for a target, and Voria needed to handle this next part delicately, or they'd quickly become a mob.
Citizens, how you handle your own internal matters is up to you. I've nominated Archivist Haruk to serve as acting governor, until Turnus High Command can help you install another. The governor is yours to deal with as you see fit. I would argue leniency. Once the bindings are removed, he will have to live with what he did. In a way, he is blameless in all this, a victim, as all of us are.
The shouts died to dark murmurs, but at least the calls for the governor's blood had died.
And what of you, Major? Haruk asked. Will you depart this world, or stay and protect it?
I will stay, and more, Voria yelled. She faced the crowd, clenching a fist. Tomorrow at first light, I will take the fight to the Crocs. I will find Nebiat, and I will stop her from achieving whatever her aim here is. The crowd roared their defiant approval, their collective cries drowning out the sorrow.
Chapter 47. Didn't I mention that? Aaron finally unclenched as the crowd of locals filtered away from stage. They were moving off in groups, most talking quietly. They looked thoughtful, though there was definitely an undercurrent of anger. Many glared hatefully at the governor, who stood under marine guard. Nara pulled off her helmet, freeing a river of dark hair. Did you have any idea she was going to do that? No? I don't think the Major told anyone, and I can't blame her. Aaron removed his helmet, enjoying the cool breeze. He did not enjoy the scent of ash over everything.
You got that right, Cruz rumbled.
He walked off a short distance, into the shadows of a relatively undamaged building.
She didn't say it, but I've seen her do this sort of thing before. In the morning we'll move out. She'll make a call to the locals to see if any militia will join us. Most won't. Then we're gonna march out into the swamp.
I wish Bord was going with us. Nara gave a heavy sigh, kneeling to scoop up a pile of ashy dirt with her gauntlet.
He is,
Aaron said, smirking.
Didn't I mention that? The Major brought him back from the dead.
Kez clomped up in her heavy armor.
Did the crocs just knock you in the head, sir?
Aaron gave a wide smile. They'd been through it, and they needed a victory. This, he realized, could be exactly that victory, exactly the morale boost that would get them all back in the game after being punched in the crotch. Right before the Major pulled her stunt with the governor, we paid the morgue a visit, Aaron explained, pausing for dramatic effect. Even Cruz was watching him with rapt attention. When we met with the Drifters, they sold her a brew they claimed could wake someone from the dead.
And it worked? Bort is alive?
Nara gave a musical laugh and threw her arms around Aaron.
That's incredible!
I can't believe it myself. Aaron returned the hug, but quickly disengaged since the squad was watching. The Major gave him the rest of the day off, and he's back to active tomorrow.
Just in time to join us in the muck, Cruz rumbled cheerfully. Perfect. Every time I think she can't surprise me, she does it again. Back from the gods damned dead. Who'd believe that shit?
Aaron surveyed the squad, realizing that everyone's armor was at least partially damaged. Most had empty canisters, and one of Cruz had been shattered by a hit from an enforcer. If we're moving out in the morning, Aaron said, we should make good use of the time. Let's get back to the barracks. Kez, can you help us run repairs on our suits while you catch up with Bort?
I betcha we can get it all fixed up tight in just a few hours, Kez drawled in her sing-song accent. But I have to warn you, sir, after a fight like that, I plan on drinking.
The faceplate to her armor popped up, framing an oval face with a wicked grin.
You should join me, sir. Discover the fine line between drunk and drunker. We certainly got cause to celebrate.
I'll see if we can't requisition a keg from the Major, Aaron promised, smiling to his friends. We'll kick back as much as we're able, run light repairs, then get some sleep. Tomorrow, we're heading back into it. He put his helmet back on, still smiling. In some ways, a single soldier coming back from the dead was a small thing, not enough to turn a battle on its head. But in another way, it demonstrated the Major's unfailing ability to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Tomorrow, some of them were probably going to die, but they'd go willingly to that death, knowing they were following a woman worthy of that allegiance. Chapter 48. The Circle. Nebiat flapped her wings, descending slowly toward the mossy mountain below. 8 sites had been erected around it, each attuned to a different aspect, each with a large urn in the center. Those sites glowed with power. All 8 aspects would be needed today, though in different proportions. Enforcers moved the last of the urns into place, completing the outer ring. That ring, the magical repository, could be managed by lesser binders. All they needed to do was funnel power into each urn, power she would consume when she cast the ritual. She transformed as she fell toward the mountain, and was a full human by the time she landed gracefully at the summit. Unlike many of her brethren, she usually preferred the human form. It was frail, but it also allowed the kind of manual dexterity a much larger body prohibited, the kind of manual dexterity needed to draw an immensely complex ritual circle, for example. Nebiat knelt, drawing from the well of power in her chest. She sketched the first sigil, beginning with void. She prided herself in the artistry, having drawn countless such circles in her lifetime. Never had they been as important as this one. If she succeeded, if she were able to remove the seal, then Mayrid would become a staging ground to conquer the Confederacy. From this world she could launch a dagger at Turnus itself, and then at Shia. The Confederacy would fall in years instead of the decades her father had allocated. In the incredibly unlikely event that she failed, she'd turn that to her advantage as well, though it seemed impossible that anything could prevent her victory at this point. Voria had proven annoying, but was unlikely to even reach the ritual before it was complete, much less muster enough force to stop Nebiat. Nebiat had husbanded her forces, sending only the weakest and least trained to assault the Confederates. Those who remained were her strongest, and were more than a match for anything a human could bring to bear.
She made the second sigil, adding fire next to void. Then came dream and air. She took her time with life, the most complex sigil and the aspect she had the most trouble mastering. She continued to water, then spirit. Finally, she added earth, completing the circle. Rising, she surveyed her handiwork. She would need to strengthen each sigil several more times, but the framework for the spell had been created. Now it was time to test it. She waved a hand, and a puff of spirit energy drifted into the air. The circle seized it instantly, channeling it into the sigil she'd drawn. She smiled. All she needed to do was test the outer circle, then strengthen both. Within a few hours, she could begin casting the spell that would end the hated Confederacy. And after that, the entire sector. Her father would be enraged at the death of her brother, but if she could deliver him this world, he would forget about it soon enough. If she managed to bind Drakon, then he would barely notice the loss of a son, and she'd be showered with honors. She smiled. There had been setbacks, but she was still very much in control of the situation. Still, it was best not to grow overconfident. The Confederates were coming, of that she had no doubt. Perhaps she needed to arrange another distraction.
"Seraphala, attend me!"
Nebiat boomed, in a voice far louder and deeper than should have issued from a human throat. A worm near the life urn leapt into the air, flapping her powerful wings as she climbed toward the summit. She banked, landing on an outcrop above Nebiat.
"How may I serve, elder sister?"
Nebiat did not look up from her work on the circle.
"I'm giving you a chance to make up for your failure on the station. I want you to slaughter every snake, every cat, every creature in the swamp around us. Gather them and hurl them at the Confederates. Slow them. Make their march excruciating. Make them pay for every meter. I will simply crush them all and remove the problem,"
Seraphala boasted, flapping her mighty wings. The wind tugged at Nebiat's hair, blowing it across her face. She shot her younger sister a glare, and the worm dropped her gaze.
"Do not be arrogant. Keftut is dead, as are many others. We've never had so many of our siblings die in so short a span, not since the Gods' War. Do not risk yourself, sister. Harass and fade away."
Nebiat ceased her work, staring up at her sister again.
"Do not engage them directly. Am I clear?" "As you wish,"
her sister muttered sullenly.
"Good. Then see to it."
Nebiat bent back to the circle, content that there would be no more distractions. Chapter 49. Debriefing. Voria closed the door behind her, pausing to breathe. The archives bore the rich fragrance of books, her favorite perfume. After being introduced to Turnus datapads, she never lost the love for books. Haruk sat hunched over a table, scrawling notes into a journal with a feather steel pen. He looked up at her approach, setting the pen down with the kind of precision she envied, but was far too impatient to implement in her own life.
"Welcome, Major."
He rose slowly to his feet, smoothing his jacket.
"You've come for the debriefing, I assume?"
"I have," she nodded, moving to sit in the chair opposite his.
"I realize I've given you very little time, but I'm hoping you've put it to use."
"It was well spent." Haruk reached for his journal, flipping it to another page and sliding it across the table to her.
"Take a look."
"This isn't the page you were writing," Voria mused, scanning the contents. "How old is this? It's not dated."
"Just over a decade," Haruk confirmed. "I memorized the dates, so I've little need to apply them to my journal."
Voria turned the page, eyes widening as she read. "You've been to the Catalyst?"
"You can't be surprised." Haruk gave a dry smile. "I'd been sentenced to this backwater for 4 years before I finally decided to explore the mists.
It took another 2 years to locate the catalyst.
Voria set the journal down. She cocked her head to the side, studying the archivist with fresh eyes. Tell me.
The catalyst is the body of a great worm. She wasn't a mere void worm. She was a true god, fashioned by gods even more ancient than she.
Haruk picked up his journal, running a finger along a page, lost in memory.
She was killed by one of Crox's puppet gods, slain because she would not submit, and was simply too powerful to control. Her body fell from orbit, making it the crater around us. Her heart, a fount of magical power, lay at the center of that crater.
An open wound. That would have called primals from all over the sector, Voria interrupted, though she was intrigued by the tale.
And it did. The swamp is full of giant snakes, the youngest form of the drake. As they age, each becomes more and more a true worm.
Haruk set the journal down, eyeing her earnestly.
At some point, the wound was covered. A mountain now stands above it, blocking the magical signature. This slowed the development of the worms in the swamp, keeping them from progressing to their final forms.
It probably also kept Nebiant from finding it. A water catalyst is powerful, but not powerful enough to warrant the kind of forces she's committed here. So what's so special about this one?
I don't know, but I believe this world's import is greater than I first guessed, the archivist mused. The part about strange skies, the original natives of this planet kept detailed star charts, painted in caves on the southern continent. I spent months studying them, and not a single one matched the current sky.
Stellar drift? Voria asked.
That was my assumption, too, but drift would only partially modify constellations, not completely alter them. No, when these people say strange skies, I think they mean the entire sky changed.
The archivist watched her closely, waiting for her reaction. The only way that could be possible is if the planet were moved. Voria shook her head, trying to understand the kind of magical power that would be required for such a feat.
Yes, and you can see why I'm so troubled. Someone went to a great deal of trouble to hide this world.
He shook his head.
The fact that the Crocs have found it now, I believe that may be far more catastrophic than the Confederacy realizes.
What do you think Nebiant is planning? Voria asked, reaching again for her missing staff. Blast it, she was going to need to replace that.
At a guess, I think she might be trying to remove the patch over the wound. If she can do that, maybe she can tap into the energy more fully.
Haruk shrugged.
I don't really know.
I don't think that's it. A chill passed through Voria, and she rose from her chair. In fact, I think I know what Nebiant is planning. If she removes the patch, then the primals will begin coming again.
And those already here will continue to develop.
Haruk's eyes widened in understanding.
She'll have an army of worms, and a way to make more over time.
You begin to see the problem. What about the Guardian? Voria asked. There's no way any Guardian would let a binder approach, and there's no way a catalyst this powerful doesn't have a Guardian.
Again, I don't know. During my trip, I expected to meet a Guardian, to find something of immense age watching over the catalyst. Given its scope and power, the idea that there is no Guardian is unfathomable. Something would have moved to control the catalyst millennia ago. Perhaps whatever erected the seal over the wound.
Haruk walked over to a bookshelf, scanning for several moments, then selecting a tome.
I think this is the one. Yes, there it is. Look at this sketch.
Haruk passed the book to Voria. It showed a towering god hurling a crackling magical spear at a titanic worm. The spear had impaled the beast, and the beast slammed into the world beneath it. If the depiction was accurate, it would have been apocalyptic for the people of this world.
This is the battle, I assume.
What am I supposed to be seeing?
The location of the wound, hopefully. It's a bit off-center, but near enough.
It will suffice. Voria sketched a quick trio of sigils, then touched the journal hanging from her belt. The image shimmered, then a copy shot into her tome. Is there anything else you can offer? Any warning about the dangers of the swamp?
Nothing you don't already know. The crocs will come for you, of course. The local fauna most likely will not. They'll be easy enough to frighten off with loud weaponry.
Haruk frowned again.
I don't know what happened to the Guardian, but I suspect that you and this binder are about to find out. Is there anything else you require before your journey?
Sleep, Voria muttered. She rubbed at her temples. If you can arrange to have the citizens in the square to see us off in the morning, I'd be grateful.
You intend to ask for volunteers?
It wasn't a question.
These people have already sacrificed much.
I will not demand they sacrifice anything further, but they have a right to choose their own fate, Voria countered. Some may join us, and odds are good those who do will not return. If none do, so be it. We'll fight Nebiat with every resource at our disposal.
Good night, Major. I think my people may surprise you.
Chapter 50. Into the Mist. Voria accepted Captain Davidson's hand as he pulled her atop the tank. Thank you, Captain. He nodded respectfully at her, but didn't say anything. His attention remained fixed on the mist below, scanning ceaselessly as he watched for another Croc's assault. The turret of the tank met the main body in a seamless join, the kind that could only be accomplished with magic. The weapon might fire conventional ordnance, but its construction involved some of the finest sorcery the Innerins were capable of. Voria turned to face the crowd, which was far larger than she'd have expected given the previous day's attack. Every last face, most of them dirty and all of them weary, peered up at her, not with hope, which she'd seen on some worlds, not with despair, which often crowded out hope. These faces wore anger. They'd been used, and they were eager for payback. Eager enough to risk their own lives? She was about to find out. Behind me, you see an entire armor-reinforced battalion, complete with a company of tech mages, Voria yelled, her voice echoing over the square without any need for magical amplification. In exactly 1 hour, we will be heading into that swamp. She pointed down the slope of the mountain, into the pool of mist covering much of the swamp. We will be marching to the catalyst at the center, where we will confront a Croc's Dreadlord. The same Croc's Dreadlord who killed your sons and daughters and fathers and brothers. We will stop her from completing a ritual that would make your world a target for every primal in the sector. A ritual that would give her control over an army of worms, to be used to conquer and destroy other worlds like this one. We go to stop her, because no one else can. I want each and every one of you to reach down deep and decide what your homes are worth. Will you fight for them? Because we need your help. But before you decide, think carefully. It is highly unlikely anyone who goes into that swamp will return. Voria paused. She watched them proudly. Every citizen waged their own internal war, wondering if maybe they could spit in the eye of the enemy that had taken so much from them. She let them stew in it before speaking again. You will be given the finest Innerin armor and weaponry. You will be added to veteran units, fighting with men and women who will look out for you. You will be fed and cared for, protected to the best of our collective ability. But make no mistake, anyone who joins us fights. You take up arms, and you defend your world to the death. If you are with us, simply cross that line. She pointed to Aaron and Nara, who stood on either end of a chalk line they'd drawn. Voria wasn't sure what to expect. Most worlds had a few zealots, a few people looking to take up a cause, any cause, just to have a purpose. A woman of perhaps 60 crossed the line, moving to stand next to Sergeant Cruz in his massive armor. A pair of lost-looking teens joined her next. Then the flood began. Dozens of citizens crossed the line and stood proudly on the other side.
When it was over, nearly 100 militia had gathered. The rest lurked on the other side of the line, still trying to find their courage. "Captain Davidson, please see the militia armed, equipped, and prepared to march," Voria ordered. Then she hopped down from the tank, letting Davidson take over. He immediately started barking orders, breaking the militia into more manageable chunks. He handed off groups to his officers, who in turn integrated the militia into their own units. It was smooth, efficient. She approved. "Sir, are we certain it wouldn't be smarter to create a separate unit for the militia?" Aaron asked, guiding his spell armor into a hover near the tank. The question was neither timid nor impertinent. It was merely a request for information, the kind she preferred officers use. "I considered that option, but a separate militia unit would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Worse, that unit would know it. They'd break during the first engagement, and that would make the survivors useless. By mixing them with the Marines, we stiffen their morale while also making the unit look larger. I'm not naive enough to think the militia would do much in their first battle, but some of them may surprise us." "I see. I hadn't considered the effect on morale. Thank you for explaining, sir." Aaron's tone was respectful, such a welcome change from Thalos. "You always have the right to ask questions, so long as you do not presume that I owe you explanations." She turned a baleful eye on him, and while she couldn't see his reaction behind his helmet, she had a feeling it caused the desired effect. "Have the ground-based members of your squad protect the main troop body. Your more mobile units should aerially scout our perimeter?" Aaron interrupted, a note of amusement in his voice. "Precisely, Lieutenant. Nothing reaches the main body without us knowing about it." Voria climbed back atop the tank. "I will be riding inside with Captain Davidson if you need me." She turned toward the swamp. A gray mist blended the sky into the ground, making it impossible to tell where fog ended and sky began. Somewhere in that soup lay the confrontation predicted in the augury she'd received. Perhaps she'd finally learn who sent it, if she survived. Chapter 51. Olive Branch. Aaron glided out over the swamp, circling wide ahead of the convoy. The armor moved in a single column, flanked by platoons of Marines that stretched almost a kilometer and disappeared into the mist behind them. "We sure do make a tempting target for a foe with superior mobility," Aaron muttered into the calm. "Like, say, a dragon." "I was literally just thinking the same thing. Well, not literally, but I enjoy misusing the word." Nara gave a soft laugh. "Point is, we're exposed, especially with the mist. How do we plan to deal with that?" "We can't," Aaron said, zooming higher into the mist. It thinned, but not much. He had perhaps 100 meters of partial visibility up here. Clumps of trees burst out of the water here and there, and occasionally an entire island. "It will take a concerted effort, and that requires Davidson. I'll sit him down when we get to camp and see how he wants to handle deployment." "I think you're breaking a lot of taboos doing that," Nara replied, her breathing a little harder now. "I had to encourage a 40-meter snake to move away from the convoy. Ick." "You're right about the taboos. Thalos treated the Marines like garbage, and I gather that's a pretty common attitude among officers. That's going to take time to undo, but I think it starts with deferring to Davidson. I mean, he does outrank me." Aaron came to a halt, scanning the path ahead of them. It leveled out a bit on a long stretch of relatively dry land. They weren't likely to find a better campsite, and it would be getting dark in an hour or two. He switched to an open channel. "Major, this is Lieutenant Aaron. Do you copy?" Her brisk voice came back almost instantly. "What's the situation, Lieutenant?" "I see a potential campsite. It's a little island, maybe 2 feet above sea level." Aaron flew closer. "It's uninhabited besides a few local fauna. Looks large enough to accommodate all the militia, but the armor will probably have to park in the water." "Good find, Lieutenant. We'll make for your position." Aaron guided his spell armor to the island, giving it a more thorough aerial pass. There really wasn't anything remarkable about it. The few trees were too scraggly to use as cover, though at least the troops would have solid footing.
If he had to defend this little spit, he wasn't sure how he'd do it. Hopefully the Major or Davidson would have some ideas. He glided to a halt on the far side of the island, watching as the column approached. The battalion's single-troop transport arrived first, stuffed with supplies instead of men. Davidson's Marines began quickly assembling pavilions and setting up a chow line. Aaron waited for a break in the crowd around the captain, then flew over. He landed next to Davidson, withdrawing his helmet. "What can I do for you, Lieutenant?" Davidson asked, accepting a bowl of something resembling stew from a militiaman. He made no move to eat, instead watching Aaron with undisguised suspicion. "I was about to ask you the same thing." Aaron smiled, and Davidson slowly returned it. "As I understand it, Thalos refused to accept your orders, keeping my company a separate military force. That's stupid in a battle like the one we're about to wage. We need a clear chain of command, and after counting the bars on my collar, I'm pretty sure you outrank me, sir." "So are you suggesting I start giving your company orders?" Davidson asked, though cautiously, as if suspecting a trap. "Where needed, sure. I'm not saying we'll come to you for every little thing, but when the Crocs attack, I want you to be able to deploy your armor, knowing you can order my company in to support," Aaron said. He held up a hand to forestall the captain's reply. "Ultimately, the Major has final say, and if she orders me elsewhere, I'll take care of whatever task she assigns us. Failing that, we're at your disposal, sir." "Wow." Davidson sat down on the bumper of a parked hover tank. His tank, Aaron was pretty sure. Davidson enjoyed a spoonful of stew, then waved the empty spoon in Aaron's direction. "So what you're telling me is that, for the first time, we get to run this like a real military operation? That I'm not going to be hamstrung with a noble who won't even speak to a grunt from Turnus?" "Yeah, that's about the size of it," Aaron said. "Corporal Young, get this man a bowl of stew ASAP!" Davidson barked. The stern exterior melted, and he grinned at Aaron. "I cannot even believe this. The next thing you're going to tell me, we might actually survive this excursion. I got 500-to-1 odds back on the Turnus transfer station. If we don't buy it, I'll have enough to buy, well, dinner maybe. There's a lot of men to feed." "My memory only goes back 6 days," Aaron said. "But from what I've seen so far, I'm not sure I'd bet against the Major, even going up against the Crocs. She'll find a way to get us out alive." He accepted a bowl of stew from a tall, smiling woman with almond-shaped eyes. "Thank you." "I can already see it," Davidson said. "You care more about the unit than you do personal glory. That's necessary in the Marines, but damned near non-existent among tech mages." He paused, seeming to realize he'd insulted tech mages. "Not that I mean, I'm just saying, you're different than Thalos. Different than any other mage I've met." "I'll take that as a compliment." Aaron offered Davidson his hand. The captain shook it, then patted the bench his men had erected while they were speaking. "Grab a seat. I've got a few deployment ideas I want to run by you." Chapter 52. Splash. "Contact!" Cruz's voice snapped Aaron to wakefulness, and he groggily checked his HUD. Sleeping in the Mark 11 was far more comfortable than in a bunk, and it took a moment to rouse himself. The last bits of sleep fell away as he saw the animated corpse of a 200-meter snake rear over the southern part of the island. It lunged, and a Marine vanished with a surprised yell. The snake rolled, crushing the rest of that Marine squad, including a handful of militia. Davidson's people were already moving, the tanks swiveling their turrets toward the threat. Aaron rose into the air, turning on a hunch to face the opposite direction. A massive shadow passed overhead, then dove toward a tank in the back line. Aaron snapped his rifle to his shoulder, hastily tracking the target as it fell through the mist. Aaron stroked the trigger, grunting as the rifle tore a level 3 void bolt from his chest. The dragon was about the same size as the one on the station. In fact, it was exactly the same size. Aaron was fairly sure he recognized her, and even more positive when the void bolt slammed into her and she shrieked. Aaron remembered that cry, and remembered it well. The worm banked suddenly, disappearing back into the mists the way she'd come. Apparently, she wasn't interested in a rematch just yet. "Board, move to the south perimeter. Get a ward up between the Crocs and those tanks." Aaron zipped to the left, weaving erratically through the fog as he sought his quarry. "Kez, provide board support and keep the Crocs from punching through the outer perimeter." "Yes, sir," Board said, and Aaron glanced at the wiry medic as he sprinted to a cluster of soldiers near the back of one of the tanks. Board raised both gauntlets, and a dome of pure white energy sprang up between the two tanks, effectively blocking that route to the center of the island. Kez trotted up to stand next to Board, her brilliant white spell shield held high in case a caster lobbed a spell in their direction. All around them, Marines took up firing positions behind rocks, trees, or the tanks themselves, just in time. The stench of rot preceded a shambling mass of bodies. Many were human, but there were several many-legged cat creatures, dozens of snakes of all sizes, and something that appeared to be a cross between an alligator and a scorpion. Chattering automatic weapon fire echoed from the Marines, focusing on the larger targets. Most went down quickly, encouraged by support fire from the tanks. The militia followed suit, emulating the Marines as best they could. Aaron could see how integrating them worked, and why it had been such a good idea. In time, the more competent militia would learn to emulate the Marines. Several more giant snakes rushed from the mist toward the south perimeter. Kez trotted out to meet the first one, which lunged at her. The snake was large enough to swallow her armor, yet moved with blinding speed. Kez was faster. She hopped backward as the snake's head slammed into the ground where she'd been standing. Before it could recover, she darted forward and brought her hammer down in a brutal strike. The snake's skull shattered, and its bulk crashed to the ground. Supporting fire from the tanks quickly cut down the rest of the snakes. "That's the last of that wave, but there's more in the mist," Aaron said into the comm. "We've got the southern perimeter secure for now. Nara, Cruz, reinforce the northern perimeter. Try not to use much in the way of spell magic. They're trying to soften us up for the enforcers." "On it, sir," Cruz barked. In the background, Aaron heard the deep whump of Cruz's spell cannon. Nara's armor zipped through the fog above him, her level 1 void bolts picking off any target the Marines' automatic fire didn't bring down. Davidson's voice crackled over the comm. "Lieutenant, you get the sense we're being played? This all feels a little too easy." "You are correct, Captain," the Major's smooth voice cut in. "Nebiat probably sent one of her weaker binders to corral everything she could possibly bind, then throw it all at us. It means we're under very little actual risk, but it serves her purpose. It keeps us penned here while she finishes whatever dark sorcery she is about. All this binder needs to do is avoid direct confrontation, knowing that if we leave this island, we'll begin to lose people." "What do you suggest we do, sir?" Davidson asked, a bit tentatively. "We kill the binder. Aaron, you've already tangled with her once. Take Nara and Cruz and hunt her down. She has to remain close to command her army, and we can use that against her." "You heard the lady. Nara, Cruz, you're with me. Board, Kez, you're attached to Davidson's unit for the time being." Aaron waited for everyone to acknowledge the order, then glided into the fog. He kept a steady pace, watching the whirling mists carefully. "Nara, fan out 100 meters north. I'll do the same to the south. Cruz, you're walking up the middle. Let's fly a ring around the camp. If you spot movement, engage. We'll all hear the shots." Aaron lost sight of Nara, and he could barely see Cruz. They flew a quick patrol, always watching for the telltale flapping of wings. Behind them, they could hear continued weapons fire, but Aaron tuned it out. It wasn't their job right now. They moved deliberately, systematically checking all areas around the camp. They'd nearly finished their sweep when Nara spoke. "Aaron, I've got movement. Just a quick flash of dark scales and maybe a tail." "Copy that. Stay on her, Nara. Cruz and I are on our way." Aaron shot through the mist in Nara's direction, the clouds of white parting only long enough for him to pass, then filling in his wake just as quickly. "Major, I've still got that potion of Shia's grace your brother gave me. Do you think now is an appropriate time to use it?" "Negative, Lieutenant. If no one has stressed the power contained within that potion, allow me to do so. Save it for the moment you are certain you are about to die, or when you see an opportunity to end the ritual." "Standard spells it is, then," Aaron muttered, coming up short in the mist when he caught a flash of black scales ahead of him. "Contact!" "I see the bitch!" Cruz roared. Bright orange light flared in the mist. Then the mist boiled away, revealing the worm fully. Aaron didn't hesitate. He snapped his rifle to his shoulder, sighting at her chest. He braced himself and pulled the trigger. The rifle tore power from him, loosing another level 3 bolt that hit the worm in the chest, right under the ribs. Scales and bone and muscle boiled away, disintegrated by the attack. Dark scarlet blood flowed freely from the wound, and the worm wrapped a clawed hand over it. She dove into the mists, gliding swiftly along the floor of the swamp. "Don't let her get away!" Aaron shot after her, dodging around clumps of trees, and tried to keep pace. The dragon accelerated, and he struggled to match. He glanced behind him to find he was outpacing both Nara and Cruz. He needed to make a choice, and he needed to do it right now. Aaron decided to pursue. He willed the Mark 11 to greater speed, slowly narrowing the gap between him and the worm. He flipped the selector to level 1, then squeezed off a quick void bolt. The worm was quick, rolling away from the spell. It blasted apart a tree trunk, sending up a spray of splinters as Aaron shot by. He fired again, forcing the worm to evade. Each time the gap between them narrowed. "Ah, you prideful fool!" The worm roared, wheeling suddenly. She raised both titanic wings, flapping away mist, and hovered in place. "You are alone now. Your companions cannot help you." Aaron thumbed the selector back to 3. He had maybe 2 more shots, but hopefully they would be all he needed. He eyed the spell amplification icon on his HUD. This was as good a time as any to test it. He willed the golden icon to depress. "What makes you think I need any help?" Warm golden energy suffused the suit, bursting brilliant out around him. Aaron stroked the trigger, and the spell rifle tore loose a level 3 bolt. Only the bolt was both larger and more dense than any level 3. The ebony bolt streaked toward the worm. As expected, her hand shot up and she sketched a counterspell. The amplified spell punched through the counterspell, through the dragon, and through the trees behind her. Whoa. Aaron willed the spell amplification to disengage. The icon had already changed, showing an 87% under it. Looks like it doesn't last long, but man, does it power up spells. He felt a swell of pride, and knowing his victory was due more to the armor than anything he'd done. "Major, this is Lieutenant Aaron. Target has been eliminated. We should be clear to proceed." Chapter 53. Trust. Voria surveyed the battlefield, stepping over the rotting corpse of a snake as she walked the perimeter. She reached out into the fog with the awareness that she'd gained when she'd touched the mind of the god Kaji. She'd journeyed to the catalyst hoping for fire magic, but magically sensitive vision was an excellent consolation prize. There was nothing, or rather nothing magical. After Aaron had radioed his success, Voria searched for other binders. But if they were out there, they weren't casting any spells. The battle was over, far more quickly and efficiently than she could have hoped. "Captain Davidson," Voria called as she approached his tank. She waited until she'd closed the distance before speaking. "Casualty report." "We had 19 fatalities, 17 of them militia. 71 wounded. Only a few badly enough that travel will be an issue. I've spread out the wounded among the tank crews. There's room inside for 2 people in each. The troop carrier is already a tempting enough target, so I was reluctant to use that." "Excellent thinking, Captain. You've been showing a lot of initiative of late." Voria gave the man a crisp salute, and he returned it. "I have to be honest, sir. That's a whole lot easier to do without certain other officers around," Davidson said, a little sheepishly. "I'm sorry you had to do it, but it was the right call, sir." "I know," she said, though privately she'd questioned the decision many times since making it. Executing Thalos would have dire consequences, assuming any of them survived their confrontation with Nebiot. Had she been a prudent politician, she'd have used the brew on Thalos, not Board, augury or no. The incident was regrettable, but he gave me little choice. The proof that the decision was correct is clear. You and Aaron work well together, and that bodes well for our survival.
I've never seen a battle run like this. Well, not outside Turnus, anyway,
Davidson said, smiling now. He rested a large chrome wrench on his shoulder.
The battalion took almost no damage, and downed a full Croc's binder. Even when we were ambushed back at the starport, we pulled it out. By all rights, the Crocs should have wiped us out, but we turned it around.
I'm pleased by your confidence, Captain, but I have to temper it. Voria folded her arms, staring up at the captain. He was so young. They all were. What we've faced thus far has been nothing but preamble. Nebiot sent her weakest remaining binder to slow us. A contemptuous move. The fact that we brushed it aside is impressive, but only the first test. We must find Nebiot, and we must do it quickly. We do not sleep until we locate her. Get your men ready to move out.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking the time to speak to me like an equal, sir. It means a great deal.
Davidson offered her a hand. I understand why you hated Thalos, Captain. He left you little choice. I do not hate you, nor do I consider you zeros. We are all soldiers, fighting the same war. Voria took his hand and shook it firmly. A symphony of light and power burst into existence deep in the fog. Multicolored lights played in the distance, painting the fog into a purplish haze. Power pulsed in a steady rhythm, just beyond hearing. Whoom, 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 whoom. Sir? Davidson asked, staring out into the fog. Get your people moving right now, Captain. We are out of time. Voria turned from him, striding quickly toward where Aaron had gathered his squad. All four stood around a small fire Cruz had set up with a cantrip. The fire pushed the mist into a corona of light around the fire. Nara spotted Voria first, and rose quickly to her feet. She picked up her helmet from a log beside her. Are we moving out, sir? In a moment, Private, Voria said, moving to stand next to the fire. The warmth thinned the chill, but didn't banish it. Davidson is moving the column. We're pushing ahead toward the ritual, as we cannot afford to wait for the infantry. Voria prodded at the purplish fog. All of you felt that? I think people on the other side of the sector felt that, Aaron said, his attention on the mist. What kind of spell is she casting? Most spells are quick. You pour in some power, scribe the correct sigils, and you get a specific effect. Nebiot is performing a ritual, which is magic on a whole other level. Voria blew into her hands, then splayed her fingers before the fire. A ritual usually involves many mages working together, pouring power to achieve a specific effect. The difference is the scope of that effect. Ripping the patch off a god's wound requires immense magical strength. The ritual will serve as a sort of cup, holding all the energy Nebiot and her mages unleash. Filling that cup can take days. So if we can reach her before the cup is full, we can disrupt the spell then? Aaron asked. That's more difficult than you might think, Bort said, speaking up for the first time since Voria's arrival. A ritual can survive the removal of any specific mage, so long as there are other mages to take up the slack. Mages will be let out to sleep, then relieve other mages when they wake up. With enough mages doing that, you can accomplish almost anything. Some rituals last months. So how do we disrupt the ritual? Kez asked. Especially if we're assuming she's got an army of binders around her. We break the metaphorical cup, Nara said, rising from the log. She brushed a lock of damp hair from her cheek. Rituals are delicate, and can be damaged. If we can remove the receptacles they're using to store the magic, we can deny the spell the energy it needs to complete. Precisely, and that is exactly what we will attempt. Voria turned reluctantly from the fire, touching each of them in turn with her gaze. Davidson can provide a little support, and can keep their minions off us, but we're going to have to deal with the binders ourselves, and we have no way of knowing how many they have. Nara can fly a lot faster than the caravan. Why not have her scout the ritual? Aaron suggested.
Depending on what she finds, it might even make sense to break away from the infantry. At the very least, we'll know more than we do now."
"Do it," Voria said, nodding to Nara. "But take no chances. If you are detected, flee instantly."
Nara nodded soberly, putting her helmet back on. Voria watched the woman fly off into the mist, considering her retreating form. She turned to Aaron, lowering her voice.
"Do you trust her?"
"If you'd asked me a week ago, I would have sworn that woman couldn't be trusted," Aaron said, watching Nara's retreating form. "Now? Yeah, I trust her. She's committed in a way I don't think the old Nara could have ever managed." Behind them, the tanks whirred to life. The column started into the swamp, moving toward the light. Chapter 54. Scout. Nara zipped over the tops of another cluster of trees, the only way she'd found to navigate the thick soup she'd been forced to fly through. Scouting was damned difficult when you couldn't see anything. She flipped her armor in midair, swinging her pistol around, at nothing. Only more mist, but the sense that something watched her didn't diminish, it only increased. Panicking, Nara closed her eyes and triggered a pulse of power into her armor. It shimmered, then faded from light. She hovered there, weightless, waiting. Moments passed, with the only change the pulsing wum-wum coming from the purple mists ahead. An overpowering urge to flee rammed a cold dagger into her resolve. There was so much power in those mists, the kind of power that reshaped worlds, the kind of power smart mages avoided. She could feel the old Nara thrashing about like a caged cat. "No, I'm not you anymore." Nara willed her armor to accelerate, pushing toward the purple light. She gained another 50 meters of altitude, which put her higher than even the tallest trees. It might make her visible to anything that could see in the mist, but theoretically her invisibility spell would prevent them from seeing her. For a few minutes at least. Ideally, she'd have waited to cast it until she was closer, but it wasn't like she could uncast it. She simply had to make the best use of the time. Nara accelerated again, and again gained 50 meters in altitude. The mist whipped around her, and she thought if she found the one mountain in this swamp, it would probably end badly. She burst suddenly from the mist, into an overcast twilight, and quickly surveyed her surroundings. "Major, I've found the edge of the mist." Before her stretched a large moss-covered mountain, with a bright purple glow coming from the peak. There were camps set up at even intervals around the base of the mountain, each camp centered around a bright, multicolored bonfire inside of a golden urn. She could feel the power coming from those fires. "Those must be the receptacles for the power they're gathering," she muttered to herself. She studied the camps, counting 6 enforcers and 1 full-sized worm at each bonfire. There was something familiar about the pattern they'd established. Her invisibility would last for several more minutes. Perhaps it was worth risking a closer look. Nara flew straight up several hundred meters, then glided over one of the camps. There were 8 in total, and each fire burned a different color. The side she discovered contained blue, green, and purple. "It's the Circle of 8. She couldn't remember precisely how, but Nara knew that symbology, knew it to her core. She remembered, only a flash, participating in a ritual, but there was nothing she could hold on to. Nara shook herself out of the reverie, gliding over the peak of the mountain. Most of the slopes were covered in moss, over what she assumed must be granite, perhaps the same granite as the walls of the crater. 6 enforcers guarded a ring of sigils, forming an enormous ritual circle. This was too familiar, and Nara had a flash of drawing a circle around herself with a flourish. This magic, this thing they were doing, it was so familiar. A pale-haired woman danced inside the circle, leaving sigils wherever she passed. The sigils formed chains, each chain stretching back to the circle. The complexity of the magic exceeded anything Nara had ever seen, and the spell had yet to reach its crescendo. The woman looked up suddenly, eyes narrowing as they landed on Nara.
"You fools! There is a mage among us!
She fooled you with a simple invisibility spell. Find her and kill her. Now!
Nara fled, pouring everything into the suit. She shot back toward the mist, panting desperately into the calm. I've mapped their encampment, but they saw me. I'm coming in hot. I've got 3 medium-sized worms on my tail. Aaron's confident voice spilled onto the calm. Copy that. Cruz and I are inbound. See if you can shake them. Can do, she replied, cutting into a steep dive. Let's see how smart you guys are. All 3 worms dove after her, narrowing the gap. They were almost in breath range, but not quite. Nara laughed, then suddenly reversed course. The worms shot past her, continuing on toward the ground. Only one was fast enough to breathe, but Nara dodged the cone of white. Nara accelerated upward at an angle, away from the worms. They righted their course, but paused as she neared the mists and then hovered there, watching as she plunged out of sight. They stopped pursuit when I reached the mists. I think I'm clear, but I definitely blew it. They know we're coming, and I'm sure they're going to be ready. It can't be all bad. Did you get a look at their camp? Aaron asked. Yeah, I can describe it in detail. I'll see what I can sketch up to show the Major, Nara said. I don't know how much time we have, but I suspect not much. Chapter 55. Now. Voria peered through the hover tank's narrow viewport out into the fog. Nara's report was sparse, and she wished she'd seen the ritual with her own eyes, but she had to work with what she'd been given. Captain Davidson, please order the Marines and militia to make best speed toward the coordinates Nara provided. Have the tanks accelerate to full speed in the same direction. Adrenaline made her hands shake. Sir, we'll outpace the infantry. By the time they arrive, this will be all decided one way or the other. Besides, leaving the Marines unsupported is an open invitation to pick them off. Davidson didn't look up from the tank's central monitor. It was a Neuron make, with a black-bordered screen displaying the area outside the tank. I realize that, Captain. It's unfortunate, and I understand how callous this makes me sound. But given Nara's description, the ritual will reach its crescendo soon. If that happens before we arrive, then our arrival will no longer matter. Nebiat will have removed the seal, and will be free to turn her whole attention on the battalion. Voria planted her hands firmly on her knees, forcing herself to stop fidgeting. It's better to hit her with what we can, even if that means abandoning the infantry. I sincerely hope the Marines survive this encounter, but if the Crocs are forced to react to them, then they are helping us win this in their own way. By dying as a distraction? Davidson snapped, but he tapped away at his keyboard, sending out orders to his men. Voria hated making decisions like this, hated weighing a planet full of lives versus the men and women conscripted to serve. It wasn't fair, but someone had to make these choices. She tapped the comm again. Lieutenant Aaron, do you copy? Yes, sir. We're moving at best speed toward the coordinates Nara provided. I'll need your company to take up a position behind the tanks. Let us come out of the mist first, and let the enemy engage. Once they've done so, I want you to counterattack. The tank rumbled over another tiny island, then splashed back into the water. Limit your spell usage until we've assessed the situation. Yes, sir. We're moving into position now. We'll wait right behind the tanks. Aaron paused. Sir, if I may, they know we're coming. Which means they'll be waiting for us, yes? Our only option is to hit hard and hit fast. But, sir, if we use the same coordinates Nara gave us, it will mean coming out of the mist right where she went in, Aaron ventured. Won't that be where their ambush is concentrated? He's got a point, Davidson called over his shoulder. That's exactly where the bulk of Nebiat's defenses will be concentrated, but she'll keep the rest mobile, Voria explained, watching the mist impatiently. She'll expect us to launch a sortie from another direction, perhaps as a feint. Then she'll expect us to launch whatever our real assault is. She will expect both assaults to be aimed at the opposite sides of the ritual, and she'll expect that neither target will be the place Nara went into the mists. By assaulting her with everything we have all at once, we'll face only the portion of her forces allocated to that spot. The mobile group will take time to reach us,
and if we are quick, we can dispatch the defenders before reinforcements arrive." "Copy that, sir," Aaron's voice crackled back. "Once the battle begins, I will not have time to answer questions. If I give orders to you or Davidson or directly to a subordinate, they will need to be obeyed instantly." Voria had given Aaron far more latitude than she had Thalos, and that choice was already paying dividends. Yet establishing boundaries was also necessary. "Yes, sir," Aaron replied. "Of course. What's your ETA?" "Davidson?" Voria asked. "We're about 2 kilometers out, so maybe 3 minutes," Davidson guessed. The tank rumbled over a large tree trunk, the right side lurching a meter into the air. Davidson seemed unfazed, quickly righting it. "Excellent. Get into position, Lieutenant. We'll be coming out of the mist in a few minutes." Voria fingered her bracelet. She rubbed the sapphire, and the spell within swirling in response. The power was immense, far beyond what Voria could safely cast. It was the kind of power Nebiat would wield casually. Voria could match it once, and only once. Once the bracelet was empty, she'd be helpless. It wasn't a comforting thought. The splashing receded, and the tank moved onto a stretch of muddy land. It picked up speed, and the engine howled as the mist parted. It didn't thin, like normal fog. It simply ended, and the tank burst into the clearing Nara had described. A squat mountain stood before them, magical power flowing around it in quantities Voria had never seen before, not even on Shia itself. But she didn't have time to study it, or the ritual. As expected, the Crocs were waiting. Several dozen human corpses in Turnus armor raised their rifles and opened fire. The rounds pinged harmlessly off the tanks, but Voria slammed the viewport shut anyway. She moved behind Davidson, observing the battle over his shoulder. "Roll right on over 'em, kids," Davidson barked, pushing the tank's accelerator. The tank shot forward, bullets pinging off the hull like hail, and bowled over the corpses, crushing them under the pulsars as the tank rumbled over their lines. A line of Croc's enforcers stepped forward from behind the corpses, raising their spell cannons. They unleashed a barrage of acid bolts, peppering the tanks as they approached. Each time a bolt hit, Voria heard sizzling as armor boiled away into nothing. "Oh, man," Davidson whispered in a low tone. "I thought we were dead for sure." "Enerin tech uses dense ion in all armor," Voria explained, watching as the tank's turret took a bead on one of the enforcers. "Dense ion is both incredibly resistant to kinetic force and highly resistant to magic. Like that enforcer's hide." "Good thing their hide isn't gauze-resistant," Davidson laughed, tapping the fire button on his console. A high-pitched whine built. Then the entire tank kicked back 2 meters as it fired. A knot of white streaked into the enforcer, and it simply ceased to exist. Another enforcer stepped into its place, and another behind that. A shadow passed over their ranks. A large shadow. "They've committed their dragons. Now, Lieutenant!" Chapter 56. Creative Solutions. "Board, Kez, support the armor. The worms are going to come at them fast and hard," Aaron roared. He exploded out of the mist into the clear sky, already taking aim at the closest dragon. There were 4, all hovering above the tanks. Below, Board sprinted out of the mist. A dragon moved into a dive, its head rearing back to suck in a breath. It expelled a cloud of pallid white death. This was the first time Aaron had seen it in the full light of day, and he noticed writhing faces within that fog. Board leapt into the air, landing in a crouch atop the lead tank, the Major's tank. He raised both hands, and a latticework of white sigils burst out of both gauntlets. They spread like spiderwebs, quickly weaving a dome over the Major's tank and the area immediately around it. The dragon's breath washed over the ward, flowing around it. "Sir, if we could avoid a repeat of last time, when the Crocs played Gank the Healer, I'd appreciate it," Board panted into the comm. "Sit tight, Board. We'll take care of the worms. Kez, watch those enforcers coming around the south side. They've switched to melee weapons. Spellblades, it looks like." Aaron unleashed a level 2 void bolt, tagging a worm in the right side of his face. Scales exploded outward, and when the worm turned its hateful expression on Aaron, only one eye remained. The worm banked, swooping up over Aaron, right into Nara's sights. Her spell pistol kicked twice in rapid succession, both shots hitting the exact same spot Aaron had already wounded. The worm jerked with each shot, and after the second, its body went limp, and it fell from the sky. The body slammed into several Croc's enforcers, crushing them into the ankle-deep water. One didn't rise, though the rest wriggled out from under the dead worm. One of the remaining worms sketched a sigil, and a bolt of lightning crackled toward Aaron faster than he could react. The energy arced over his spell armor, crackling through his entire body. He went rigid, gritting his teeth as his body resisted being electrocuted. "Aaron!" Nara yelled. He was dimly aware of falling. Then his flight being arrested by Nara's arms wrapped around him. "It's okay! I've got you!"
"So okay,"
he slurred. The suit was already pumping his system full of healing potion.
"Just a sec."
"You want a piece, you scaly piece of space bacon?"
Cruz roared from below. His spell cannon boomed, and a fat hunk of magma shot from the barrel. It arced into the worm below, catching it squarely between the legs. The worm screeched, flapping frantically to gain altitude, as flaming rock splashed across its legs and groin. Aaron raised a shaking arm, centering the barrel over the dragon. He squeezed the trigger. A level 2 bolt caught the bone connecting the wing to the back. The bone shattered, and the wing fluttered loose.
"Nice shot,"
Nara said.
"I was aiming for its face,"
Aaron admitted. The dragon clawed futilely at the air with both arms, launching a desperate cone of breath at Aaron and Nara. Nara dodged smoothly to the right, carrying them both to safety as the worm fell. It slammed into one of their rear tanks, driving the hover tank deep into the earth. The tank recovered a moment later, delivering a gauze cannon round from the turret into the dragon's broken body. It flung the beast away, allowing the tank to crawl out from underneath.
"Same side, Lieutenant,"
Davidson called over the comm.
"Yeah, my bad."
Aaron pushed away from Nara, switching to external speaker. "Thanks for the save. I owe you." "Ha! Good. I like having you owe me," Nara laughed. Sir." Aaron scanned the combat, and liked what he saw. The enforcers and the corpses they commanded had been cut down. 3 out of 4 dragons were down, and Bord was easily keeping the remaining one at bay with his wards.
"Well done, Lieutenant,"
the Major's voice crackled over the comm. "We can move on to the next phase of the plan. The spirit urn is the closest, and the most important. If we break only a single urn, that's our target. Captain Davidson and the surviving tanks will assault the water urn, the secondary target. If we can disrupt both, I don't think Nebiat will be able to complete the ritual."
"You heard the lady, Tech Mages."
Aaron glided lower, Nara trailing in his wake. Cruz had caught up to Bord and Kez, and the trio stood near one of the dead worms. "All right, guys, this isn't going to be like what we've dealt with so far. We're rushing an entrenched position, and every crux between here and that urn is going to light us up."
"You're right about that,"
Kez said, popping up her faceplate. She was panting, her platinum hair plastered to her face from sweat.
"There's a whole lot of enforcers between us and that thing. They're going to come at us with a vengeance."
"This isn't doable, sir,"
Cruz admitted. He trotted over to Aaron, resting his spell cannon on his shoulder.
"Those enforcers are going to gun us down before we reach them. Do you remember fighting that pair on the station? These things don't go down easy, and we don't have enough spells to take them all down."
"So let's cheat. Bord, how long can you sustain a ward?" Aaron asked. 3 minutes, maybe. But they're immobile. I need the focus to keep the ward up," Bord said. "Kez, I want you to carry Bord on your shoulder so he can focus on the ward," Aaron explained. He pointed toward the spirit urn. "Run full tilt for that thing. Bord will hold up his ward around you. The rest of the company will stay inside, theoretically safe from dragons. We'll concentrate fire on anything that gets inside the ward. That will be critical. Make sure you focus on the same targets. Sergeant, we'll assist you. Knock 'em down, and Nara and I will make sure they stay down."
"That's the craziest God's damned plan I ever heard," Cruz rumbled. He sounded impressed. "All right, Wipes. Let's move out. You heard the lieutenant."
"I don't like this plan," Bord said forlornly. "You just don't like being carried around like a sack of potatoes, because you know I'm recording this to send to your mum," Kez teased. She scooped up Bord's much smaller armor and deposited him behind her neck. "Now hold on. If you have to go to the bathroom, do it now, because once this trip starts, it ain't stopping." "If we're going to do this, I guess we may as well do it," Bord sighed, hanging his head in embarrassment. "Someday I'm going to get a dignified role in one of these fights." "One more thing," Aaron said, eyeing his golden sigil on his HUD. "I'm going to use the spell amplification thing the armor came with. I'll do what I can to—" "You've had spell amplification this entire time?" Kez interrupted. "Seriously? My gods, you have no idea what it does, do you?" "I have a pretty good idea," Aaron said, maybe a touch defensively. "I used it to kill that binder back in the swamp."
"Sir, what Kezia means," Cruz growled, "is that spell amplification is designed to help an entire unit. If you use it, we all get the benefits. Basically, it will up all our spells by 1 level. It usually don't last long, but it should be long enough for us to run and gun some enforcers."
"Well, all right then," Aaron laughed. "Let's do this! Kez, start your run." Kez broke into a run, and Aaron glided after her. Bord raised both hands, and the protective latticework sprung up around them. They started across the distance to the urn, where the Crocs had gathered their forces. Aaron triggered the spell amplification, and the golden light once again burst from his armor. It washed over the rest of the company, covering the area around him for about 30 meters. "Nara, you've got the best eyes. How many enforcers are we looking at?" Aaron asked. "I count 11, but other than the binder, I don't see any other worms," she said, zooming a little past Aaron, but making sure to stay within the protection of the ward.
"Sounds like good news to me,"
Cruz said, laughing. They charged across the field, and a worm shimmered into existence, above them long enough to launch a cone of breath. It washed harmlessly off the ward, and the dragon began circling them, evidently confused. "This one's a bit slow, ain't it?" Kez said, chuckling. She ate up the distance to the urn, crossing the gap in huge leaps. The enforcers moved to engage them, several drawing long, wickedly curved spell blades. They charged Kez, and a knot of them reached the ward and plunged right through. The Crocs fanned out, attempting to encircle Kez. She didn't slow, punching the closest enforcer with a massive metal gauntlet. The blow knocked the creature from her path in a spray of dark blood and scales, and she vaulted her opponent. Aaron took aim at the next closest enforcer, coring it through the back with a level 2 bolt right between the wings. With the spell amplification, the bolt left a 2-meter hole in its wake. Cruz lobbed another magma mortar. The usually destructive explosion had been greatly amplified, and blasted a pair of enforcers into a pair of smoking piles. "Didn't the Major say to conserve spells?" Nara chastised him. "Are you kidding? We downed 3 enforcers with 2 spells. They don't do us any good if we're dead," Aaron countered, zipping closer to Kez. "We've almost reached the binder. Get ready for the real fight." Kez crashed into an enforcer, grabbing its head in both hands. Above her, Bord yelled in a high-pitched voice, "Seriously? Trying to maintain a spell here?" Kez squeezed, and the enforcer's skull cracked. It didn't go down. She brought down her armored head, slamming it into the enforcer's face. The creature went limp. "Sorry about the bumpy ride. Sit tight." They picked off more enforcers, pushing a wedge through the Croc's forces. Their ferocity combined with the spell amplification forced the enemy back, and they finally burst through into the outer edge of the ritual circle. Before them stood a wide, golden urn, its surface covered in tiny sigils. A sickly white glow came from the top, and Aaron could feel the immense power gathered within. Next to the urn stood an unassuming man, not much taller than Kez. "He's a drifter, I think," Kez said. "Don't matter none, though. Gonna have to do for him."
"That's a real interesting word you got there, mate," the binder said, taking a few steps closer. "Seems to have gotten you this far. Mighty inventive, that.
But you ain't getting any closer, I can promise you that. End him, Aaron ordered. The squad lit up the binder, a flurry of spells converging on his rough location. Every last one halted in midair, 4 meters before reaching him. Iridescent ripples flowed through the air where the spells impacted, then dissipated. "See?" he said. "Mine's better than yours. Unless you've got a true mage you're hiding, there's no way you're getting through that ward." He laughed, giving them a playful grin. "Time is very much on my side. My mates will be here shortly. Just sit tight." Chapter 57. Fear. "Eddings, move to support the right flank," Davidson ordered. "Concentrate your fire on that worm with the torn wing. It's slower than the others." The tank bounced over another rock, sending Voria tumbling into the wall. She caught herself, seizing the back of Davidson's seat. "You'd be safer if you buckled in, sir," Davidson said without turning in her direction. He guided them behind 2 of the other tanks, adding a shot from his gauze cannon that finished the wounded worm the tanks had been focusing on. "I need to be unrestricted, in case I need to counter a spell." Voria watched his screen intently. It showed such a narrow view of the battle, and she wished she thought to ask her mother for a scry falcon that could have transmitted an aerial view. She was all but blind in here, but couldn't risk leaving the vehicle. A shadow passed over them, and one of the largest remaining worms breathed on Eddings. There was no final cry or death scream. The tank simply slowed, then stopped moving entirely. Voria clenched a fist. In a few moments, if the worm were willing to expend the energy for the spell, Eddings would be bound and his tank turned back on the Confederate line. "We've almost reached the binder, sir," Davidson called unnecessarily. "I can see the screen as well as you, Captain." Voria studied it, reaching out with her senses. "Pull the tanks up short. There is a barrier around the urn." Davidson quickly turned to the tank, and the other tanks did the same. They zoomed around the urn, swinging their turrets into position. "Don't bother with the barrier. Focus your fire on the approaching worms," Voria ordered. She moved back to the viewport she'd closed earlier, slamming it back open. She needed line of sight to cast. Voria quickly sketched a counterspell, then flung it at the invisible barrier around the urn. The barrier exploded silently, flinging a cloud of iridescent mana shards in all directions. The shards quickly dissipated as the last of the spell dissolved. "It's exposed, Captain! Fire!" The tanks let loose with a staccato of gauze rifle rounds, each streaking toward the urn. To Voria's immense surprise, the rounds impacted against a shimmering blue barrier, centimeters from the urn. This ward had been hastily erected, but reinforced with considerable strength, an alarming level of strength. Voria tried to peer upward, but the narrow slit prevented her from seeing. "Davidson, open the turret." Davidson didn't ask why, fortunately. He opened the turret, and Voria quickly scaled the ladder. She popped her head and shoulders out, and her mouth went dry when she saw the titanic worm looming in the shadows of the mountain, hovering right above the urn they'd come to destroy. Nebiat's midnight scales glistened in the light of the ritual, saliva trickling from jaws that could easily swallow their tank whole. But it wasn't the physical body that filled Voria with terror. It was the volume of magical power. If Voria's magic was a bonfire, then she was seeing a sun in all its terrible brilliance. Nebiat's tail swished languidly beneath her, casually knocking a transport-sized boulder down the mountain slope. She flapped her wings, and the wind forced Voria to cling to the tank's ladder.
"Ah, Major Voria. I've heard so very much about you. Some of my colleagues believe you to be a skilled mage. A few even said archmage. Is there any truth to that?"
Nebiat began lazily sketching sigils, a flood of them, with a long black claw. The lattice-work of the spell was too complex for Voria to follow. Nebiat assembled the spell faster than Voria would have believed, then flung it outward. It expanded like a ball of swirling gray energy, then burst in a wave that washed over everyone for hundreds of meters. The tanks afforded no protection, and the magic washed over Voria as it did everyone else. Immense, towering panic filled her mind, overwhelming, teeth-chattering terror, born of the certainty that she was about to die. Davidson clawed frantically at his safety harness as he tried to unbuckle himself. "We're going to die! We need to run! Now!" The magic had him, and no doubt the rest of her forces as well. It would have her too. "No!" Voria screamed, slamming her fist into the wall of the tank hard enough to bloody her knuckles. She fought off the magically induced terror, using her anger to tear apart the sigils trying to wrap around her spirit. Voria seized her bracelet, pulling it off her wrist, and climbed back up the ladder to glare at Nebiat. Then Voria slammed her bracelet into the tank, cracking the gem. Intense sapphire light burst out, and Voria used the bracelet's latent magic to guide the counterspell toward the spell Nebiat had cast. A bubble of blue, swirling energy rose, mimicking the original spell. Then, as the terror spell had, it burst outward. Everywhere it touched, the fear spell dissolved, and her people stopped running. "I'm no archmage, but if you think you can dismiss me as some apprentice, you're about to find out otherwise. You want to fight? You come and get me!" Voria ducked down the ladder, leaning down to peer at Davidson. "There's no way we're taking out that urn. She's going to come for us fast and hard. Make for the fog, and don't be shy about the evasive action." An eardrum-splitting howl of draconic rage echoed off the mountains. "I will kill you!" Chapter 58. Running on Empty. Aaron swooped back down to the ward around the binder. Nara landed next to him. Cruz trotted up with Board and Kez in tow. The spell amplification sigil flashed red, then ticked down to 0%. At least the enforcers had all been killed. "Now that was damned impressive," the binder said, giving them a genuine smile. "Your major just counterspelled Nebiat herself. I ain't never seen that happen before. Looks like she's a mite miffed about it, though." The drifter nodded at Nebiat's gigantic form, flapping after a fleeing tank. "Man, I wish I saved one of those counterspell potions," Aaron groused, hovering outside the ward. "Oh, I don't know," Nara protested. "I kind of liked how both those counterspells were used, especially the one where the worm was about to nuke us until you kicked her legs out from under her. Cruz, do you have any suggestions on how we can reach this smug little bastard?" Aaron asked, hopeful. "You've got more experience than the rest of us put together." "We need a true mage, and that means the major," Cruz said, turning to face the hover tanks. They were all fleeing from Nebiat, scattering in different directions as they made for the wall of fog. "Guess that isn't going to happen, though." "We're pretty well fucked," Kez said, slamming her hammer into the barrier. It rebounded off, sending her flying backward. "Yeah, you are fucked. And not the good kind of fucked, neither," the binder taunted, spinning around and shaking his rear in their direction. "So, I just don't understand. How did you come to serving the crooks?" Kez demanded, looming in her ivory armor. "You're just trying to distract me, which is fine by me. I got nowhere to be until the ritual is done. Not long now, by the way." The drifter winked up at Kez's spell armor. "You're not getting through, and in a little bit you're all gonna be dead anyway." "Everybody stand back," Nara said, her voice colder than Aaron had heard since before she'd been mind-wiped. He could feel the anger smoldering in her, could feel it bank inside of her as she summoned her magic. Nara raised a single gauntleted hand, sketching a bright, purple sigil. She added a white, then a green. The binder watched curiously, then his eyes widened as he studied the spell. "Oh, fuck!" Nara finished, and a pulse of multicolored light shot into the ward. It rippled for several moments, then flickered out of existence. Aaron wasn't familiar with the magic she'd used. It wasn't a counterspell. Some sort of nullification? The binder turned to run, but Aaron was already moving. He sighted down his scope, lining it up with the binder's back, right behind the heart. Aaron thumbed the selector to level 3 and fired. The bolt took the binder from behind, knocking his body to the mud and blowing a ragged, smoking crater in his back.
"Oh,"
Bord said.
"Guess the mortal binders aren't nearly as tough as the worms."
"Nara?" "That was incredible," Aaron said, though privately he admitted to being the tiniest bit afraid at even that little bit of the old Nara suddenly surfacing. "I don't even know how I did it." She held up her own hand, examining it with wonder. She looked up at Aaron and grinned. "Let's finish this." Aaron eyed the urn. "The Major was nonspecific about how exactly to destroy this, so I'm going with brute force. Kez, will you do the honors?" "Sure, but it might be good to stand a few meters back." Kez trotted to the urn, giving her hammer an experimental swing. Aaron zoomed backward a good 50 meters, as did the rest of the squad. "All right, do it." Kez raised her hammer and brought it down on the urn. A wave of thick gray light exploded outward, washing over everything in an irresistible wave. The magic flung Aaron backward, and he rolled across the ground, bouncing along for 50 or 60 more meters before finally coming to a complete stop. Several areas of red had appeared on the paper doll of his HUD, but the armor still seemed functional.
"Oh, maybe we should have stood further back."
He rose shakily to his feet.
"Sir, you might want to look west,"
Cruz cautioned, also struggling to his feet. Aaron pivoted to find a mass of approaching figures. Most, at least a few dozen, were Croc's enforcers. Reinforcing them were hundreds of infantry Aaron recognized. Oh no. A wave of numbness knocked Aaron back a step.
"Major, this is Aaron. Do you copy?"
"I'm a little busy just now," the Major snapped. "What do you need?"
"The Crocs have wiped out our Marines."
"Have you destroyed the spirit urn?" she demanded.
"Yes, sir."
"We were unable to destroy the water urn. Take your company and make an attempt. The ward is already down. Nebiot summoned a secondary one. But I imagine that's very temporary and will expire as soon as she stops concentrating on it." Her voice was tight and hard, as controlled as ever. "I'm going to get her to follow me. See if you can make it to the water urn. Perhaps we can salvage this." Aaron spun around to face the approaching Croc's army. Not only the corpses of the Marines, but the dozens of enforcers. How in the depths was he going to deal with them, much less make it to another well-defended urn? His people were tired, and almost out of magic. Chapter 59. Pretty Well Folked. Aaron rolled under an enforcer's blade, then leapt up into the air over the Crocs. He yanked his blade from a void pocket, ramming the weapon through the enforcer's neck. The thick hide resisted, but Aaron thrusted forward with a yell, slicing deep into its throat. Thick, black blood poured out, first from the throat and then from the creature's mouth. The spell blade vibrated in a way that somehow conveyed satisfaction. His chest heaved, and a sheen of sweat had dampened his hair. He glanced around quickly, assessing the situation. Their line, if it could be called a line, was collapsing. Somehow Bord had kept the ward up, and Cruz and Kez had moved to protect him, but there was nothing to stop the Crocs from walking through the ward, and they were coming in by the dozen. "Anyone got any bright ideas?" Aaron asked, backpedaling, then delivering a hasty parry to knock away another sword.
"Nope, this is pretty much as bad as things can get," Cruz called, laughing.
"Woo!
"That's right. Get some, Scaly."
Aaron risked a glance at the Major's position, regretting it immediately. "Oh, you can't be serious." "What is it?" Nara asked. Aaron pointed. 3 more worms just moved to help Nebiot catch the Major. They're hurting her." Nebiot's utterly massive form glided after the tanks, a bird of prey swooping down on rodents. Aaron knew they'd never make it. "Wait," Nara said, darting several meters higher to avoid an acid bolt. "I'm such an idiot. Nebiot left the summoning circle."
"Is that good or bad?"
A kick from behind knocked Aaron to one knee, but Kez darted forward and batted the Crocs into the air. It sailed out of the ward, crashing into the ground 40 meters outside. The creature rose and started trotting back in their direction. "Thanks." He accepted Kez's hand, and she pulled him back to his feet. "What do you have, Nara? I'll take anything." "The ritual isn't complete. If Nebiat's left the circle, then anyone can step inside." Nara paused to deliver a roundhouse kick to another enforcer. The creature was flung back, and Nara peppered it with a trio of void bolts as it started to rise. The creature dropped back to one knee, and Nara finished it with a final bolt. "A true mage could take control of the ritual and either terminate it or mangle it so badly it doesn't work." "You'll never be able to reach the circle," Bord said, his voice thick with weariness. He'd recast the ward 2 more times, and he had to be close to empty. "There are still half a dozen worms patrolling that island, and who knows what kind of defensive force at the top. That's assuming you could even break loose of this combat." "If we go for the circle," Aaron pointed out, "their binders will see it. They have to understand the danger, right? So they'll probably pursue us with everything they have." He grinned. "That might actually work out nicely." "Nicely?" Nara snapped. "What's nice about any of this?" "Remember that potion of Shia's grace?" Aaron asked. "The Major said I should use it when it looked like everything was over. I don't know exactly how it works, but if anything can get us to the top of that mountain, it will be that potion." "I see where you're going with this." Nara's voice shifted to excited. "If we fly in that direction, they'll have to pursue. That means they'll probably leave the rest of the company alone."
"It also means Nebiat will probably turn right around and come after you," Cruz pointed out. "I know you're only wipes, but you can't be that stupid. Ain't no way you can pull this off."
"What's the alternative?" Aaron demanded. He slashed through an enforcer's wing, then reversed the blade and decapitated it. Cruz cocked his head to the side, then crushed an enforcer's skull with his elbow. He smiled.
"Good point, LT. It's been good knowing you. You're not nearly as pathetic as I assumed."
"Likewise, Sarge. Nara, can you climb on the back of my armor?" Aaron didn't know what the potion would do, but even without it, his Mark 11 was faster than her spell armor. "If we pull this off, I want a raise," Nara said, climbing on. "If we pull this off? I want a vacation," Aaron laughed. "All right, guys. Here goes." He willed the suit to administer the potion, and watched as the glowing liquid flowed out of the canister. The golden motes swirled eagerly as they disappeared. Power thrummed through his armor, resonating with something deep inside of him. Time expanded, slowing to a mere crawl. Infinity stretched in all directions, every possibility layered on top of the next. The experience was new, but it wasn't. He remembered a similar sensation when he'd been inside the mind of Zal. Was he seeing as a god saw? Aaron could see his death, 100 times over, 1,000 times, 1,000,000. There were so many ways to die. But he also saw a course of events where he did not die. There was a path through the chaos, a way around the madness of battle. It flew perfectly and circled the Croc's line in exactly the right way. There was a hole in those defenses. He just needed to exploit it. Aaron leapt into the air, and his Mark 11 flew like never before. He darted around the worm, dodging its breath weapon even as he rolled past a lightning bolt cast by another dragon. He laughed as he twisted around another spell. Acid bolts streaked up from enforcers all over the battlefield, especially from the ritual circle itself. In every case, Aaron found a possibility where the bolts did not hit. He flowed from possibility to possibility, seeing every movement he made a split second before he made it. More worms were aware of him now, moving swiftly in his direction. Aaron increased speed, shooting straight up. He cut suddenly to the right, and a beam of blue-white flame streaked through the area he'd just vacated. Aaron dove, flying an erratic corkscrew pattern that flowed through the Croc's ranks. He dodged spell after spell, effortlessly flowing around each. The power went deeper than that, though. The energy he'd expended through the flight had returned, and more. A deep reservoir of power flowed through him, far more than he'd ever held. Enough to cast a dozen level 3 spells, perhaps more. "Wait, Do you see that? Aaron asked, pointing at the mountain.
See what?
Nara called back.
It almost looks like a face in the rock there, right below the peak, right above the summoning circle.
Aaron made for that circle, which was as empty as they'd hoped. Nearly a dozen enforcers stood around it, but there was no sign of any binders or worms.
We can sightsee later. Just get me down there.
Nara tightened her grip around his shoulders, and Aaron leaned into the dive. They fell like a star, slowing suddenly at the last second. The suit's gravity magic bled away their inertia, leaving them hovering a few meters above the circle.
Hop off and get started. I'll deal with these bastards.
Aaron flipped the selector to level 1 and began to move through the Croc's ranks. He flowed from shot to shot, unloading a continuous stream of level 1 bolts. Each was empowered by the potion, tinged with golden motes. The shots, every shot, found their targets. Each hit the Crocs in the most vital area, the face or the heart. It made spell amplification look like a parlor trick. 12 Crocs fell in 4 seconds, leaving Aaron and Nara alone in the circle. The Crocs outside the circle swiftly dove for cover, taking up defensive positions as they prepared a counterattack.
That was incredible,
Nara whispered. Yeah, well, it's probably also short-lived. You'd better get to work. Aaron scanned the sky above. Worms were already gathering, and several were swooping in their direction. We're about to have company. A lot of it. Chapter 60. Not on my watch. Sir, I don't want to state the obvious, but I think we're in trouble, Davidson said, as calmly as he'd have delivered the munitions report.
Why would you think that?
Voria wielded her sarcasm like a club, clinging to the ladder as they roared their way toward the wall of mist in the distance. She stared up at the flight of worms, most of whom were pulling off pursuit to return to the mountain. Most, but not all. Well, that Nebiat worm lady, she seems to have taken a particular dislike to us. Maybe because you taunted her, Davidson pointed out.
Just keep moving, Captain,
Voria ordered. She watched Nebiat glide closer, flapping those titanic wings to narrow the gap between them. We're at the extreme edge of casting range, even for a binder of her skill. Nebiat disappeared. Voria scanned frantically in all directions, trying to locate her. She was about to sketch a pierce invisibility spell when Nebiat reappeared directly above them.
Goodbye, little mage,
Nebiat breathed, and the all-too-familiar cone came down at the tank with inevitable finality. Voria quickly sketched 3 symbols, drawing deeply from void magic. She bent space around her, around the entire tank. When it snapped back, the tank was 40 meters west, right outside of the area affected by the breath. The grass where they'd been sickened and died, a grim reminder of their own potential fate.
Whoa, a little warning next time. I think I'm going to up my lunch.
Davidson struggled with the controls, slamming into a tree. They rolled over it and continued toward the mists.
Just keep her off me for a bit longer. We're almost there.
Voria didn't have the heart to tell him they were being toyed with. The mist would provide no safety. She looked up at Nebiat, wondering, was there something she could have done differently? Something she'd missed? Or some choice she had or hadn't made? Should she have kept her staff instead of trading it to the drifters? But that would have meant not having the potions. Neither the healing nor the one that had brought Board back to life. There was simply no right answer. She wondered again at the augury she'd received. Who had sent it? Had they planned for this very moment? And if so, what did they gain from Voria's death? It was maddening, and it irked her that she'd die without answers. Nebiat swooped lower, her face splitting into a draconic grin. Acidic saliva dripped from her fangs, each droplet hissing into the swamp below.
I will genuinely miss you, Voria. On any other battlefield, I might even take the time to bind you. You'd make an excellent servant.
The worm laughed, swooping closer.
Not on my watch, Scaly.
The sergeant's gritty voice boomed out over the battlefield. A hunk of red and black magma arced onto her wing exploding spectacularly. The tiny patch of flame only served to underscore Nebiat's relative size, but even she had to feel it. The sergeant leapt into the air, fire pouring from the thruster on the back of his suit. He roared wordlessly, flying directly at Nebiat, who began sketching another spell, one Voria recognized. Voria licked her lips, feeling her reservoir of magic. If I can pull this off, you are going to be one pissed-off dragon. A streak of black, wider than a tank, shot from Nebiat's claw, streaking toward the sergeant. He twisted to avoid it, but the spell adjusted course to pursue. His fate was sealed, unless Voria did something. So she sketched the most complex counterspell she could. She'd been called gifted with counterspells, but she knew Nebiat was on a whole other level. Her counterspell shot after the homing void bolt, slamming into it with a soundless explosion of light. Voria snarled when she saw the bolt had survived, but eased when she realized it was firing up and away from Cruz. She deflected it.
Your antics are no longer amusing,
Nebiat roared, turning back toward Voria. Her eyes narrowed to slits.
Your resourcefulness is impressive, but I can feel you weakening. How many more counterspells can you cast, I wonder?
Nebiat sketched the same spell again, and another void bolt shot after Cruz. The sergeant fired another hunk of magma, hitting the same wing, in the same place. Nebiat roared her fury, but it turned to laughter when the void bolt caught Cruz. The energy blasted into the sergeant, enveloping his entire armor. Cruz's smoking body tumbled from the sky, slamming into a bog in an explosion of muck. Voria longed to help him, but knew she couldn't reach him. Even if she did, she'd only draw Nebiat's attention to him. Davidson, cut 45 degrees to your left. Then angle around and look for Bord and Kez. They've almost reached us. Nebiat swooped after her.
Oh, you are cruel. You have to realize that if you go to your tech mages for help, I will only dismember them in front of you. Do their lives matter that little to you?
Voria didn't answer. She didn't say she treasured their lives, each and every one, even Thalos. Nebiat breathed, a cone angled at Bord and Kezia. Bord's arms shot up, trembling, but still held high. A small latticework flowed out around him, the tiny ward reaching completion just as the breath hit them. It was barely big enough to cover him and Kezia, but they were knocked sprawling by the breath. The ward flickered and died, and Bord slumped to the ground. Kezia moved to stand defensively over him, screaming her wordless rage at Nebiat.
Hear me, worm!
Voria roared.
If we are going to die, then we are going to do it defiantly. We are going to do it fighting, proving to you that the Crocs will never break us. The Confederacy will oppose you wherever your forces appear. Really? Like they opposed us at Starn, Vakera, and now Mayrid?
Nebiat taunted, flapping her titanic wings, her shadow darkening the world to twilight.
You have fought bravely, Voria, but you have lost. Die with honor, little mage. Know that you have impressed the spawn of a god.
But death didn't come. Nebiat's head shot up, and she turned back toward the mountain. A heartbeat later, Voria realized why. The ritual's resonance had changed. Someone was manipulating the spell. Voria spun, facing the bog where Cruz had gone down. She relaxed her death grip on the ladder, smiling grimly as the sergeant climbed back to his feet. Apparently not even Nebiat could drop the sergeant. Chapter 61. Finish the spell. Nara stepped slowly to the center of the ritual circle, raising her hands. Vast currents of magic pulsed around her, strong enough that they nearly lifted her into the air. Each flow was pulled from one of the urns, and all were delivered to this precise spot. She could feel a vast reservoir of power, each flow corresponding to an aspect, save for spirit, which they'd destroyed. "Any time, Nara!" Aaron yelled, decapitating an enforcer with his spellblade, then yanking its body up to shield him from several acid bolts. He hurled the smoking corpse back at the Crocs, gunning down another pair as if they were corpses and not full enforcers. "This isn't like casting a cantrip," she snapped, trying to tune out both Aaron and his conflict with the Crocs. Doing so left her vulnerable, but if Aaron couldn't keep them alive, then none of this mattered anyway. Nara examined the latticework of sigils Nebiat had been crafting. Already its complexity exceeded Nara's ability to understand, but she saw things she thought she recognized. That light bluish area was designed to unravel a sleep spell, though a sleep spell far beyond anything any mortal mage could cast. This kind of power must have belonged to the gods. She walked around the spell, studying another part. This one wove into the spirit of a creature, binding its will. It was familiar, a type of magic she sensed she was already proficient with. This, too, was far more complex than she'd seen before, the kind of trap one might set for an incredibly powerful archmage or some sort of demigod. But what was it doing here? There was nothing to trap. Nara understood Nebiat was trying to remove the seal, but not how the sleep and the binding accomplished that. There was something she was missing, something of massive importance. "The potion is starting to wear off," Aaron roared, his words punctuated by the whine of his spell rifle. "You've got a few more seconds. Make them count." "Okay. Well then, I'm about to do something stupid," Nara said, biting her lip as she studied the spell. "What kind of stupid?" Aaron called, rolling between an enforcer's legs. A worm dove from above, breathing a cone of white at Nara. She flinched, but before she could dive out of the way, Aaron was already moving. He leapt skyward, faster than she could track. He raised his tiny spell shield, which somehow deflected the entire cone. The force knocked Aaron to the ground near her, but he rolled quickly to his feet. "I don't fully understand what the ritual does, but part of the ritual is a binding for a really powerful creature." Nara inspected that part of the spell again, looking for a way to sever it. "I'm thinking I could remove that part, then complete the spell." "I very much doubt that Nebiat would like that," Aaron laughed. He landed, spinning to impale an enforcer. This time, he was too slow, and the enforcer backhanded him. He went flying, tumbling across the broken ground until he'd nearly reached the edge of the circle, and rose shakily to his feet. Clearly the grace provided by the potion was gone. "Do it! We're out of time!" Nara turned back to the spell, dissolving the sigils connecting the binding to the rest of the spell. There were dozens of tiny connections, but she meticulously severed them one after another. She ignored the sounds of combat, though she winced when Aaron gave a pained yell. Finally, she severed the last one. This was the moment of truth. A spell, especially a ritual, needed an enormous amount of power to sustain itself. By destroying the urn, they'd deprived the ritual of some of the power it needed. Normally, that would mean the spell couldn't finish, but by removing the binding, Nara had lowered the power requirements of the spell. She sketched the final sigil, closing the ritual. A sharp hum began, just past the edge of hearing, thrumming through her entire body. The ground trembled, then bucked wildly. She was tossed from her feet and rolled across the ground. The flows of magic thickened, and power surged from every urn at once. The ritual drank it eagerly, feeding the magic into the spell Nara had created. The hum deepened until it rattled Nara's teeth, until she could feel it in her eyes. Brilliant, multicolored light exploded outward from the circle, not in a single pulse, but in a continuous torrent. The power washed over the entire mountain, clinging to the mossy slopes. That magic accumulated in drifts, almost like snow. Then, ever so slowly, the magic sank into the mountain. The stone began to glow, and a wave of dark heat boiled outward. Had Nara not been in her spell armor, she doubted she'd have survived. The moss burst into flame, burning away from the mountain, and gave the rock definition, particularly around the face Aaron had pointed out earlier. The mountain peak was a pair of spiraling horns, topping a draconic head. The slopes of the mountain revealed themselves as two colossal wings wrapped around the worm. Rocks and burning trees tumbled away as the island trembled. A pair of starport-sized eyes blinked slowly open, and the wings slowly unfolded. The worm raised its head and looked around. Its gaze settled on Nara. She floated there in her spell armor, paralyzed. Perhaps if she kept very still, the creature wouldn't notice her. One of those eyes moved to within a few meters of her, the golden slit narrowing as it studied her. "If you believe remaining still will protect you from my wrath, you are very much mistaken. I see you, tiny mage. I hear your thoughts, and that of many others. There is much that concerns me." The worm's voice thrummed through Nara's entire body, and she was thankful for the suit's protection. "You should be concerned," Aaron yelled, zipping into view over Nara's head. The eye moved away from Nara. She could have kissed him. "She stopped a ritual designed to enslave you." The worm rose to its full height, shook itself, then scratched behind an ear with a leg that could have flattened most towns. "Yes, I am unsurprised. I see Crox's damnable children are here. They were always fond of such tricks. I will see them punished for their transgression. Then we will speak of yours." Chapter 62. Flee. Nebiat couldn't remember a finer moment, not in all her centuries. Those able to vex her rarely survived long enough to present a challenge, but in her short time this pitiful human had managed to wreak incalculable damage on the Crocs invasion timeline. Now she'd have her moment of vengeance. Major Voria's infernal interference would finally be at an end. Then she could return to... Nebiat's head shot up, facing the mountain. Someone was manipulating her spell, making significant alterations. She flapped her wings, gaining enough altitude to see the ritual circle. A human in spell armor stood in the center, manipulating the ritual. A second human, this one a tech mage, battled her followers outside the circle. He moved in a way that could only be achieved with immense magic, but that magic was already fading. Soon her followers would overwhelm him, but not soon enough. The spell reached a crescendo, which would not have been possible with the amount of power available, not unless significant parts of the spell had been removed. The mountain rumbled, and the great guardian Drakon stood up for the first time in dozens of millennia. His gleaming blue scales were magnificent, many times older and thicker than Nebiat's, covering a body brimming with power far greater than her father could muster. The magical slumber imprisoning Drakon had dissolved, as planned, but where the binding should lay, the part that should allow her to control his mind, there was nothing. The guardian was awake, and free-willed. Nebiat considered her course for a single heartbeat, then she fled. Voria could be killed at her leisure, but if she couldn't leave right now, Drakon would turn his attention to her. She very much doubted she'd enjoy the results. Fortunately, enough of her followers had survived to serve as a distraction she intended to use immediately. Nebiat banked toward the mist, quickly sketching a short-range teleportation. She used it 3 more times in rapid succession, blinking 1,000 meters each time. Then she flapped her wings furiously, fleeing for orbit. She glanced down at the battle, at the retreating forms of her followers, only once. Nebiat had spent 7 centuries building this army, 7 centuries slowly recruiting and manipulating. And now that army was gone. Not a single Crox would escape. Of that Nebiat was sure. Her surviving brothers and sisters were about to meet their end. She'd no doubt be punished for this failure, but at least she'd be alive to be punished. Once she reached the upper atmosphere, Nebiat stopped flapping and took over with her gravity magic. She shot up into orbit, away from the hated world below. She could still feel Dracon's strength, and knew merely reaching orbit wasn't enough to keep her safe. Nebiat plunged into the void, fleeing for the planet's umbral shadow. She wouldn't stop fleeing until she reached the Arkadi Rift, where her father could offer his protection. Chapter 63. Mayrid. The torrent of emotions threatened to swamp Voria. She could do nothing but stare, first as the mountain stood up, then as Nebiat fled. She'd reconciled herself to death, and it remained unclear whether that was still about to happen. "Lieutenant, do you copy?" Voria said into the comm. She could see a pair of tiny figures hovering in the air near the Guardian, and prayed those figures were her people. "Affirmative, sir," Aaron whispered. Only a breath, really. "Status report." "Well, you can pretty much see the status," Aaron protested. "I'm not sure what to report." "Nara woke it up, and it looks pissed. She said something about removing a binding from the spell." Voria grinned, then began to laugh. She laughed so hard tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sure?" Captain Davidson called from the tank's interior. "It's nothing, Captain." Voria struggled to catch her breath, still chuckling. "I understand what happened now. There was no seal over the wound. Or rather, the Guardian is the seal. Nebiat wanted to enslave him to take control of this place. Can you imagine unleashing that thing on Turnus?" That would be a very short, very messy battle." Davidson gave a low whistle. "But Nebiat doesn't control this thing, so now what?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Voria said, still watching the worm. It raised a single claw, sketching a sigil. That sigil grew into 2, then 20, then countless sigils. They burst out from the worm in an endless wave, growing in all directions. Wherever the sigils touched, death followed. The flows moved unerringly toward the Crocs, singling out enforcers and corpses alike. They even wove into the sky, catching the several remaining worms. Every last dragon died in just a few heartbeats. Voria's mouth went dry. She'd always considered herself a quick thinker, but in the sight of something of this magnitude, she simply didn't know what to do. For the first time in her life, Voria had no idea which course of action to take. Should she flee? Would it even matter? The dragon took a step, and a blast of blue-green light flooded out over the place where the worm had been standing. "Oh, no," she whispered. "What is it?" Davidson asked. "The Guardian was covering the heart wound. Now that it's gone, there's nothing between us and the strongest catalyst I have ever seen." Voria braced herself. Blue-green light exploded outward in all directions, blinding her. She had only a moment to fear for Davidson's safety. And then, Voria was sucked into the mind of a dreaming god. She'd catalyzed before, but each time had been different. Each god saw the universe in a unique way. Some had been violent and filled with rage, others peaceful and content. This mind, she could tell immediately, was ordered, logical. "Yes, you can see into my mind. I am called Mayred, the same name your people use for this world." Her consciousness was plucked up like an insect and dropped 100 centuries in the past. She appeared in an unfamiliar star system, a blue star floating alone save for a tightly packed cluster of asteroids, shaped roughly into a sphere. "You see the world Ephira, or its remains,
My children use their magic to keep the planet from final destruction, and even managed to preserve an atmosphere.
Ships flitted back and forth between fragments, dozens of them. Her perspective zoomed closer, and she saw entire settlements on the larger asteroids. A thriving culture dwelt there, thriving among the ruins of their planet.
"Why are you showing me this?" Voria asked. "And how is it you can show me anything? I thought you were dead."
"You are speaking with an echo, one I created at the moment of my death. Even now your young companion experiences that death, trapped in the memory of my final confrontation with Shivan. I was created to speak to you, and when our conversation is done, I will cease to exist."
"You knew I'd come, back during the Gods' War?"
Voria asked, staggered by the implications.
"Yes, but only if I made it so. I created a possibility where you might reach this world in time to stop Nebiat."
"You sent the augury, didn't you?" Voria asked, finally understanding.
"Indirectly. At the moment of my death, I created a living spell, one designed to carry out the billions of specific actions necessary to create this exact moment. That spell sent you the augury, and will send others in the days to come."
"Why me?" Voria asked.
"You are not the only tool I have chosen. Each of you was chosen because you possess the abilities to accomplish part of a greater plan. A plan you are not yet ready to know in its entirety. For this part of the plan, you were not the most important variable. In every possibility where you were used to stop the ritual, the worm Nebiat slew you. So I sought another possibility. I arranged for you to have a true mage and a war mage. Both had no memory, making their threads very difficult to predict."
"You're talking about Aaron and Nara. You've jerked us about like puppets." Voria's words were cold. Speaking angrily to a god might not be the best idea. But from the sound of it, this thing needed her.
"The least you can do is explain to me why you did it, and what you're after." "For now, be content knowing that I oppose Crux. If he rises, your galaxy will be reshaped to fit his whims. Crux, like me, is one of the eldest gods. He possesses both the power and will to enslave your species. If allowed to rise, Crux will raise other gods, and he will enslave them, forcing them to help reshape the galaxy. There is no end to his lust for control. I release you now, to leave this world and continue to fulfill your purpose. The days ahead will be difficult, and you will make many sacrifices. If you succeed, you will die, but the galaxy will survive. If you fail, you will become that which you fear most. Be ever vigilant, mortal."
Chapter 64. Answers. A well of infinite power burst up underneath Aaron, blinding him even as the power swept over his armor. It suffused his being, the unfamiliar energy resonating with every cell in his body. Then, as it had been with Zal, he was elsewhere, in the memory of a god. She stretched out vast, leathery wings. There was no need, as her magic propelled her through the vastness of the void. Her shadow covered the entire planet, a blue-green world rotating around a bright orange sun. That world bore the same name she did, Mayrid. This world had potential. It was the first to be worthy of her name. The life she had seeded flowered across all its continents, expressing itself in a variety of ways. The species were, as of yet, primitive and superstitious. They believed their world was the only one in the cosmos, the center of the infinite they were so ignorant of. Yet, in time, they would progress much. Mayrid raised her head ponderously, looking back the way she had come. Something twinkled there, too bright to be a star, too bright even to be a planet, too large to be one of the crude spell ships the younger gods were constructing. There was only one thing it could be, a god, an old one. She hovered in space over the world, preparing a litany of magical defenses. Yet, as the deity approached, Mayrid knew all those preparations were useless. "Why have you come, Shivan?" Mayrid demanded, floating a bit further away from the world so it would not be caught in a stray spell, should this turn to battle. "I have come with grave news," the destroyer said. He cradled an immense golden spear in his right hand. Mayrid recognized World Ender, though she'd never thought to be its target. "Draco Matrum has fallen. Her mind has been ensnared. Her body left where it can draw out her children. When they approach, Crox seizes them. He plants his own children within hers. It was a masterful stroke." Mayrid recoiled, the implications rippling outward. She contemplated 16 trillion possibilities, quickly reaching an equilibrium. "Then only I remain, of the eldest. Should the Crocs take me, all the worms will serve that monster. The galaxy will never recover." "Yes," Shivan said, hanging his head. "Yet Crox will not face me himself. Instead, he sends you. When did he seize you, Shivan?" Mayrid asked, sadly inspecting her cousin's aura. "Countless millennia ago. His hooks were buried deep, so deep I couldn't even recognize them until he pulled them for the first time." Shivan raised World Ender. "I am sorry, cousin. It shames me to be an instrument in this." Mayrid sketched a defensive ward, even as the spear left Shivan's hand. The weapon twisted in the void, growing closer at an alarming rate. Mayrid considered 3 trillion possibilities. Only 2 might result in the eventual defeat of Crox, and neither allowed her survival. Mayrid abandoned her ward, instead sketching a complex spell. She breathed upon it, giving the spell life. "Go now. Go to the world I have shown you. Take up residence, and wait for her to come. When she does, aid her against Crox and his foul children." The spell swam through the void. Thankfully, Shivan did nothing to stop it. Perhaps it was a final sign of defiance. A shred of his will maintained in the face of Crox's binding. Whatever the reason, the spell escaped, even as World Ender punched through Mayrid's chest. The weapon carried her into the world below. Her coming doomed her children on this world, filling the sky with endless dust and ash that would blot out the sun for full cycles. How pathetic that her last thought was for her children. How fitting. That compassion was the reason they were losing, the reason their children were being overcome. Mayrid stared up into orbit, watching as Siobhan flew from the shattered world. Already her mind fragmented, thoughts breaking apart as she crumbled. Aaron came to with choking gasps, looking around frantically as he tried to understand who and where he was, to understand what he'd seen in Mayrid's mind.
Yes, you begin to understand,
the Guardian rumbled. Its slitted eye moved within a few meters. Aaron could only gawk.
I see my mother has gifted you with water magic to aid you in your war against Crocs and his children.
Aaron realized the beast was speaking to him. He looked around, not seeing any of the others. As the beast had indicated, he felt a new source of power in his chest. It was cool and fluid, ready to be called upon. Nor was it the only thing changed. Aaron's armor was whole, the battle damage completely repaired. His spell rifle had grown longer, and now bore a primitive intelligence, just as his spellblade had. This one seemed curious and less aggressive.
You are the first to return. In a few moments, we will see if they too have survived a brush with my mother's mind.
So, this is your mother's grave? Aaron asked. How did one make small talk with a demigod dragon guardian mountain thing?
Indeed, and I am the guardian of that grave, though I have tended poorly to my responsibility. In my grief at my mother's death, I sought magical slumber and hid from the truth, and hid my mother as well. First, I moved the world to a distant system, planting it in orbit around a similar sun. Then I created the ward to hide my mother's signature. I hoped the other young gods would come together to kill Crocs, and I can see from your memories that they seem to have succeeded.
What will you do now? Aaron asked, feeling a swell of pity for the poor creature, even if it did scare him enough that he wanted to wet himself.
In breaking the ward, your companion has left me little choice.
The worm flapped its wings, turning in midair to face the night sky.
The primals will come now, a vast swarm of them. They will seek my mother's light. If I do not stay and protect them, then Crocs' children will enslave them. They will be sent to scourge your worlds, and the carnage will be terrible for both sides.
You paint a pretty grim picture. But you're going to stay here and raise these primals? Aaron asked.
I will shepherd them, and I will watch over this world. When the time comes, I will lead them into battle against the children of Crocs. I do not yet know who leads them, though I am thankful Crocs himself is dead. If he were not, all of us would be nothing more than mindless husks.
The worm glided gracefully, landing silently despite weighing as much as a small mountain.
Ah, your companions emerge from Mother's mind. I will return you to your vessel, where you may rejoice in your shared survival.
What if we need to contact you? Aaron asked, knowing the Major would want him to ask.
You have not seen the last of me, War Mage. One day, we will ride to battle together, against an unbeatable foe.
Okay. Aaron allowed. See you around? There was a blinding flash of light, and Aaron was standing back in the Worm Hunter's hangar. Chapter 65. Consequences. Aaron stared down at the blue-white planet through the hangar's airlock membrane. It looked so beautiful from up here, so untroubled by all the suffering and death that had taken place over the last few days. He rested a hand against the bulkhead, thankful that, for now at least, the dying was over. He didn't really understand everything that had happened, or what he'd seen inside Mayrid's mind. They were embroiled in something larger than them, a war between gods that had died dozens of millennia ago, longer maybe. But somehow they had a role to play in that war. Aaron could feel Mayrid down there. The power echoed inside of him. He'd gained something there. Water magic, if Drakon were correct. Maybe he'd even have enough time to learn what that meant, now that he wasn't being shot at. "I feel naked without my armor." Nara's voice came from behind Aaron, startling him out of his reverie. He shifted to face her, smiling. "All I heard was naked," Bord said, sprinting up. "I'll play the pity card if I have to. I mean, I did die." He grinned at Nara hopefully, and Nara rolled her eyes. Aaron couldn't help but laugh. As crass and crude as Bord was, the bastard was growing on him. "Just go wait in the airlock, Bord," Nara said sweetly. "I'll be right in." "You can't jettison me into space. You need me. I'm the healer, and I'm a water mage now." He pointed both of his thumbs back toward his chest. He did start walking away, though, back toward the stall where his armor sat. "Also, I'm pretty. Don't forget that. If you change your mind, I'll be right over here watching." "Yeah, watching creepily," Kez said, hopping down from her armor. She put a hand up on the small of her back, stretching. "I know what you mean, Nara. After so many days in that armor, I feel weird outside of it, like I'm going to be picked off by a sniper." Bord started walking back over to the drifter. "You're right, Kez. Being in that armor was murder on my back, too. I bet you could use a massage that you'd be happy to give, huh?" The Major's voice came from the edge of the hangar. She walked swiftly in their direction, Captain Davidson in tow. He'd been almost mute since they'd returned from the swamp, and hadn't spoken about whatever ability he'd gained from the catalyst. Aaron couldn't really blame him. His Marines had been wiped out nearly to a man, and from what Aaron gathered, that outcome was all too common at the end of most battles involving the Crocs. It was a sobering reminder of the price they paid every time they fought. Hello, Major." Bord hurried away from Kez, back to his own armor. "I wasn't doing anything improper, just, trying to fulfill my duties as a medic." "At ease, Specialist." The Major gave a rare smile. It softened her face so much Aaron barely recognized her. "I've come to talk about what happens next." "Already?" Cruz said, clanking up in his armor. The surface had been scorched black during the battle, and it amazed Aaron that it still functioned. He lit a cigar with a small torch, then used an armored hand to put it between his lips. "Come on, sir. How about a day off?" "Sergeant, we delivered a crippling blow to the Crocs here. These worms cannot simply be replaced, but that will only make the Crocs more desperate, and desperate enemies make bold moves," the Major explained. She clasped her hands behind her back, pursing her lips. "I didn't come to put you to work, though. You'll have plenty of time to relax over the next week, while we're in the umbral depths. Now that the battle is decided, I need to report to Shire to answer for my actions here. There is every likelihood I will be stripped of command." Everyone protested at once, but fell silent when she raised a hand. Aaron spoke up. "Sir, they can't do that. If you hadn't done everything exactly as you did, this planet would belong to the Crocs. They'd have an unstoppable army in another year or two." "Turnus will speak up for you, at the very least," Davidson pointed out. "Admiral Kerr thinks the world of you, and the people think the world of the Admiral. You've got a strong ally there." "Isn't your mother an important part of the consortium?" Bord asked, blinking. "Enough!" the Major snapped, the smile gone. She raised a hand when Cruz moved to speak. "I appreciate what you're doing. Anything could happen when we reach Shire. I do have allies, and our success here gives us some leverage as well. Depths, they could even decorate us. But I want you to be prepared for the very real possibility I will have to answer for my decisions here. My career could be over. We'll fight that battle soon enough." "You've got our full support," Aaron said, "for whatever that's worth." The rest of the company nodded their agreement. Cruz awkwardly patted the Major's back. "You might catch some flack for what happened here, sir, especially to Thalos, but in my book, you did something no one else could. We're proud of you, sir." Today's victory wouldn't have been possible without all of us working together. That said, there's one person I think needs to be thanked publicly. The Major looked uncomfortable, in a way Aaron had never seen. "I'm sorry, Aaron, about forcing you to enlist. Technically, my actions were legal, but they are against the spirit of the law. My brother gave you a way out, and no one would have blamed you for taking it. I wouldn't have blamed you. Thank you for choosing to fight." "I understand why you did what you did, sir," Aaron smiled, releasing a tension he hadn't even realized he'd been holding on to. "You did the right thing. At first I wanted to run. I thought this wasn't my fight, but after peering into the mind of Mayrid, after seeing what Crocs did, and what Nebiat and the other void worms are doing in his name, they have to be stopped. I'm committed to that now. This is bigger than us." "I couldn't agree more," Nara said, offering a hand to the Major. After a moment, the Major took it. "I don't know who I was before, but I know who I am now. I'm a Confederate Mage, sir, and I'm with you." "And I'll be right behind her, staring at her backside," Bord said, framing his hands over Nara's butt. He gave her an exaggerated wink, which she ignored. "All right, then," Voria said, sliding her hands into her pockets. "You've got the day off. Tomorrow we start training in water magic. That includes you, Captain Davidson."
"Sir?" Davidson said. "I'm a Marine. I need to rebuild my unit, not prance around as a tech mage."
"There's nothing to say the head of the Marines can't be a tech mage, and you've now got an unfair advantage, Captain. One you can use to protect your men." The Major pointed across the hangar at the 3 surviving tanks. Aaron hadn't noticed them, but now that he looked, he realized one of the tanks was larger and sleeker than the others. Inaran technology is a blend of magic and tech, Captain. Every tank is designed to benefit from a catalyst, and yours is now both more powerful and bonded to you, Voria explained. She smiled, patting him on the shoulder. "I know we've sacrificed a lot, but not everything. In some ways, we emerged stronger, better able to protect our people in the next battle with the Crocs." Davidson stared dumbly at the tank. Then he started to smile. It was the first crack in the depression they'd seen since Davidson had learned of the fate of his men.
"Well, all right then. Let's get back to Shia, get the Major cleared, and then get back in the action."
Aaron stared at the lot of them, from Nara and Kez laughing to the grin on Davidson's normally too serious face. Somehow these people had become family. He might not have a past, but he damned sure had a future. Epilogue. Nebiat halted her flight, sketching the first sigil in her fissure spell. It brought light to a lightless plain, a beacon for the denizens of this place. Even she feared the worst of what lurked in the depths, though the odds of anything threatening reaching her before she completed the fissure were slim. She sketched the next sigil, and the next. The process took longer than it would have if cast through a starship, and she knew her father would chide her for her growing dependence upon such technology. A heavy crack split reality, fissuring outward around the break. The cracks widened, their blazing purple glow illuminating the depths behind her. Nebiat saw something slithering through the void in the distance, growing slowly larger. She plunged through the fissure, releasing the magic behind her. It snapped shut, walling her off from the depths. If she had needed to breathe, she'd have sighed in relief. As old as her kind were, they were children compared to the things that lurked in that place. Nebiat focused on the system she'd arrived in. A large red dwarf smoldered near the center, orbited by dozens of worlds. Each world belonged to a void worm, But she didn't make for her own world, the fourth in the system. Instead, Nebiat flew toward the second system, the world belonging to her father. It was a tiny ball of magma, a pool of superheated rock kept together by the star's considerable gravity. She made for the planet's light side, scanning seas of magma as she sought her father. An enormous black spot lay right under the surface of the southernmost magma sea, the hottest part of the planet. She glided closer, hovering over the world but keeping to high orbit, ready to flee if she had to. The magma around the black spot roiled and bubbled, ejecting a worm many times larger than herself, larger even than Drakon had been. Her father's scales were covered in scalding magma, which quickly cooled to a thick, rocky crust as he glided up into orbit.
"Tell me everything."
He raised both wings, basking in the glow of the nearby sun.
"Keftut is dead. Drakon is awake, but not bound."
Nebiat left out the part about every other worm she'd been sent with also being dead. It was trivial, next to the other two facts.
"So, you've managed to free our most powerful enemies, while ensuring he has cause to focus solely on opposing us,"
her father roared, the magic surging up within him. Nebiat cringed, but resisted the urge to flee. She couldn't outrun her father.
"In the process, you lost your elder brother, and I suspect all your younger siblings?" "Yes, father,"
she said, as meek as she'd ever been. Her father flipped over, exposing his back to the sun. He basked for several seconds before speaking again.
"I do not believe you are entirely at fault in this." "Father?" she asked, blinking. "I don't understand." "I've long suspected the intervention of a third party," her father mused. "A god or gods bent on opposing Crocs."
He looked at her, flames flaring in his eye sockets.
"This time, I have a much simpler task for you. Find this god, destroy their tools, lay waste to their plans. Can you do this for me, daughter? Or should I consume you now and hope my next spawning proves more fruitful?" "I will not fail you again, father. I know exactly who our enemies are using as their principal agent, and I will look forward to picking apart Major Voria's mind to find out who she serves."
Nebiat smiled cruelly, already envisioning Voria's adoring smile after her will was broken. This has been Tech Mage, The Mage Tech Chronicles Book 1 by Chris Fox. Narrated by Ryan Kennard Burke. Copyright 2017 by Chris Fox. Production copyright 2017 by Chris Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.